Okay. Good morning for everybody. I have to redo my greeting because I want to record this, but it is June 15, 2024, and I want to welcome everyone to our bi-monthly Zoom. And my name is Dr. Merlina McCullough. Where's JP right here coming on? So far, we only have 11 of us, but usually we've been having quite a bit of people. So today might be a small number. So far we have 12. So before we have had more than 100. There's Rubens, MTB Oliveran, Denisa. Let me see. JP, welcome. And we have 1 minute before we start. So while we're waiting on others, let me just greet some of you and see if you could introduce yourself. Who wants to do that? Put it on chat and I will call you. Here's Myla. Okay. Let me find chat. Chat. Myla, do you want to talk? Okay. So, okay. So somebody said, I'll just listen this time. I'm not feeling well. Bahilot po ako. So, okay, no problem. There's Erwin. Erwin and Jean, welcome. Erwin, I don't see Mike. Do you want to be my co-host today? I'm gonna make you my co-host, Mike. Erwin. And when Mike comes, he could change if he wants, but right now I need help.
All right,
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So I guess we need to ask them to everyone to greet everybody on chat and tell us where you're from in the Philippines. And also, if you want to talk to me, you need to put it there so Erwin can write the numbers down, who's going to go first and so on. So remember, if you're not going to volunteer, you're going to be voluntold, right? For those who are new, I am Dr. Merlina McCullough, and I am an academic coach. Actually, I'm the founder of ITSA, which is International Teacher Support in America. I have had, this is my 4th year of helping teachers come to America, and I don't charge teachers. I do charge a school whenever I come and observe the teachers and help support you once you get here. But I don't charge, to help you. And I have helped teachers do a J1 visa and also H1B. The difference is that J1 visa is like a teacher exchange program, but it's a 5-year max here, stay here. And H1B is 6 years, but it is a path to green card. So you actually, if you can get your school to sponsor you for green card before the 6 year is over, then you can switch to green card. And that's the difference between the two. Does anybody have any question about visa processing? By the way, there are a lot of new visas available now. I got a message from Glenn from Minga House. He said he has 40 available visas. So if any of you have been given job offers, then you need to contact me or contact Glenn at Minga House, at mingahouse.org or minga.org, but it's mingahouse.org. But anyway, if you contact me, I will make sure that you get in touch with the visa sponsor. Okay, remember that if you are talking a J1 visa, the teacher exchange one, then you have to have a visa sponsor. Glenn is not a sponsor, but Cultural Vistas, for example, with Caroline there is one of my partners. So she's a very new partner with me, and she gets like 150 visa slots every year. So she still has visas available. So continue to apply. You can apply at www.schoolspring.com. And then I also have a job postings of 50 states that I have compiled. So for those who have not sent me your cover letter and resume, you may want to do that, because when you do that, I send those to the administrator friends of mine, or even to the administrator that, around Arkansas. So the states surrounding Arkansas are Mississippi and Tennessee, Louisiana, close to Oklahoma as well, Missouri. So those surrounding places, I have actually sent my list to the administrators. So when they see my list, they will see your name and your, number of years of experience, your degree, what you're teaching, and then a link, your phone number, email, and then the link to your resume and cover letter. So if I don't have that, then you have not sent it to me. Make sure you send it to me via email at mcculloughmerlina@gmail.com. So it's my last name, first name at gmail.com. And then for those new ones also, I am a retired teacher and administrator here in Arkansas. I actually got my education here in Arkansas. I was 19 years old when I came here from the Philippines. I'm from Cebu. So, maayong hapon, mayong gabi diha. Magandang hapon, magandang gabi sa iba. So anyway, I was 19 years old now. I've been here in America for 37 years. So this is my 37th year. But I retired about 2016, so about 8 years ago, I retired. I retired from the Arkansas Department of Education. That's like the Dep Ed there. So Dep Ed here, when I say that's actually working at the office of the Department of Education. That's where we actually designed and developed, designed, and then conducted professional development all over the state. So all over Arkansas. So when you say Dep Ed there, you're actually meaning public school. So don't say I work for Dep Ed, say I work for a public school. Do not say Dep Ed, because they're going to think that you are out of the classroom and you're working at the Department of Education like I did. Okay. I am an adjunct instructor, professor at Arkansas State University. That's where I finished my degrees, from bachelor's, master's, specialist, and my doctorate. And I'm married to an American. So Dwayne and I have been married 37 years. So we have 2 kids, Stephanie. Stephanie's what, 35? Stephanie's 35 and Jet is 25. I think that's what it is. Right, Daddy? Yeah. And so anyway, so they are grown now and finished their degrees and all that. In fact, Stephanie's a doctor now. She's a psychologist in Hawaii and now married. And Jet is finished with his computer science. Proud of those 2. And I also have my bonus kids. I call them bonus kids, Dwayne's kids, and Libby and Galen. And then we have 3 grandbabies with them. Sedona, Ali, and Sydney. But anyway, in my professional roles, I've actually been a teacher for 15 years. And then the other half of that 15 years too is as administrator and a consultant. So right now I'm a consultant, educational consultant, or academic coach, mentor, whatever they want to call it. But before that, I was actually a curriculum director, which is like an assistant superintendent. And then principal, assistant principal, and mentor coordinator, ESL director. So lots of roles. And that's what happens here in America. They actually put a lot of roles on you. If they feel like you can handle it, they're going to ask you to do that. In America, when you are given extra roles, a lot of times it comes with a stipend, and stipend is like extra money that they give you. For example, if you coach or be an assistant coach, a lot of times they give you extra money if it's after school. If you are asked to do things after school, they usually give you extra money. And sometimes to, drive a bus. I know Leslie's husband is he drives the bus and he gets extra money for that. Maribel, please mute yourself. Thank you. Okay, so okay, we got the introduction now number. So Menchita, let me write this down. Menchita and Aloni, Maribel, and then okay, so let's start with those three. Deborah Katubig, Deborah, Brooke, and Arlene. Okay. So Maloney, you want to start? Go ahead and tell us about yourself. Tell us your name, your years of experience, what you have taught, subject taught, and grade levels taught maybe, and your teaching philosophy plus your why do you want to come to the US? Okay, and you may start.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Maingay po yung mga anak ko. Okay. Wait, ma'am, my name is Aloni G. Escoto from San Guillermo, Morong, Rizal. I am teaching grade 1 students for almost for 21 years. I'm an elementary school teacher here at San Guillermo Elementary School. I want to go to US to also share my expertise and to also learn from the culture of the US and how they teach children. That's
okay.
all.
That's all. Okay. So I can tell that you're shy. I can tell that you're shy because you do this and all that. So try to act confident, okay? I know it's sometimes here I see Myrna. Sometimes you feel like I'm shy because these folks are new to me, but just I guess fake it until you make it. Be confident, okay? Don't be like doing that and and be embarrassed. And so anyway, I had to step out and get a fan because I was like sweating. But do you have any question for me?
I want to know everything on how to apply as a J1 teacher, ma'am.
Okay, you want to know everything. Well, this is our Zoom.
I have read all the are helping us, helping the teachers that who want to pursue their teachings in the US. Thank you, ma'am, for your effort.
Yeah, thank you.
And for your help.
Yeah, thank you. This is number 76 video. That means that this is our Zoom number 76. So if you want to know about the other videos that we have, you need to be a member of our YouTube. Just search my name on YouTube, and it's under ITSA, ITSA, International Teacher Support in America. And you can see all our videos. By the way, this is recorded. So by being here, that means that it's implied that you're okay to be recorded. So if you have a problem with it, please let me know. Yeah, I think the big thing that I would ask you to be is just be more confident. Okay, just look at the people in the eye, and then the first thing you do is like you thank the folks. Like for example, it's me and Erwin right now, so you can thank me. Thank you, Dr. McCullough and Mr. Erwin, Mr. Bedoria, Mr. Erwin, for having me today. And my name is, and you start saying that. Okay, you always acknowledge the people that who are talking to you. That's the first thing, because it's just nice that they, you have that extra connection by greeting them. And that just always, it just sounds like, oh, okay, now I paid attention to who these people are. So the first thing they'll do is they'll actually introduce themselves. So if we did that, like I introduced myself, I should have had Erwin introduce himself. If I actually, simulated an actual interview, that's what we would have done. And I'm still gonna have Erwin introduce himself real quick in a minute. But so you ended up with why you want to come to the US. And I like that what you said about cultural, you wanting to know about the culture and what you can bring in to the culture. So that was cool. Okay. So if you just stay within 1 to 2 minutes, that not too long, you don't have to keep going and on so on. You stay professional. You do not tell them how many kids you have or how old you are and so on. They're not supposed to ask those personal questions. Or that doesn't stop people from doing it. So if they do, I guess you'll answer it. But a lot of time they're not supposed to ask you personal questions. Okay. So no, you don't have any question for me right now so far?
I will listen first, ma'am.
Okay,
So,
sounds good.
thank you very much.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for introducing yourself, Aloni. Okay, number two is who is it? Before I go to number two, Erwin, do you mind introducing yourself, please? Because you're my co-host. And if you see Mike, if we can ask him to if he wants to do it, but I'm gonna let you practice today. Okay,
Good morning, Doc.
Erwin's about to come
I'm
here.
so sorry. I'm
You
actually
know
out
the
of,
Spanish,
I
right?
mean, I'm outside.
Yeah. Okay, there you
Hello,
go.
Doc.
Is it
Can you
pretty
hear me,
dark
Doc?
out there now? You're
Hello.
outside.
Yes, Doc, I'm actually here
What was
watching
it?
volleyball outside.
Oh, you're doing volleyball. Okay, I was thinking you're partying
Yeah,
tonight. Okay.
got it. Okay. So, good evening, everyone here in the Philippines and all over the world. If we have participants outside the Philippines, I am Sir Angelo Baduria from Zambales, and I am joining this team since I think from the very beginning with Sir Mike Roca, and I hope you introduce yourself with confidence and with all the qualifications that you have, as well as your credentials. It's hard to find a team or someone who will pursue us with our profession. So I hope you do your best with your introduction and just be confident. Be at your core while introducing yourself.
Okay. Well, hi,
That's it. Anything you should.
Erwin, tell them about you, a little bit of what you teach, and then maybe about your perimeter, you're coming in and so on.
All right. So I am a graduate of Bachelor of Education, major in mathematics, as well as so noisy here though, so loud. Okay, and Masters of Education, major in mathematics. I am teaching for more than 11 years. I am a math major, and as of now, I was hired, including other two teachers here in our team in the behavioral perimeter behavior of Forest City in Arkansas. What else? I don't know what to say.
That's it. You're
I
a high
think I'm on
school
that
math.
one. So,
He's a high school math
I
teacher.
know I see. Yeah,
Yes.
and what am I going to say? If you want to go to the United States, you should have this fire driven in your heart, because this is, if you're in the Philippines, this is a risk that you have to take. I think this is an opportunity, also a chance for your professional development. Of course, yung ating greener pasture, alam natin yan. Within our heart, that's the basic reason. But if you are going to the United States, wag nyo munang intindihin, kasi once you're there, you will get that greener pasture that you have. All you have to have now is the passion, the fire, and the risk to do and to invest.
Yeah.
Investment siya. You are going to take your foreign credential evaluation, your TOEFL, your praxis, and other credentials needed by the United States for you to teach. So, kailangan nyo talaga mag-invest. And once you invest, sabi ko nga risk, the chance of being hired probably as of now is very big, kasi there's a lot of vacant positions in the United States that we could be that we could be hired. So just do your best and have your faith in God also. Just always pray, you know.
Yeah.
Kasi mahirap talaga siya pero laban lang. Sabi ko nga, Doc, sa ating
Right.
13 West Memphis, all the
Yeah.
time, I'm encouraging them, laban lang, kapit lang, always
Yeah.
pray. Ala, Ma'am Mirna and Sir Joel know that, as well as the other teachers in the West Memphis.
Yeah.
Kapit lang and just fight.
Yeah.
Fight for your dreams, your
Very
goals.
good.
What do you want to be? You want to be there in the United States? Just do it.
Do
You
it.
know,
Yeah.
just have that fire and
Mhm.
claim that you're already there.
Yeah. See. Thank you so much for that, for those advice that you gave. Erwin is now very relaxed because he's already processing his papers to come here. Normally, I would want you to be dressed up when you come. He's now doing volleyball outfit there. But anyway, but if you
Yes, I'm so sorry, Doc.
no, that's okay. But if you are actually interviewing itself, if this is actually an actual interview, what would you have worn? What would you have been wearing? Erwin, what would you
I
be
think I
wearing
think
if you were
oh, I
interviewed
should
for real?
always. I think, Doc, in my case, I'm always wearing collared uh clothes.
Mhm.
Just have to be formal and
No
talk
sleeveless.
formal, speak formally, and introduce yourself like you are in a formal
Setting.
time of your life.
Yeah. Yeah, very good. Like it's like you're going to church. Dress up like you're going to church. And I know that's why I'm saying I'm excusing him because he's already processing his papers to come here. He forgot we're going to record it. Anyway, hi,
I'm so sorry, Doc.
would it help you since you're outside and maybe doing some games? Do you want me to have Myrna as my co-host so that she could see
Yes,
it
Doc.
because
Yes,
you're
Doc.
outside? Is that okay? Can you
Yes,
move
Doc. And
it
I'm
to
just going to assist her.
yeah, well, if you don't mind to move the
All right.
host, if Myrna's okay with it. Myrna, is that okay with you?
It's okay, Doc. No
Okay, so
worries.
if you
No
do,
worries.
yeah, that because he's kind of have a problem with the lighting too with him. So
Yes, I will be co-assisting with Sir Erwin. No worries, Doc.
thank you, Erwin. If you don't mind to move it to Myrna. So
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc.
is doing that. Yeah, just make sure. So far, we have 40 something. We have 40. I think 46 people. So they're still coming on. So if you don't mind to watch and let them in, Myrna. And Myrna, if you don't mind to introduce yourself. Myrna's also tell them about you and your Qatar experience and maybe your West Memphis experience. But anyway, so tell them about your status too, please, Myrna.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Good evening, Doc Merlina, Sir Erwin, and my other 13, the lucky 13 here in the group. They know who they are. I am Mrs. Mirna PTMC, currently here in Qatar. Actually, my husband and I have been here for 19 years. By profession, I am a science teacher, major of natural science, but I am teaching physics here for 19 years now. Okay. I am one also of the aspiring teachers waiting for opportunities. Earlier we had this. We were hired. We were given job offer, but something unexpected popped up. So that temporarily delays everything. But that doesn't mean that it says no. So we are just waiting for the perfect timing.
Yep, her husband Joel is
Yeah, my husband,
yeah.
he's here.
There he is, Joel. Yeah, go ahead and
Hi,
introduce yourself, Joel, and tell them about your
hi
bring.
everyone. Yes, hi, Doc Merlina. Good evening. Good morning there. Good afternoon.
Uh-huh.
Hi everyone. I'm Joel Chemsin. I've been in Qatar with Mir now for 15 years. So I'm teaching computer and robotics in Qatar, and I'm one of the West Memphis 13 aspirant teachers.
Okay. But you got hired lately, right?
Yeah, right now I have my job offer at Brinkley High School, and now waiting for the visa processing from a visa sponsor.
Okay. So, Joel, are you having Myrna as your J2 or you're not sure yet? Because Myrna might get an offer somewhere else, like another hour or two away. So will that be okay with you temporarily, possibly?
Yes, though. Actually, we decided to have both J1 visa.
Okay. Instead of having her as J2.
Yes, yes.
Why do you decide to do that?
Well, number one is for experience because we want to, immerse ourselves teaching the USA.
Right. So instead of just being a wife of the J1 as a J2.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And I think the J2, if if you have somebody that's with you, like, in this case, I call them the power couple. So in this case, if, for example, Joel was going to be having Myrna as a J2, beneficiary for him, then she cannot work until she gets her authorization to work, EAD, employment authorization, something I forgot. Anyway, so if you when she gets that, which is another month or two possibly, because because you have to first get your social security card, and that takes about 7 to 10 days. So after that, then you immediately file. After you get your social security, you can file online. So once the moment that you get your social security, then you can file online for the EAD. And then there's a month or two wait. So then you get the approval, then you can work. So a bunch of the teachers that are coming in with their spouses cannot work for at least 2 months. So you have to be, if you're so used to two incomes, that's kind of hurt a little bit. But you have to remember that the Philippine salary is being, I don't know, 10 times, I think, is what it is, because depending on what you're making there, but close to 10 times what it is. It's about close to 3 million pesos is what you're going to get here in Arkansas. And that's for starting in August through either May or first part of June. They're done. So you're getting that much money, but of course you're also spending dollars.
Yes.
So, okay. Yeah. So anyway, but good luck. I think, Myrna, I have done a lot of reference surveys for you. So I know, yeah. So you you may be getting some interviews this coming week, because I had one for you from Hope High School.
Yeah.
Have they already interviewed you?
Not yet, Doc. They are just waiting for the forms, the reference forms, coming from my references back here in Qatar.
Okay.
So,
Well, they
but
wanted,
anyway,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, the assistant principal and the principal are in constant communication with me. They are very responsive for anything that I need. So just last night, yesterday, Mr. Burton sent to these references the forms to be filled out just to verify the recommendations.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that particular school is one of the strictest. They want 2 supervisors in there.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So anyway, so if you have a principal and assistant principal, they need to both be that have observed you, because they won't count me. You can put me down, but I'm like a mentor to you, and I have not really observed you unless you have already sent like a video of your classroom. Some people have done that, but some people don't want to do that. So I do not get to see you teach. When I did my national board certification here, we had to actually videotape ourselves and analyze our video and see how we did, kind of reflect on, how did we do, and then what are the things that you could have improved. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so
Actually,
much for helping us.
yes. Yes. Remember when I asked you for a letter, so I uploaded it also in the application form, but they told me that they would prepare if the recommendation letters will be coming from my immediate supervisor. So in which, anyway, they already sent the forms to them.
Yeah.
So hopefully the supervisors will be able to accomplish the forms and send it back to Hope School.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell them to use Chat GPT.
Yes.
Using
with Hope School, I do have high hopes.
Yeah. I hope. Yeah, that's so funny. That's a play with words. That's good. But that's about, I think from Brinkley, that's about an hour to Little Rock, right? And from Little Rock, that's another hour. So you'll be 2 hours from each other, guys. So you have to be ready for that. Yeah. But your school will be way bigger, really big. Your school bigger than Joel's. But Joel's school will be brand new because they're building a new school. So that's nice. So both places are really good. I mean, it's, I guess you have to suffer and just see each other on weekends. I don't know. That's what my husband called me, a part-time wife, when I start doing stuff. Yeah, Merlina is a part-time wife, because I used to live in Little Rock. I lived away from my husband for 6 years. I would only see him on weekends. So go to church, and then after church, I would go back. And by the time I finish, school is finished, at 3 o'clock or 3:30 on Friday, then I leave to go home. So I'm home Friday night, Saturday night, and then I leave again on Sunday. So that's why he said, before I retired, he said, I wish that I have a full-time wife again. And so, yeah, so that's what happened. That's why I decided, okay, I'll retire and become, consultant. And that's what I'm doing, which is good as a consultant because you can say yes or no. My schedule is flexible. I have contracts with schools, but then I tell them, hey, I'm normally at your school on Thursday, but this week I have a doctor's appointment. So can I move it to this day? And they're very flexible like that. So I could not do that if I was teaching, right? So you have to be full time. So sometimes I may have a school I may have a week where I only go to 2 or 3 schools. Sometimes I could have 4 schools. I try to save my Friday, not to have it anywhere on Friday. So that way I could still have a 3-day weekend. But that's the thing. I'm getting bigger and bigger with having more schools that I actually hired 2 people to help me now. Yeah, I hired 2 of my friends that are retired that I trust that they have the knowledge and training that I had. So they can, as long as I'm there once a month, then I see the teachers at least once a month. And if I'm that's a weekly visit, then they can do the 3 weeks, the 3 of the weeks, and then I come the 4th one. But anyway, okay, so we have, thank you so much for both of you, my power couple. And the next
Thank
one
you, Doc.
is,
Thank you.
yeah. If you look at the chat, who is the next one? Lorna?
Doc, good evening. It's me. You, yeah, I
Menchita?
was listed as number 1. Yeah.
Yeah, you were
Good
number 1.
evening.
I'm sorry. Menchita, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm I will open my cam and my cell phone because the camera in my laptop is not working. So I have
Okay,
to
go ahead. That's why
yeah.
you're 2 of there. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
Okay. Good evening. So I am from the province of Benguet here in the Philippines, and I had been teaching for almost 17 years. And from that experience, I could say that I almost handled all the elementary grades except grade 4. I started teaching handling nursery, kindergarten, and at present, I am handling grade 2. And I could say that and I before I forget, my specialization is pre-elementary. So basically, I handled primary grades
Okay.
there. Yeah.
Okay, what you said
And
your camera is on, but it's not on. I'm only seeing
oh,
your,
sorry.
yeah.
Wait. Oh, the in my cell phone doc, you can it's open.
I only see
I'm not.
you must have see that,
Oh, wait.
yeah, your camera is still slashed.
Okay. Um.
Yeah,
Oh.
for those that are introducing yourselves, make sure that you have your camera on because I would like to see you instead of not, because if you already have introduced yourselves, of course you can just listen if you
Outside.
want. But for the very first time when you talk to us, please be ready to have it on because I would like to see you. And things that I'm looking for is fluency. How fluent are you in English?
Okay.
And
Doc,
also,
I already opened my cam. You can still see in my cell phone.
but it's not showing the screen. It's like dark.
Oh my. Sorry. Oh, come.
See, when you're talking, do you see the same thing, Marna and Joel? Do you see that?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
dark. It's
it's
totally
dark.
dark.
So I didn't know if
Maybe what could have been the reason for that?
she needs a
Because
light.
Yeah.
we cannot
Okay.
Yeah, there
she
is
said the camera is
copyright.
open, but we couldn't see her. It's black.
Yeah. I wow. It's not
Ma'am
mountain.
That's
Mirna,
why.
hello Doc. He's using
Yes.
another device for
Oh
separate
yeah.
device for camera, and he's
Yeah.
doing separate
Oh
The
device
yeah.
also
the
for the
cell phone.
audio. I think you just have to slide.
Yeah, slide it. Baka magkaiba sila ng isang device niya. Baka dalawa.
Can she not?
Yes, ma'am.
Can
Yeah.
you start over and do one device instead of 2? Like if
Yeah.
one of them is not working, the camera is not working, turn that off and then go with one other
Okay.
device instead of being in 2 because I think that's the problem possibly.
Okay. Okay. I'll try to mute this.
Yeah. If and a lot of times it echoes anyway. If you are 2 different devices in the room,
Devices.
it actually echo. It would echo because I've done that with at another school before, and they, we had to just use one computer because it was echoing. I think Myrna and Joel are smart to just share the screen because that would echo if you're in the same room, one room. So
maybe she can just restart her device.
Yeah. So Myrna, do you want to wait, or do you want to insert?
Or maybe we can move to the next doc while waiting for that.
And bring her back.
Maybe we can to Ma'am Maribel Teroso, number 3, Ma'am Maribel.
Okay, we'll circle back to
yes, Ma'am Menchita.
Ma'am
Maribel Teroso.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Doc, and to all the co-hosts for today. Tonight, I mean, in your place, Doc, it's morning, right?
Yes. Early morning.
Okay. Yeah. My name is Maribel A. Tesoro from Philippines. I currently teach grade 4 in public school. I have 20 years experience in both public and private school. Now, this experience helped me to understand the unique world and characteristics of every child. Handling pupils with these various educational needs helps me develop my potential, my time, and classroom management, my compassion to teaching in nurturing these children or their potential as a learner. Now, I want to teach in the USA because I want to challenge myself to be as an international educator, and which I can use my teaching skills and varied experiences in different perspective than I have in the past. That's all. I have also a master's degree, 39 units in complete academic requirements. And also I have a different...
Of what? Master's degree? What do you have?
Educational management.
Okay, so administration. Okay. But your original degree is BS in what?
Elementary education, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. And so you're teaching 4th grade right now. What other grades have you taught? Have you taught other grades?
I have taught different grade levels, like for 2nd grade. I have also taught grade 1. I have also taught grade 5 and grade 6.
Okay, so you could say I have taught all the grades except 3rd. So I've taught grades 1 to 6 except 3rd grade. So you can say that. It's much smoother, I think, instead of having, this one too, So just do that.
Yes,
and
yes,
did you tell me you're teaching philosophy?
My teaching philosophy is that my teaching philosophy in education is to help these students embrace new information and new ways of seeing the world around them.
Okay.
That's all, ma'am.
You might want to say things like, I believe that, for example, I believe in that students, can learn, but maybe in a different pace. I believe the importance of hands-on, engagement and teaching student relevant information. And then you connect to they need to be taught, things that are relevant to them. So that's cool.
Yes.
And Myrna, Joel, and Erwin, I'm gonna put you in the spot. You attended enough of this. Can you give her a specific comment? Improve.
Erwin.
The 3 of you can help each other.
Yeah, anyway. Thank you, Ma'am Maribel, for introducing yourself, and welcome to the group. So you're in the right group. Okay, yeah. I do admire your patience in teaching us students. Imagine you handled almost all the grade levels, right? And also maybe next time when you introduce yourself when it comes to the teaching philosophies, kindly include also examples of what you are really doing in the classroom. Say if you say, for example, I do believe that students learn better in that principle of learning by doing, just like the tangible, that actual activities that we've been doing in the classroom. In that way, maybe that will give I mean, the interviewees maybe will. I mean, the chance of being considered would be higher. That's for
I agree, because they kind of would like to see how what kind of teacher you are. So when you said something about, you wanted relevance, teaching relevant information, for them to learn about the world. For example, when I taught science the other day, we did this. We went outside, we picked up a rock, we examined it, things like that, because and then I related back to whatever, we did art with it, but then we studied about the different kinds of rocks, things like that, because you actually took and use nature, for example, and bring it back. So very good example, Myrna. I'm trying to develop some leaders here, because it should not be in my classroom. I always believe that it should be student-centered, and here it should be teacher-centered, and that, for example, with I have a bunch of folks here that have attended for years, and I could really use some new perspective. And Myrna has a really good perspective always. So, Erwin or Joel, do you have anything to add? Yeah, you have anything to add?
While waiting, for this, okay, yeah, Erwin is there now.
Erwin, what do you need
Hello,
to
Doc.
add? Is there a correction you want to share?
Okay, Doc. Yes, Doc. Not just to Ma'am Maribel, but also to everyone, that whenever you introduce yourself, do not look at any side of the camera angle. Look at the camera directly, because it seems like if I am the panel, I perceive it that you're reading something on the side, which is not totally in within you. It's just like you're reading it just to comply with it, with the question. I think it always be prepared. Anyway, this is just this is a basic introduction of yourself. Once you're really in the spot of your formal interview, do not look anywhere else. Just look on the camera directly. Look at the panel on the screen, and do not put your eyes on the side. It seems like you're reading something that you really don't know.
Yeah.
That's my suggestion.
Yeah, it's obvious that you have a cheat sheet. Yeah, good observation.
Yes,
That's what I was hoping
Thank
you'd
you.
bring up. Yeah, good one. Yeah, I would say the same thing, that you were having a little note on the side, but the problem is you should put, like, I think a solution to that is actually putting a sticky note or even an index card, and then tape it in front of your camera, right below the camera, where it would not be seen. But then you see it, but don't put sentences there. Just put name. So that way you say your name. Put subject taught, or sub years, number sign for number of years, a little shortcut, just a little clue for you to where to go next. So it's just so that your introduction will be clear, but you don't put sentences there, because when you start putting sentences there, you're actually just reading it, and it's not very natural at all. You should be talking to me. You should be talking to us. And we should see your eyes looking, okay? And then the third part is that this is, I'm not picking on you or anything. I'm using it as a teachable moment here. There were three things that I would like to say to everyone. When you say the country, Philippines or USA, what do you think I should say about that? What do you put? What do you add to that, Erwin?
To the USA.
Always use the article the Philippines.
Yes, use the word the article the. So because it's just kind of awkward to say Philippines. You say I live in the Philippines. You don't say I live in Philippines. Okay, so I want to leave the Philippines and come back. Because I want to go to the USA. Okay, so you put that there. That's a big one for everybody. And second one is, let's pronounce educator. Educator. Not educator. Guys,
Educator.
yeah.
Educator.
Very good. Educator. In the Philippines, we say educator.
Educator.
Yeah. So not an educator, okay? It's educator.
Yes.
Educator.
Very good. Perfect. And then the other one is instead of units, Fran, my cousin Fran, I'm going to put her in a spot here. Fran, what do you, instead of her saying she had 39 units, what would she say? 39 what? Is that Fran?
Hours?
Yes,
Um,
good evening, good morning. Hours. Instead of units, you say hours.
That's right. Thank you so much. That's my cousin Fran from Karkar.
Hello.
Fran, I also got a lot of reference surveys for you. So hopefully you'll get interviews. I had 3, in fact, for you.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah,
Doc.
so hopefully you get here. Hopefully, even if I have to beg somebody, like, hey, you have to hire my cousin. I have been very clear actually with them to be open, that for to be transparent, that this is my cousin. So I told my administrator friends when they called me, like Lee County, for example, Michelle is the principal. I said, Michelle, I for full transparency, that is my cousin. I just want you to know. I don't know if that's a good thing
She's
or a bad
very
thing.
good.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm telling you, that's my cousin.
We will still waiting.
Okay.
For the
Well,
feedback.
hopefully you'll get
Okay.
here, because Fran is one of the 13 West Memphis, that they receive offers, but the superintendent passed away. And then the whole, the school board was saying that they need to hold it to rescind the offers, because they really didn't know what the new superintendent will do. That's a sad thing, because we were so excited about them coming. We were processing the papers, and then we are told that. So that was sad. So anyhow, I guess God maybe has other plans.
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's it though. Other than that, you really did a very good job. You look, you look like you are really confident. And so if you just like get that like cheat sheet right there in front, or even memorize it without having to look at your cheat sheet in sentences, that would be way better. Okay. And that's it. You have any
Thank you very
questions?
much, ma'am.
Yeah, you have any question for
Thank
me?
you, Doc.
Yeah, you don't have any question.
Actually, I get in touch with Dr. Glenn about the visa sponsor since I started applying 2022 and naglaylo po ako. And then until now, I don't have any PI yet. So I'm still waiting for the perfect timing. And one of my co-teachers introduced this group. And so luckily, I have already this Zoom meeting tonight, this morning. So that's
Good.
it.
Good.
So
I'm
thank
so
you
glad
very
that
much,
you
Doc.
joined us. Who is your friend that told you about us?
Actually, he is already get a job offer, but he declined. So that's he. I think if you know him, he is Dr. Ronnie Sakad
Why did
from
he
Manila.
decline? Why did he decline?
I just do not know, Doc, for some
Oh,
personal reasons. Actually, he got 2 job offer from
nice.
Texas and what's the other one? Florida. Florida yata.
Those are
Yun
good.
daw.
Those are 2 good ones. Good states, big
Yeah,
states.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So he
Yeah.
must have chosen Florida. Well, I would not blame him, because Florida is like the Philippines here. The three states that are like the Philippines are Florida, California, and Hawaii. So if you don't want cold weather, you need to choose one of those: California, Florida, or Hawaii. Um, we had a couple, Dr. Elvin, that got hired in Honolulu, or anyway in Hawaii, and he said it's really beautiful. It's like the Philippines. I'm so jealous. My daughter lives there, so if she ever has a baby, I think I'm moving to Hawaii. I don't know, but it's beautiful, in California. But of course, the standard of living is so high. Like if you're staying in Arkansas, it may be, you may be spending about $500-$600 for your expenses for the month, and you're getting about 4,000 something. So you can save a lot. But if you are in these places, it's gonna be twice as much or 3 times as much. It's beautiful, but you're paying for that, because it's gonna be very high. So if you don't have somebody with you, it will be, you're talking about 1,800, 1,800, or close to 2,000 for an apartment. So it's really, really high, or a house. So in Arkansas, you're talking, lots less than that. Like they were thinking about, I think, what was it, Myrna? What was the original amount that you were going to be splitting for the rental? 300?
No,
500?
initially we plan the single, Erwin and the guys, they will be paying 500, but me and Joel will be paying 800 since we are couple.
Yeah. That's a pretty good deal because they were gonna be living in this really fancy house too. Really, really like it's almost like a mansion. It's like, but by the way, she did call me, the real estate person. So I need to call her after this Zoom because she's gonna check and see if you are still getting the house. Because I did leave her a message already the moment the superintendent passed, and I'm like, all these things are happening, and I really don't know who's gonna end up being hired close by. And that place is about 40 minutes from Brinkley. So, so it's kind of far away. And I don't know if somebody's really looking for an apartment for you, Joel. Do you know? Joel, does he have a possible apartment already? Housing?
None yet. Apartment for none yet, Doc. But anyway, we will ask favor from Sir Mike if he can help us for that.
Oh yeah, because Mike's gonna be there. Yeah.
Yeah, there will be.
There's actually an apartment across the road from the school, like walking distance. Okay. So if some of you are driving already, you may want to work on your international teaching driving license.
Apartment.
Yeah. Do you have a driver's license there? You got international?
Yeah, Joel is driving here, Doc.
Okay. Well,
yeah, he's driving here, so hopefully he can have the international driving license.
Yeah, you have to switch it to international teacher at driver's license. That way you can drive here. Otherwise, even if you have a license, you still have to retake the test here anyway because you have to learn the laws. Which means that you have to take the written test and then the actual driving, which should be easy if you've been driving already. Okay, very.
Gusto ko rin. Malay mo ito pag
Who said that?
Nakakayala.
Who's?
Wala yung nakakarinig, pero
Aloni. Aloni, do you want to
evening,
Yeah, good evening. Anyway, okay, we'll go ahead and finish. I will close that up. We're gonna go to we're gonna circle back to Manchita. What is it, Mina?
Up
Is
next,
Manchita back?
Mom Manchita. Mom Manchita, are you here now? Oh yeah, Mom Manchita is here.
There she is. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, good evening. Okay. I graduated Bachelor of Elementary Education, and I have pre-elementary as my field of specialization. And I have 17 years in teaching, and I could say that I almost handled all the grades in elementary except 4. And at present, I'm handling grade 2. And then, why did I try applying in the US? Aside from to try to have greener pasture, aside from that, I would like to connect also to what Ma'am Aloni said a while ago, that if I will go to the US, I'm not bringing myself, but I'm bringing the Philippine culture. So I would like to share also the Philippine culture, and I would like to learn also the US culture as well. And of course, I'd like to try new venture, because I could say that in my 17 years in teaching here in the Philippines, I'd like to try new venture in teaching there. And my philosophy in teaching is that as a teacher, I could say that teaching is a commitment, and you really have to have the heart so that you could make a difference in the learners that you're going to handle every year in your class. That's it, Mom.
Okay. Very, very good. I can tell that do you have a cheat sheet, or you just already know what you're gonna say? Do you have a cheat sheet there? It's not obvious if you did.
Mom, I have a guide, or I just numbered it from the introduction, myself, my education, my job position, and so on. And yeah, I just put a number.
Yep, good. And you put it right there by your camera, so you're still looking at me. Perfect. Okay. That's when when you have the confidence, you are exuding confidence, which is good. You're smiling and you're looking in the camera. That's a very good thing to do. You may want to do you want to blur, like you go to your virtual background and do a blur, because it's kind of your background is gonna be it's gonna distract folks. You know how mine is blurred? Yeah, try to blur it next time, okay? And then I love your philosophy. You may want to, like Myrna said, try to explain it. Give me 1 or 2 sentences about it, because you said you believe about, teaching is a commitment, and, you want to instill the love and so on. So do another, like a
I
detail.
always believe that every learner that I handled every year is that it's either I could mold them or I could do the other way around. So yeah, it's I am very particular with looking at their strength and weaknesses. So I am very careful with the way I handle, especially in the how do you call it? They are 7, 8 years old. So that's it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have comment from, so my Memphis 13. I'm picking on them today because they're always here, and I want to be able to make a good use of them. And so Maria Lovely and Giselle, I see you. So any of you want to do a comment on her introduction?
Good evening, Doc.
Good evening. There's Maria Lovely. She's already coming
Yes,
to
good
perimeter.
evening. The participants for tonight's Zoom. We welcome you all here and congratulate you for becoming the member of the international with Doc Merlina. So with the self-introduction made by Ma'am Menchita Daxig, I actually love that you have mentioned about teaching is a commitment. Really, that's for me, it's an edge for you to be hired, ma'am. Because it's per experience, we should be really we should be really natural in what we are going to say during our interview. So for me, ma'am, if that's that way, you will going to be hired. Let's claim it, ma'am.
Yeah, you got the fluency.
Yeah.
And you actually have that like conversation mode, right? It's almost like you're just talking to me instead of memorizing something. And you can tell when somebody's memorizing because they're looking up, they're looking at you like this. They're not talking to me, they're talking to us. So that's gonna be obvious. So Mary Lovely, very good pick up on that one. Do you mind introducing yourself real quick too? Because
Yes.
here, yes.
Again, I am Maria Lovely Di Buen Viaje. I think I was a member last year with Dr. Elvin Beran. That he is actually my principal back then. He is still here in the Philippines. I am a member of the West Memphis 13, named by Doc Marlena, and fortunately, I was hired at Perimeter Behavioral at Forest City, Arkansas, together with Sir Erwin Angelo Baduria. Yes, and we are actually doing our J1 visa processing with Green Heart. So this coming Monday, Doc Marlena, I am scheduled with Green Heart to have my interview with them.
Good luck.
And yeah, thank you, Doc. Hopefully, with the tips given by Sir Erwin Angelo, I will not mention any more H1B. We're experienced.
That's funny. Learn from my experience, Ma'am Lovely.
Yeah.
I will not mention it para sure na talaga. But that's for those who are aspiring to be teaching in the United States, good luck to all of you. Just be yourself during your interview, and tell honestly kung ano man, be honest with your answers. I think that's really a helpful one for you to be hired. So
very
thank you,
good.
Doc.
Thank you, Mary Lovely. I think the point that Mary Lovely is saying about do not mention H1B when you're being interviewed for J1 visa, because you have to remember H1B has the intent to stay. J1 visa should be a teacher exchange. You are there, to learn something about the culture of the US so that you can come back to the Philippines and teach it. So I think there's a 2-year physical requirement, which means once you serve your 5 years. So for example, if you're even given 2-3 years, And then you can renew that up to 5 years. And after that, you have to, after the 5 years max, that's your maximum, then you can go back to the Philippines and teach for 2 years in the Philippines and share what you learned. And then you can come back as many times to the US. You can, if the school still wants you back, you might be able to come back, or, you can get another employer. But that's what it is. The only time that people will actually be staying is like if they married somebody here, or I think there's some very small chance that they get a waiver or something, but that is something you never talk about, okay? That could happen, but you should say you are here to learn and to teach. You learn about a culture and you teach about a culture when you go back, because the expectation is, I think, every quarter, I don't know, every month or so, they are asked to share with a visa sponsor the cultural things that you have shared or learned. So so it is a learning thing, and it is not a permanent thing, okay? Erwin mentioned something about H-1B when he was interviewed, and that's a big no-no. I mean, he was like denied. He was like said no by Greenheart, and they have to pretty much, appeal it, and I think he's back on again. But I think he'll learn a very hard lesson. And, a lot of time you are not going to get another chance. So, and I think maybe they give a chance because they are, there's going to be 4 of them in the school. But yeah, but lesson learned, especially on your embassy interview for a J1 visa, never, never, never mention. They're going to try to trick you to say, if you're going to be loving the US, are you going to stay? The answer, of course, is no. I have to go back to the Philippines and teach for 2 years, and and all that. If I ever want to come back after 5 years, then that's going to be different. We're going to see that later. But right now, I know I'm going to maximum in the United States is 5 years for J1. And then I have to go back and teach what I've learned for 2 years in the Philippines. So that's what it is. That's why it's really important that when you show your paperwork, it shows that you really have a reason to come back. Like some of the folks like leave their kid there. Like example, if you have 5 kids, 4 kids, you might take 2, you might be able to take 2, and then the other 2 are there. Of course, you're gonna have to come back because you got 2 kids left there. That would be a thing to do. Some of them would be saying, well, I've got a house there. You might want to put like a proof that you own your house, and you're not going to just leave your house, or so you can do picture of it, or show that you own it, or some kind of affidavit saying that you do. Anyway, so it has to show that is a burden for you to show that I am coming back. I'm not here to immigrate to the Philippines, to the US. I'm here to learn and then teach. Okay. So that's very important. Very, very good thing that you mentioned that, Erwin and Maria Lovely. Okay, Giselle, do you have any comment for them?
Hello, Doc.
Yeah.
I would not really comment for today because I am outside. Abby is home. He will be taking the kids. She has already processed the papers of the kids, so she'll be bringing them there. The 3 of the girls, the 3 girls.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, she is very busy. That's why wala kaming oras na to get together, Doc. That's why we are here outside. But I'm listening, Doc.
Yeah.
And it's very noisy outside.
Yeah. Well, is Abby gonna be able to talk to us real quick? Say hi.
Yes, Doc. I'm going to call Abby.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Abigail. Yeah, she's here, Doc.
Yeah. Okay, everyone. Well, I'll be waiting for Abby. Abby is actually a teacher here already. I brought her here, and she is now in the process of getting her kids. Hey, girl, I'm so happy for you. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm so happy for you bringing your girls home soon. I want to meet them.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, soon. We went to the U.S. Embassy last week. We went there like Wednesday. No, Thursday. Our scheduled interview was Friday, and it was approved. We were so happy. I was with my mom and dad, with my sister and 3 kids. We stayed there for 2 nights and 2 days, so it was all worth it.
Congratulations. Oh my God, that is so cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you're gonna drive them to Salem, right? So I get to meet them.
Soon.
Okay.
Soon, of course, soon.
All
I got
right.
invited to your wedding anniversary. but I don't think I'd be able to make it. I'll be back there by maybe the 20th of July. So.
Okay. Well, you just have to do a special visit or something. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you let me know? Yeah. I'll be watching on
Yes, ma'am.
Facebook. I'm sure you'll face. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for saying
Yes,
hi. Yeah. Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Have fun.
I'm having a
Okay.
good time here.
All right. Have a good trip back. Okay. Bye,
Thank
Abby.
you.
Okay. Anyway, Abby and that whole family, there's Abby, of course, a Girly. Girly is here too. That's same family bunch. And Girly, where's Girly at? Girly. You want to talk to you want to say hi, Girly? Uh-huh.
Yes, Doc. Good morning, Doc, and good evening, of everyone from the Philippines. By the way, I'm Girly Poligratis, and yeah, I'm one of the West Memphis 13 actually, and then we suddenly have that. I guess that's bad news for us, but I guess it's God's redirection for me. I don't know, but I'm taking it that way. I actually have a sister in the US. I don't know if she's here, but she's my sister Ate Leslie.
Leslie's
And
always here, so I don't know if
actually,
she's here today.
yeah, actually, um, I I I am the new member of the Perimeter Forest Behavioral School, and just to give you a little background on what happened, after the announcement that West Memphis 13 will not pursue with the hiring of the international teachers, Dr. Merlina actually emailed us the day after. It was early in the morning. She really went beyond and above and beyond for us because she scheduled an those high school teachers for the perimeter, and luckily the first result was that we are four who got hired, but eventually when the decision was being finalized, it was actually Mom Lovely and Sir Erwin and Mom Glory who got the job offer or who got the job. So I was grateful still because I was part of the interview, and it's all okay for me. But then I don't know. I prayed hard because I already got a J1 visa sponsor, and I don't want to waste the sponsorship that they gave me that was actually with the Global Educational Concept. So there was one time, I don't know, Doc, if you knew about it, but actually that was Monday when Sir Mike called me early in the morning, and he was like mentioning about, you mentioned to him that if you have a talk with Ma'am Paulette or Miss Paulette, and that he actually asked if I received a job offer, and I said no. And no, sir. And also my sister was calling me like, did you receive a job offer? Because I have talked to Dr. Merlina, and I don't know what's really going on, but that really gave me hope that maybe Miss Paulette is going to reconsider my application for the perimeter. And then so um I actually really have the job offer, but I think it was a lot of help from Dr. Merlina. I guess that's really what's happening for me because Dr. Merlina is aware that my J1 visa sponsorship from Global Educational Concepts is about to expire. And that was it. I was so happy. I'm happy, but at the same time, I'm still praying for everybody else with the West Memphis 13 that we could all get a job offer and we could be seeing each other in the US real soon or maybe this school year. I think that would be all, Doc. Again,
Yeah.
thank you so much, Doc Marie.
Thank you. Hi, Girly. Did she finish her verification thing online? Did Miss Paulette do that?
I think Doc she completed it because this morning she actually sent me an email telling that application completed. It was a reply with GEC's email. So she actually replied, which was CC'd to me, application completed, and at the same time I replied, thank you so much, Miss Paulette, for sparing your time in answering the verification for me. But then she replied to me, can you please give me a call? And then putting her number. So So I really called her, but the first thing that I did is I emailed her that if it is possible for me to call her, to maybe just have a Zoom meeting or Google meeting or via Messenger, because it will be very expensive for me to call her. But she did not reply, so I went on loading my my SIM, and then I called her twice, but she did not accept the call because I was just I was redirected to a voice message. So I just left her a voice message. I don't know if the email was really intended for me, but I really called her twice. I don't know if she has, or maybe she's asking about the global educational concepts, or it could be anything else that she wants to talk about. But yeah, Doc, I'm waiting for her reply until now.
Okay, yeah, you have to remember she's such a busy lady because she's a director, like a principal there. Plus, she also teaches, so that's a lot of hats, especially for a facility like that. You know, this is a 60-bed facility for boys. These are not boys; these are boys that were in trouble. You know, in the different parts of the country, in Arkansas and other states, but they are not in jail or anything. They're not in juvenile. They're not in juvie or anything. But there's like before juvie. So that's why they need to have that transition and that help in order for them to avoid going into juvie. So, juvie here is a juvenile, court, thing, juvenile, like almost like a jail for teenagers. But that's not a jail. It's actually a behavioral facility to correct behaviors and to just follow what the court says that they have to do so that they would not go to deeper trouble. So it's a lot of these kids are actually, they're boys 11 up. A bunch of these kids may have been taken away from home, very bad home life, maybe abused by somebody, by the parents or whatever. And then parents are in jail, some of them, and some of them have drug addicted parents. And it's pretty sad life, sad life experiences. So I think Miss Paulette, when she was interviewing folks, she was looking for those that might be tough enough. Like, you don't want somebody weak, because they're going to eat your lunch, so to speak. That means that they're going to abuse and, cross boundaries and so on. If you are they think that you're weak, you're not very good at discipline, they're going to abuse that. Okay. And they're going to be testing you the first week or month. But the beauty of it is there's always 3 adults with them. So there are always going to be 4 adults in the room. So they will never be alone with the boys by themselves. But the teacher, to me, that's pretty good. You have three people they are hired just to, make sure that they do the discipline. They cannot be, you do some discipline, but it's actually those 3 others that would help you a lot. So your job is to teach, which is good. I think that's a good setup for me. I did observe it. I did go down there for one afternoon, the whole afternoon, and I observed, because before I would recommend anyone to that facility, I want to see to make sure that you are actually going to be safe. I don't want to send you to a place where you could be in danger, because just hearing the facility itself and what it does, it scared me at first. So I really wanted to check it out. Because I feel like you're my family and I don't want to send my family members to a place where you're not safe. So it was so nice to see 3 adults in the room, with a teacher. So don't be scared. I think you're tough enough, the 4 of you. I don't know if Joan is here. Okay, so it's we did number 3.
We go to Miss Deborah Katubi.
Okay, Deborah.
Ma'am Deborah.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you, Doc McCullough, and everyone for having me. I hope you all are doing great. So I am Deborah Jail, Amper from the Philippines. I am a public school teacher for 2 years. And I finished the degree of Bachelor of Physical Education, but currently I am teaching music, arts, physical education, and health in all the levels of junior high school, like from grade 7 to grade 10. And also I classroom advice. And one made me realize that we must not that we must listen to their voices as well. So right now, I do love teaching here in the Philippines, but I want to be more challenge. And of course, I want to get out of my comfort zone, and because I wanted to grow and learn more in the field of teaching. And I believe that wherever I go in this world, or we teachers, wherever we go in this world, our goal is to teach the young people, the young individuals, for them to learn and for them to live a much better place in the future. That would be all, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So what is your philosophy of teaching?
My philosophy is, since I am a physical education graduate or teacher, I believe that children learn by doing. For example, in my class, I have students who doesn't learn easily when you are going to just discuss there, like all over the class time. You're just like discuss and discuss, but then when you teach them how to do it, and then they will do it, and then yes, they will learn. They will learn, and through doing it on their own. Like, yes.
So you're doing a gradual release of responsibility, or GRR strategy, which is like you do it as a teacher. So you say, I do it, and then we do it together, right? We do it together with the kids, and then now the kids can do it by themselves. Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, that's a GRR. That's a gradual release of responsibility.
We do it, they do it.
That's right. I do it, we do it, you do it. Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, that's a good one. Have you been applying at www.schoolspring.com?
Yes, I have tried to look on it, Doc. In Las Vegas, I guess because they need 200 teachers, so I tried.
Yeah, so Las Vegas and Nevada, everyone, you might want to you might want to Google in quotation mark Las Vegas School District plus Nevada, something like that. That way you can see their vacancies. Myrna, can you search for the link and put that on the chat for us, please? Somebody.
What's the link again? What's the link again, Doc Merlina?
You need to Google Las Vegas School District plus Nevada.
Okay,
and,
okay.
Yeah, and put quotation mark on the Las Vegas School District.
Thank you. Thank you.
Has to show up, all of them. Yeah. And then so you put it on the chat, and then that way you all can copy and paste it on a new document. That way you can visit it and apply. Okay. I don't want you to just wait for me to get your name out there. You need to also be proactive by applying directly. Okay. If it happens through my introduction, that's good, but you also need to give yourself more opportunities by applying in the in that schoolspring.com, or I think, Myrna, if you can find that job postings of the 50 states, you might want to also post that, because it has the 50 states. Remember that one? Do you have that?
Yeah. Doc Merlina, actually, I'm asking favor from Sir if I have to pass to Sir John, because in here in Qatar, we cannot just access to
Google?
to all these websites. Yes, unless we are in VPN.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay. So
yes,
that's
yes.
really
There's
a
a
very,
limit. Yeah. Sometimes we can browse, but we have to set it in VPN.
Yeah. So maybe Gurley can also help if she wants to.
Yes, thank you, Doc. Thank you.
Yeah. But anyway, so just post it if you don't mind. But I think Deborah, you're very fluent, you're very confident. And how are you on your technology? Do you know a lot about technology? Because teaching in America, you have to know technology, even if you're teaching health or whatever, the other non-core areas, because you will still have, most schools have Google Classroom. You're going to have to know at least Google Classroom. So for those who do not know Google Classroom, you need to go to YouTube and put Google Classroom. There's, I think, Google Classroom 101 or something that shows you how to do it. And you practice with it, play with it, okay? Because it's free.
Yes, I am already using that one. I am applying it in my class, even though sometimes students in here doesn't have phones, but I tried to use the school's facility for them to know how to use the technology.
Very good. Make sure you mention that on your introduction. okay? Because they're looking for fluency, how fluent are you? And they're looking for your technology knowledge, okay? So you need to make sure that you mention how much technology, on top of Google Classroom that I already use, I also use, Google Docs or Google Sheet, Google whatever form, and also the Microsoft, Word and the Office suites. So all of the Microsoft products. So you mentioned those because that always puts you in an edge because on a better, better chance because because that's one thing that they are finding is that some of those teachers that have a lot of experience, maybe 20 years of experience, but then they don't know technology. They have not been updating themselves technology. I have been in education for more than 30 years, but I'm one of those trainers for technology because I'm always embracing it. I always want to learn what's out there that's new, and then I teach others. Once I've learned it for myself, then I make sure that I teach others. And so you do that, and then you share it with somebody that way. When you have taught it, then you know it more, right? So be sure that you, especially for those that had more than 15 years of experience, more than 10 years, you want to prove that, yes, I have this much experience, but I am also up to date on my technological knowledge, because the apps right now, there's so many out there that you can use, and Google Classroom is just the number one thing that they're going to want to know if you know those. Okay. And you, Deborah, having 2 years of experience, you just have barely enough because I think it's 2 years. Some of them want 3 years, but I think 2 years is what they immigration requires, that you have to have at least 2 years of experience in the field that you have a degree on. So in the Philippines, I know some of you, finish high school and then you're teaching elementary. Those are not good because you need to apply when you have the at least 2 years. If you're elementary, you need to have at least 2 years elementary experience, because if you have a misalignment is what they call it, when you have a elementary degree and you're teaching high school or vice versa, that's a misalignment, you're not going to get approved. That's one of the things that visa sponsors would look for, is that you have an alignment of your experience and your credential. So if you're in that case where you have a misalignment, you really need to talk to your principal and see if they could, or whoever you need to talk to in your school, to put you in the degree that you have. If you're really wanting to come to the US, you need to have the degree plus the experience in the same field. Okay. So they're not as flexible here at all. They want you to have the experience on the same field that you finish in. Okay, so if you're a high school teacher, you have to be teaching high school. If you're a math teacher, you need to be teaching math instead of something else, if that is your degree, okay? All right, but I think the grade thing itself is really a strict one for them because I see this a lot on those resume, cover letter that teachers send me. I notice a lot of misalignment, and a bunch also, most of the visa sponsors would actually require a master's degree. So even if the master's degree is in another field, it's fine. You just need to have it. But I found cultural visas is they don't require it. So there are still some visa sponsors that do not require it. They just need to have your bachelor's plus at least 2 years of experience. That's aligned, okay? All right. Any question for me, Deborah? By the way, when somebody asks you at the end of the interview, do you have a question for me? The answer is always yes, you have a question for them. And your question to them is not about money, because those things are going to be posted in their website. You should have already, once you got the interview appointment, the thing that you should have done is look at their website, look at everything on their website, especially their discipline, how do they do their discipline? So that's their handbook for teachers. There's handbook for students, handbook for parents. Read those because you want to know more about them. If you can memorize their vision or mission or whatever the shorter one is, and then incorporate in your answer, that's really impressive. Okay, so make sure that you do your homework like that. Ask them about what kinds of PDs or professional development will be afforded. Will I be allowed to go attend, especially for a new teacher in the U.S. So what are the opportunities that I can do to learn more about strategies or whatever that's being used in the US. So things like that you need to ask about, that shows that you are you have a growth mindset, and that you are really wanting to learn and learn more. Okay? You're not just saying, what, how much am I gonna get paid? In Arkansas, you get paid $50,000 to start. That's about close to 3 million. So in, I think Texas maybe that 10,000 more, but of course they're also higher in their living expenses. So just kind of, think about it that way, that if even if I get paid more, but if I have to spend more, it's going to be similar. So think about that. And also you can ask them about housing, for example. What are the available, accommodations closer to the school and all that they may have and all that. So if you have questions that you're not sure, should I ask it, email me and I'll be able to tell you that and give you some ideas possibly. And if you have an interview and you're really worried because this is your first time of being interviewed by a panel or by a principal, superintendent, you're welcome to email me and say you want to practice with me one-on-one, and I do that. I have done that with a bunch of folks. So that will give you a confidence because I will comment on your answers and I will show you how to improve your answers. There is a Josephine videos that I have shared with everybody. If you look on our YouTube channel, there's a Josephine video where I was interviewing Josephine along with Maria. And she did a very good job. And I asked her, can I share this? And she said, okay. She did a very good job. And I also added some things to her answer, but she was one of those that really answered really well. And so I have posted her videos. There's 2 videos of Josephine interview. And there's also like an PowerPoint and some interview tips that I have put. Every time somebody would send me a cover letter and a resume, I always give you the link to all those documents I said. Okay, so if you haven't done that, make sure you do so you can get that document that tells you everything about what to do in applying in the US and a bunch of links, that should be helpful to you. So, and also, by the way, please share my information or my link from my Facebook or YouTube, whatever, to folks, especially the ones teaching special ed. We are so, in need of special ed across Arkansas. I have one school alone that needed like 10 of them, and in one school. And so if you know of any special ed teachers that are at least have 2 years of experience and they have to have finished, not started, finish their master's, for example, in special ed, or that is their bachelor's, that's okay too. But make sure it's finished, not just hours of it. It has to be finished, completed, where you have the diploma or certificate or whatever it is that would show on your FCE or foreign credential, evaluation that you have it completed, because that's what's making the vacancies in Arkansas, because they changed the rules this coming school year, that if you teach special ed in Arkansas, you have to be fully certified as a special ed teacher. So those that are still getting their masters, they're not going to be able to come back because they have to be fully certified. And they changed that this year. So a bunch of teachers that were only, still going to school for it, they were put in other areas because special ed is very strict now. So please tell others in your school or whoever related to anybody that's special ed, please let them know that we need some. I think they can find a job pretty easily if you have that certification. And especially, in fact, if you're special ed and you have not been getting an interview at all, you email me. If you already have sent me, you need to say, you already have my, resume and my cover letter, but I have not gotten an interview. Please help me. And I will be able to personally send that link to the administrator themselves, because I have a lot of emails asking me for special ed right now. Okay. So Deborah, that's it. Number 5. Who's number 5?
We have Brooke Parawan.
Okay.
For number 5, Brooke Parawan.
Yes, Doc.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Especially to your doc, Dr. Merlina. I am Brooke Shield Finian Parawan. My career includes 4 years teaching at a private school wherein I was a preschool teacher, and promoted to be a preschool coordinator. And currently, I am connected to a public school here in the Philippines. And academically, I have fortified my experience by acquiring 51 masteral hours in early childhood education. My teaching philosophy is creating a safe and nurturing environment wherein the classroom is welcoming, wherein the learners feel valued and respected. This includes promoting positive behavior, building strong relationships, and involving emotional support. And the reason why I want to teach in the US is for personal growth and experience, wherein I can learn new perspectives, adopt the culture, my adaptability and problem solving skills will be developed as well. That would be all, Doc.
Okay. You really need to fix your background, okay? It's kind of background is kind of mess.
Yeah,
right
I'm very sorry about that. Yes.
No, you need to make sure.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. You need to blur
Yes,
it,
Doc.
okay? Blur it. And
Yes,
because that
Doc.
would really help a lot. So
Okay,
I'm
Doc.
sorry, I'm very picky about that because that's your first impression, okay? Hang on, I'm
Yeah, sorry about that.
I'm gonna let me cough.
Okay, Doc.
Anyway, no problem. You're very efficient on your introduction. You were very, you know what you're gonna do and say. You might even need to slow down because you just and give an explanation instead of just like list. And like Myrna said, give an example because that would always help. I like that you said personal growth. You want personal growth, and also mention culture, especially if you're going to be on J1 visa. Do a cultural, use the word cultural experiences, cultural growth, cultural exchange, those things. Do you have any? So you only mentioned preschool. So does that mean you only taught preschool? You have not taught like other elementary grades? Uh-oh, I can't hear you.
I was sorry about that. When I was assigned, or when I started in the public school, that was way back 2018. I was assigned directly in a grade 6 level. So I experienced for 3 years teaching in grade 6, and followed by a 2-year teaching in grade 7, Doc.
Okay.
This was because due to insufficient teachers, so I was assigned to the high school, and then just last year, fortunately, I was able to use my masteral degree. I am handling until now a kindergarten, or I am a kindergarten teacher now.
Okay, but but see, notice that when you just do the introduction earlier, you just did kindergarten. So as a principal, I would say, okay, so is this teacher only gonna be kindergarten? So it's very important to
okay, I need to specify. Okay,
yes, you need to mention that I've also taught
okay,
for 3 years and 2 years in grade 7.
Yes.
And it's good that you explained like you did. But you always need to mention those because they are taking notes of where you'll be a good fit. Okay, so if you mention those, okay, put her in 6th grade, because a lot of times they don't really have any opening in preschool, because here in America, preschool, in some preschool places, they don't even have to have the license. They're just going to be like classified. So kindergarten, of course, they have to be certified. But in a lot of places, when it's just a preschool, they do not have to be certified. They can have a high school diploma and can do it. So you really need to show that you have experiences in other grades. Okay. So for everyone else, make sure that you do mention, I have taught this grade, and this grade. Okay. So you do that. So they would know. In some bigger schools, they would have a panel of principals. Like, for example, in a school with 6 different elementary schools, they would invite all the 6 principals, and all these principals taking notes to see, and then they talk about it and see which one you would be a good fit in in what school, and in what grade, of course. That's going to be a lot of the component of their decision, is that which grade this teacher had experience in. That's where we're going to put her, because they're going to try to, sometimes they even ask you, like, what grade will you prefer? Be ready to be thinking about what grade would I want to say if I'm being asked, especially for elementary. What grades in elementary will you be? Because a lot of times they have more than one opening, but they're just trying to decide on which one fits. Okay, so be ready to see what your favorite grades are, possibly. Like in mine, I have taught elementary and high school. My favorite is fourth grade. I've done 7 years of it, and it's like really fun grade because they're still sweet and they can write essays already. They can already express themselves, and they're still very kind and sweet about it. Yeah, so that's my favorite age, actually. In high school,
Exactly.
I was actually surprised that I actually loved my 11th graders, because they're already like pretty much like an adult. They talk to you like an adult already, and they already have plans. They already are thinking about college, and they're more mature to me because I taught 8th and 11th grade, and they're more mature. So I like 11th grade, and then I like 4th. So you can include those things if you want. Okay. All right. So what's the one that you need to improve if you're going to have an actual interview? What are you going to improve?
I have to mention the one that you said earlier, that I have to mention my experiences. Like I was able to teach in other grade level.
And then how about your background? You're going to remember your background, right? Your virtual background.
I do remember.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm very sorry about that.
No problem at all.
I'm so sorry.
No problem at all. So anyway, yeah, just remember that on your actual interview. And so feel free to tell me if you have an actual interview, and I'll be glad to practice with you. Okay. So one day,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. One day I was fishing with my husband in our pond, which is very close to my house, right? You see a lot of mine on those that are on Facebook with me. And then my phone rang, and it was one of these teachers that was about to have the interview. And he said, "Oh my gosh, I'm so panicking. I don't know, can you please practice with me?" So here I am by my pond and with my phone. And I was over there practicing with him on my Zoom. So I just set up a Zoom real quick and we practiced. And that teacher got a job. I think he's in Florida now. And so he said, thank you. Because he was like, "Oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm going to do." And so he was very confident after he answered my questions. I said, "You are ready. You just need to add this, and this, and you're fine." And so anyway, but he said that really helped him gain the confidence, like, I can do this, because there are some that would panic. Once they get that interview for the very first time, they're going to say, "Oh my God, what am I going to do?" But if you have watched any of our videos on the YouTube, you would really be able to see, a lot of people interviewing, and some of the things that I corrected them and added to it. Those are things you should learn from. Okay, or what not to do, or how not to pronounce something, or you say colleague instead of colleague. Okay, colleagues. All right. So question for me. Brooke. By the way, Brooke Shield, your mom must
I don't have, Doc, as of now. I don't have.
Hey, they're gonna comment on your name, Brooke Shield.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I noticed her name because of the Brooke Shield. Okay, number 6.
Number 6 is Ma'am Arlene Manangkil.
Okay. Miss Arlene.
Hi, ma'am. Good
Hello.
evening. Hello, everyone out there. My name is Arlene Manangkil from the Philippines. I'm from Tarlac City, Philippines. I've done my bachelor's degree in Tarlac State University, Bachelor of Elementary Education. I specialize in music, arts, and health. And I graduated in 2003, and at the same year I was took the licensure examination for teacher, and luckily I passed it, ma'am. So same year I hired in private school. I taught from grades 1 to 6 as a math teacher, and grades 1 to 3 I am a Philippine teacher, and grades 4 to 6 TLE teacher. And in after 2 years, the school this school changed its name uh, from New Christian Era Learning Center to Scholastica de Lumar Academy. So in Scholastica de Lumar Academy, I was assigned as a preparatory teacher. So the pre-LM teacher for 2 years. And after that, I was applied in public school. So luckily, I was hired in May 15, 2013, ma'am. So my grade assignment was in grade 4. Until now, I am a grade 4 teacher, ma'am. Teaching music, arts, PE, and health, and also Filipino, ELE, and science, math, sometimes math, and but in but music, arts, and PE are those are my major. And in our school, I was assigned my previous boss or my previous principal as a grade chairman in grade 4. And in 2015, I got my um, outstanding teacher in grade 4, ma'am. We are six subjects. We have 6 subjects in grade 4. So there's a time that they was assigned also me as a school music vocal person. So luckily until now, I am a music vocal person in our school, and I am drum and lyre corps coordinator and the advisor of the T club in our school. And then my skills are singing, of course, dancing, and volley.
I can't hear. I can't hear.
She got muted. Ma'am Arlene, you're muted, Ma'am Arlene.
Hi, ma'am. Hello. Okay.
Okay, that means that you're gonna have that time is up. Okay, so you need to finish it up, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Up, you're muted again. You're muted again. Okay.
Oh yes, in 2012. So all in all, I have 11 years. I am 11 years in public school, ma'am. And my philosophy in life, because I believe, ma'am, in creating and supportive and inclusive learning environment where students are actively engaged in their own learning process. Because I prioritize individualized instruction in our school, especially the learner, ma'am.
Okay.
And
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Arlene. You went on and on and on and on about it. I can tell that you did not practice. I want you to practice that it needs to stay within 2 minutes, okay? Because you could have said, I have 11 years of experience, so many years in public, so many years in private. You don't have to tell me the story about how many years of this, how many years. Nope, you just tell me the numbers. Okay, this and this, and I taught this grade, and this grade. And then,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, because you had other extra information that they really would not need at all. And you also look at the notes a lot, especially right at the end. So you need to practice. I want you to practice, and I want you to look in the mirror. I want you to practice in front of your family. And then when you're ready for that, you might want to, film yourself and watch it and say, okay, am I ready? Because sorry to be frank, but you're not right now. Yeah. And I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I also want to be realistic about it, that you have got to practice because you have sounds like experience. You've got the knowledge, but you just need, the key to getting a job in America is the interview. Okay. They're not going to get in without a good interview because you have to impress them. And right now, I'm sorry, but you have not impressed me yet, but I know you'll get there. That's what growth mindset is. You're not there yet. Yet is the favorite word. So you will get there. Okay. And I want to encourage you and not to discourage you. I want to encourage you to practice and just, make it smooth and come back. And I want you to, after you feel confident that, okay, I'm ready, then you feel free to come back and say, I want to reintroduce myself. I am more confident or whatever. So, but other than that, you should be okay. You need to mention technology possibly. I want to practice with everyone how to say MATH. How do you pronounce that? MATH. What? Math. Okay.
Math.
Yep. Math. Okay. I don't know. For some reason, some of us mispronounce.
Math.
Yeah, math. Yes, math. Make sure that's a TH and it's math. And I don't know how. There's a difference on how some people say math. There's math. I teach math. Okay. How about SCIENCE? How do you say that?
Science.
Good.
Science.
Good.
Science.
Should be saying science. Okay, not
Science.
do not say science.
Science.
Yep.
Oh,
Do not say
Science.
science as if it's a S-I-G. It doesn't sound, it should not sound like S-I-G-N-S.
Science.
It should be
Science. Two
science.
syllables.
I teach science. Okay, so there's like a 2 syllables instead of
Two
science.
syllables, yes.
Science. Okay.
Science.
I speak. Yeah. There you go. See, Myrna is a science teacher. She's not a science. She's not a science teacher. She's a science teacher.
Science.
Yeah. So that's all. But it is a cultural thing. That's what we do in the Philippines. So I am a Filipino. I understand that, but they may not get it. Why is this person not able to pronounce science? And I'm not picking on you, Arlene, on this. It's going to be a cultural thing, everybody. Okay. It's a science and math subjects. A lot of times they'll put science and math as, something assigned to one teacher. They will put that together. So you're a good science and math teacher. Okay. Arlene, do you have a question for me quickly? What question will you ask? You don't have any question right now?
I will email you now.
Oh, sounds good. And then be sure that you if you would rather like call me and we can do a one-on-one, I'll be glad to coach you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I don't mind that.
I will, ma'am.
Thank you for being
Yes,
so
ma'am.
open-minded about. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Because you have the right attitude. You're not mad about it because it comes from the heart that of helping, okay, of coaching, not of ever insulting. Yeah, because nobody's perfect. Okay, so who's number 7? Thank you again.
Doc Merlina, I think Sir John Jefferson is raising his hand.
Yeah, go ahead,
Do you
John.
have something to say, Sir John?
Yes, John.
Yes, Doc. Good evening.
Good
Well,
evening.
actually, since we're talking about how we're going to pronounce things, and most of the time we are going to be encountering interviews. So I just would like to ask, what is the correct pronunciation of the word superintendent?
Oh, superintendent. Superintendent. This is the district.
Okay, Doc. So it's superintendent.
Yeah. How do you?
Yes, Doc. Because because here in the Philippines, we are actually confused. Most of the time, they are telling us, if I'm doing the event hosting of school, they are telling me that it should be superintendent. And since most of the time, I'm asking them, it should not be pronounced as superintendent because I don't know if there's a shoe in there. But I believe that should be superintendent. So that's why I'm asking because yes, Doc, because if you are going to encounter interviews, most of the time, the one who's going to interview would be the superintendent or the assistant superintendent.
Right.
So it might be a mistake for Filipino teachers because you might say that you are interviewed by the superintendent, which is wrong. So
it's wrong.
Thank you very much. You have clarified that one.
Good job. That's a good one because John, you're an English teacher, right? You're an English teacher. You're math teacher.
No, Doc. I'm a computer Computer science teacher,
Computer
Doc.
science. Okay. So that's a very good point to make because I have heard superintendent. So do not put an H on it, okay? It's just superintendent. And if you mispronounce something simple like that, you might not get a job because they're gonna be afraid that the kids will be confused because you do not pronounce the words correctly. And one of the standards in that principals would look at is communicating. What was it? Clear communication. So if you are communicating clearly, it's one of the things they're going to be looking for. That's why your introduction is so important that you show that you are fluent. Okay, that you are fluent, you're pronouncing words correctly. You're not. Darlene, you might want to mute yourself, sweetheart. Okay, Darlene. Asa ka matulog, pero you need you need to mute it for me. Myrna, if you can help me with that, thank you. You might want to mute everyone. Everyone, if you're not talking to me, please mute. Yeah, I don't think we want to know where you're going to sleep tonight, Darlene. I'm joking with you. Anyway, so John, thank you so much for that because that's a really good reminder for us because, you know, it's a bunch of the teachers or administrators will actually understand that that is something from our culture. But I always say when you know better, you should do better. And if you're not sure, you Google it and you hit that you need to put the word pronunciation. And then when you see that, you know, when you search that, then it would have a microphone and a microphone would actually pronounce it for you. So if you're not sure, you need to use Google and put the word pronunciation with it, and you will hear it being said. So that's a good thing to know how to pronounce something. Okay. All right. So who's next? Is there anybody else?
Go to number 7, Miss Aisha Barzo.
Okay, Aisha.
Number 7. Good morning, Mom.
Hello.
Hello.
Uh-huh.
So my name, Mom.
Uh-huh.
I'm good evening to everyone. Also to Mom. Wait, I feel nervous actually.
No, don't be. I'm just a Filipino. Take two. That's fine.
My first time.
No problem.
And take two. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you so much to Dr. Marlene for the opportunity to be here, and also to Ma'am Maria Lovely and Sir Erwin, and my colleagues. Okay, tonight here in the Philippines. I am Aisha Barzo. You can call me Yesh. I live in Iloilo City, Philippines. Currently, I am a college instructor for almost 12 years here in a private institution, handling engineering drawing and plans and computer-aided drafting design. My teaching philosophy is creativity, since I really do believe that artists are made, not born. It's just a matter of patience, potential, perseverance, and practice. I want to teach in the US because I want to learn and to teach. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I can tell you're a college professor. You're very, very fluent. Do you have your doctorate degree?
Actually, ma'am, I finished my master's in industrial technology. And actually, regarding for what you said a while ago, that being a teacher in the US, you must be in line to the job offer. Since that's why this is also my opportunity to ask if my experience was in the college. I don't know if I am capable to teach in the US, since actually, ma'am, I also teaching in art class, summer art class here in my place, teaching art, basic children's art and advanced children's art for youngs, age 7 to 11 years old. So, but that was every summer.
Yeah, the J1, that's not going to count towards your experience. Your J1 visa or even H1B, you need to have at least 2 years of alignment to your degree. So your degree is what? Your degree is BS in what?
My bachelor in science in industrial technology. After that, I took my diploma in teaching as a secondary teacher.
But you never did have a high school experience? You've never taught high school?
I have a practicum when I was in, yeah, it's not counted.
You need to
don't
have
know.
two. You need to have 2 years of K-12 experience. So you need 2 years of K-12 experience, okay? Because high school, because that's a high school thing. So you need to have 2 years of it before you're ready. Because you won't have an alignment right now. Because as a college level person, you're gonna be here. You cannot teach college unless you have your doctorate degree. There's very few community colleges that would let you do it with masters. In Arkansas, we have to have our doctorate in order to teach college. But that's why I ask you, because if you have your college degree, you can actually apply yourself. You can just self-apply, because doctorate folks, you can do that. Myrna, that applies to you. You can actually self-apply and self-sponsor because you have your highest level. And we can talk about that differently on another time, Myrna, if you want to talk to me about that. But yeah, but because you already have Joel anyway, you could always, it's always an option for you as a J2 and then still teach. Yeah. Yeah, because later on you'll have another school that might be needing somebody like a long-term sub or whatever. But yeah, for you, back to you, Aisha. I recommend you well, I guess you can still go ahead and apply, but I would say Google designated visa sponsors. Google it with maybe Myrna can put it on the go designated visa sponsors and with the word bridge in it. So that's the word bridge. And then you have look a teacher and there are some visa sponsors there. I would like for you to contact them and ask them that question. So you may need to find out, like you tell them that I am, I'm wanting to go to the US to teach, and this is my situation. I have this degree and I've taught this college level. Am I going to be qualified to teach high school? So that's I guess that's not a Merlina question. That is a visa sponsor question, because I don't want to answer that, because to me, from my experience, from my 4 years of experience, it's always going to be an alignment issue. And that's always what I was told. So, but you may never know. You never know. You may have someone that would say, you know what, if you can teach college, you can teach high school. And I'm sure that's what you were thinking. But a lot of times they are going to look at your experience, and they're not going to, it has to be a K-12 experience, K-12, especially with J1. You have to have that K-12 thing, because it's not going to go to college. College is a totally different thing. If you're going to teach college, you have your doctorate degree, they're going to do H-1B. The universities are going to do H-1B for you. So not very, they don't have they don't have a J1 visa for college professors. It's H1B. Okay. So, but that's a hard thing to get. But anyway, okay. Well, keep going. I don't want to discourage you, because you seem like you're gonna be a very good teacher. You're gonna have a lot to offer. You may wanna check community colleges. Like if you Google community college plus a state, you might want to check on them, because a bunch of the community colleges, they just want master's degree. They don't want to have doctorate. So, but universities will want doctorate. So you look for community college, okay? And then you add the word Arkansas, the word whatever state, to go to Florida. And then some community colleges could hire you because you have that. So, and they will be totally in a different category. So, but they will know that, okay? So, use the big states, like for example, California, Florida, Texas. Those, Texas is an easy, they have international teaching permit thing. So they actually will not have the extra hoop that some schools, like Arkansas, you have to have TOEFL, you have to have all this. Texas does not. Texas has an easier requirement, actually. So because they have that international teaching permit that very few states have. So anyway, so I don't want to discourage you. I want you to keep on going, especially if you love what you teach. Look for community college and put that in quotation mark. So you won't just say community, you don't just say college, you see the whole word community college, and then put and whatever. Okay. All right. Well, keep in touch with me. It's McCulloughMerlina@gmail. So my last name, first name @gmail.com. And if you want to send me your resume and cover letter, I forward it to some friends of mine that are in community colleges in Arkansas and see what they say. Okay? Yeah. So just send it to me and continue on, because I could see that you're gonna be a good asset for any school that you're gonna be in. You're very fluent. You seem like you know what you're doing. So yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much, Ish. Okay. All right. Next, number 8.
Okay, we go to Ma'am Jovelyn, but before that, the link of possible J1 sponsors is already posted in the chat group, as well as the list of the schools, the website for the schools vacancies.
Okay. So job postings, go to chat,
Yes.
everyone, and copy and paste it to a new document. So that way, those are links that you can just visit when we get done with this. So do it now before we finish. That way you'll have it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Marina, for doing that.
No, actually, no, it was Ma'am Girly and Ma'am Lovely.
Oh.
Ma'am Girly, Ma'am Lovely, and Ma'am Glory Fair who did.
Thank you so much, all 3. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Okay.
So we go to number 8, Ma'am Jovelyn Bulo.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. McCullough, and
Good
good morning to all our evaluators for this Zoom meeting. But here in the Philippines, it's good evening and mabuhay. So my name is Jovelyn Buljo, and I am a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Science. Believing in professional growth, I pursued my Master of Arts in Education in 2018. And I am a K-12 teacher here in the Philippines for 10 years now. So as a teacher, I believe that every student has his or her own multiple intelligence. So as a teacher, I vary my teaching strategies based on my students' multiple intelligences. So I want to be a J1 teacher in the US because I want to explore cultural or hone my cultural exposures, and I seek for a more challenging teaching opportunities and professional growth, so that when I come back here in the Philippines, I have a lot to share for my students.
Very
So
good.
that's it. Thank you.
Very good, Jovelyn. That was awesome. Yeah, you are very fluent. You're ready. You're very ready. So, and that's good that you're smiling and you're looking at me. And I love what you said. I love what you said about using the multiple intelligences of children. That's very good to say. Okay, because that's what you should do. You know, that's why you're using your knowledge of students in order to vary your strategies, just like you said. Okay, and you might just need a little example with that. So, for example, in my classroom, I had, a student named John that was really big on singing. He would always hum, he would always do this. So when the next lesson that we did, we had a role play, and I made him come up with an original composition, and he was like the background music, the background, he did a background, or he provided the song, for their presentation. So I encouraged another child that was very, artistic, to draw the poster for the presentation, or, prop, or, so you actually encourage them to use their multiple intelligences, but you are showing that through sharing how you did it. Okay. So that's what you should do. And so I've done that. I had a very talented student, Maggie. And so they came up with that. They said, we're going to do a role play. And this is, they came up with it. They were planning it, and I was videotaping them planning it. And this is what I actually turned in for my national board submission of my video, because it has to show that the students are independent learners. You're not going to be talking there. It's going to be the kids actually doing discourse and actually planning something. And so I just put the camera there, and I was watching them, and I was asking them a question, and I just listened to them, planning on what they're going to do on their script, on their role play. And then they got some pieces of paper, and they were doing their little, label what they were, and they were putting a tag on what their role is here. And then that's what Maggie said. Maggie said, can I be like that? I'll just be the background music. As we are in our scene where we are in McDonald's, I will be the music person in the background that you'd hear. And that was very creative, I thought, because she made up that theme of that was about poverty, about how to, how to help about the cycle of poverty and so on, about how you should help the homeless and so on. That was like a social thing that we did. And she did an original composition that went with the theme. And so that was so good. I mean, to see that, I was so impressed with them. And it did not just happen, it's because we've done it all year long. By the time I think I filmed around December. So I taught them, I showed them what we do. Anytime that we do something, we always role play, because role play is one of their favorite things that year. They love role playing. So I showed them that, when you have the role, you have the sentence strip and you put it around here to show who you are, what your role is. If you're the mom, you can, they'll do that. And so see, I've shown them that. So when I start taping, I didn't have to tell them that. It's so obvious that they've done this so many times, And so you need to give that example, and that would show. So use an example where you really used it. Okay? Because
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Also, yeah. If I may just add, ma'am, as a science teacher, I also let them think outside the box. And also in my chemistry subjects, they compose jingles.
Perfect.
So that to promote creativity inside the classroom. And also they make role plays regarding electrons, protons, etc.
Good job. Yeah. So in the electron, you had them moving fast when it's, or moving slow when they are positive or negative.
Yes, they're very excited to move.
That's exactly what you say. Okay, that's exactly what you say. And your pronunciation of things are like Native American. You're very, not Native American like Indian, but you sound like a native person. You are very fluent.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so you are confident with your English, which is good. And you actually pronounce science correctly.
I always insist that even my interns, if they say science, I would insist it's science because it has 2 syllables. So we're not teaching science, we're teaching science. So I correct them.
Good for you. I'm proud of you. That is so cool. Yeah, because I think, and you can also tell when you have like an intern like that and how they take it, their face look like, how dare you correct me? Or, oh, thank you so much for telling me that that would help me. And that's how I always do. Even now with my doctorate degree, because one thing that it did for me is that it humbled me. I'm not as smart as I thought I was. So I'm learning something from someone. I'm so happy. I'm like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Because I'm going to write it down as my learning for the day, that I learned something from someone. And I always believe that we learn something from everyone, including our students. And I love it when I learn from my students, and I learn from you guys all the time. So from you teachers here, from the Philippines or anywhere, I always learn something new. And that's why I think I do what I do, because I feel like, every one of us is growing because of every one of us sharing, So what sharing was that? Sharing is caring, right? Yeah, sharing is caring.
And speaking of sharing is caring, Ma'am McCullough, I just received, this is good news. I just received initial interviews. I have 2 pending initial interviews, which I got from the list that it actually came from you, the list.
Good.
It's from Port Zumwalt. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, and Francis Howell School District.
Nice.
I have
Very good.
initial interviews, but I'm claiming that it's going to be very successful.
Oh, good. What state is this? What state will you be in?
Oh, I apologize. I forgot to say.
That's okay. Yeah, you need to make sure you know that before you interview with them. You don't want to say,
Yes.
well, I don't know what state you're in.
And also, yes.
Yeah.
I'll take note of that.
Yeah. And because you need to go to their website and also go to their town, the Chamber of Commerce. So if you have a place, you need to put, for example, Salem. So if I put Salem Chamber of Commerce, it's going to be all about Salem. So if at Houston, Texas, or Dallas, Texas, you put Chamber of Commerce in quotation mark, then that's going to show everything about that place. Okay, the businesses there and so on, what's going to be available there on any economics, topics. It's going to be there. So you're going to tell about the place because of what Chamber of Commerce would say, okay, on their website. So
thank you, Ms. McCullough. I have a question. What's next for us after this what's next for us? Like
what next
after this introduction? I mean, the next step that we're going to take, are we going to
Okay, so that's what this is what happens. Okay, they're gonna do an interview. Okay, which means that if you're gonna be in the interview, you usually are in the top 7 to 10, of that you could get a position depending on the size of the school. If it's a small school, you may be one of the 5 or something like that. One of the they don't do so many numbers. Sometimes just 3. You're one of the 3 that they're looking at. And then but some schools are crazy about interviewing. They're like doing 10 and there's only 1 position, which is crazy, but that's their time. But now in the summer, I noticed that because they have more time in the summer, they could interview more. So you need to have an edge over the others, okay, by using examples. Like I said, that would really go a long way for you. And you need to be ready with questions. Let me put you in a spot and ask you, okay, how do you handle kids that are unmotivated? They don't want to do their work, they don't want to do homework. What do you do with that? How do you handle them?
Based from my experience, when students are seem to be not motivated, they are experiencing something in their personally. So I take note of the behavior, and then I also check their academic standing through the quiz or scores, and even on their previous exams. And I approach them and talk to them after the class. We also have home visitation here in the Philippines. If the student seems not performing well, so we take note of, we have record, and based on the record, their performance, we conduct certain kind of, what we call that, it's like an action plan for them.
Okay.
So that's it.
Okay. Okay. Very good. You have addressed part of it. You have you said you did a lot of the quantitative data, the test scores and so on. You also need to talk about the qualitative data, which means the the information other than just numbers. So here they call that a cum, cumulative record. And a cumulative record is that record about that student in the office that teachers are required to look at the beginning of the year. So what I did, I always look at and take notes of the students, like what did the former teachers say about them, or different things like that. And whatever the previous teachers wrote as notes, those are qualitative data for you. And so if you see that this student is normally, and that's right, you look at their grades, and this normally is a B and A student, and here's the students getting D's and F's, something is wrong. So you're going to be looking for the root. You're doing the root analysis. You like finding the roots, and that you're right about. It's usually a personal issue sometimes, but sometimes it could be a health issue. You never know. Okay, so this uses that your 5 core proposition answer. So you're showing your knowledge of students using your what you look at their cumulative record, at their data, or so on. That's knowledge of students, okay? And knowledge of content, which is your strategies. So you're gonna say, well, the strategy that you're gonna use is, we're gonna, you talked about the action plan, the second action plan. You talk about talking to the student, that's a good thing. But then talking about the parents through home visitation, okay? But then you forgot the part about, I always do a follow-up and follow through, which means that you're going to follow up, and you do not just do that one time. You want to observe, is this better? Once I've observed, I will keep the parents in the loop. And because parents are my partners in education, I want to make sure that I would call them back and say, this is doing better, or this is not doing well. What can you do? What can you help me? And then other than the parents, you may be able to reach out. If the student is special ed, you may want to reach out to the special ed teacher. If this student is seeing a counselor, you might want to reach out to the counselor. Okay, so you want to involve, that's the collaboration piece. That's the very last core proposition. So you have 5 things that you need to mention. Okay, you have your knowledge of students, knowledge of content, and your assessment. That's when you talk about the data. And then your reflection is when you do your follow-up. You reflect, is this working, not working, or whatever. And then you follow through. That's part of your reflection. And then the collaboration pieces is the other people you call that's involved with that child. Sometimes, sometimes, depending on your policy, school policy, the principal could be involved, especially if a kid is not continuously not doing their homework, and it's becoming a problem because they just do not respond to you. Then sometimes the principal can be involved. That could be part of the collaboration piece there, because a lot of the schools here in the U.S., they would have a different discipline policy. Like first, the first offense may be a warning, a verbal warning, and the second offense could be a written warning. Some of them they would like write down, and you tell them that your student, this is the second offense or whatever, depending on the school on how they do that. And then after that could be a trip to the counselor's office, and then maybe the principal, and then after that could be like an in-school suspension or ISS, or it could be anyway, the parents are involved then after that. I think usually after the third step or whatever, the parents are involved. But anyway, so you are showing that you put all the 5 pieces in there. Okay, your knowledge of students, knowledge of content, your assessment, and then the last 2 are reflection and collaboration. So if you always have those 5 things, a checklist in your head when you answer any question, you're fine. You should do well if you just show that you use all 5 core proposition of national board. That's a very common checklist in the head to show that you have a very good answer. Okay, so can you remember any of the 5? I know our brain can only handle about 5 to 6 things or 5 to 7 things at this age. So see if how many can you remember. What are the 5 core? What's the first one?
Knowledge of the student.
Next.
Knowledge of the content.
Content. Okay.
Content.
Or
Sorry. Assessment.
The strategies. Okay. Assessment. And then what's the last 2 that rhyme?
Reflection.
What's the other one that rhymes with it?
The last one, the reflection. Collaboration.
Got it. Okay. You got knowledge of students, knowledge of content, which is your strategies. Your assessment will be your data, how you did before, during, and after. And then your reflection and collaboration. Once you answer any question they give you, you can answer it. Let's practice on that. How do you handle parents or angry parents? They come to you, they're so angry about something, and they come to you. How do you handle that?
Well, I haven't experienced any guardian or parent yelling at me, but if I'm going to experience that, maybe course, as a professional teacher, I have to keep calm so that I could think of the possible approach or the possible next action to how that parent reacts. So I have to understand where is that parent coming from. So maybe I don't need to respond on that way. I will ask her we need to talk to a more private place like office, so that we're not arguing in public place that is seen by students and maybe other teachers or my co-teachers. So that's it. I think once we are in a more private place like office, we could talk about where is she or he coming from.
Okay. That's already 75% of the answer right already, but you need the other 25. I love that you said about a private place. That's very important, okay? Because you don't ever want to embarrass them, embarrass yourself, or having them, having kids here. Very good, and your colleagues. Very good answer there. You want to specify that when they're mad, when they're mad, you don't want to put fire with fire, right? So you need water on that, right? So in order to do that, once you're in a private place, you want to make sure that they sit. You don't need to stand and they sit. That's bad. You want everybody to be seated. You do not, because that's a source of power. So if you're standing and they're sitting, then you're making it sound like I'm more powerful than you, and they're just gonna make them matter. So so you need to sit in the same kind of level with them. You know, you don't have them to sit in a little bitty children's chair and then you're sitting in a teacher's chair. No, to make sure that you're in an equal level like with them. And then they just want to be listened to. So what I do is I would actually take a piece of paper and actually would take notes bullet by bullet on what this you know, and if it's okay with you, I'm going to write down, because I want to be able to make sure I hear everything, and I need to, you know, to make sure that you know what I'm writing down here. So if you don't mind me writing it. And so they would say the bullets, oh, my child, you did this and it's unfair, and I would tell you that. So you would just type bullets, whatever. And then after they finish, you need to say, this is what I hear you say. And that's another word that you can say that's already going to soothe them because you are listening to them. This is what I hear you say. You said that this, you said that this one, and then you mention what you put on your bullets. Okay. So tell me how you see this resolved, because I always believe that we are partners in education. So you know your child, you know, and then you go back to your checklist in your head. Okay, I know that your child in my room, you know, that's where you put your compliment. Your child in my room is always been sweet, always been this and this, whatever, you know, you kind of be on their side, you see. And then, so I'm wondering, you know, why this problem occurred. So together, you know, I hope that together we could solve it. So if it involves another child, you're not going to be able, don't ever tell the parents about the other child. Don't put their names down. Don't do any information about the child. It's a privacy issue. There's a FERPA issue. So don't ever say, well, how are you? Some parents would say, so how are you going to deal with the other child? Well, ma'am, I'm going to deal with this child, you know, and deal with the other parents. But right now, let's deal about your son or your daughter, so and so, because I really want your child to succeed in my classroom, you know, and all this. So you have you tell about the plan. What do they see? What do they see as a solution to this? How do you want this solved together? What can we do together? You know, so a lot of times you do not make a decision immediately, because you're going to have to gather your data, right? You're going to have to say, okay, my strategy is to make sure that I will talk to the people involved. You know, for example, a common thing here is like, oh, my child is being bullied. Okay. And bullying issue is something that you cannot just take for granted. It is illegal. That's an illegal thing. So you do not just make a decision without talking to at least 3 people, you know, that were witnesses or whatever. I always did that as my rule when I was an administrator. I always talked to at least 3 people that witnessed it. In order for me to know, to make a decision, I have to base it on the witnesses, you know, whatever what they said. And then so you come up with a plan together, and then you say, okay, I'm gonna make my own you know, I'm gonna have to look into this, and I want to get back with you. Okay. And then you tell them, okay, this by next week, I'm gonna get back with you. I'm gonna, you know, email you or text you or call you. And then because I want to be sure that you know what's, you keep you update on what's going on already here. And then also I would love to know what's going on at home. Is it also, you know, you're also doing something to help this situation or whatever. And so then of course you have to follow up. Okay, you have to do your data and see, okay, is it working, whatever I'm doing? So I need to talk back to the parent. You have to follow through and follow up and so on. So then you have that communication open like that until it's solved. So then that parent, you have already improved your relationship with the parent through that communication. And so you make sure that you tell the parent that, well, anytime something like this happen, be sure, you know, I'm always open to, you know, you making an appointment to come see me after school or during my prep period, your planning time, they call that here. And then I'll be glad to help or whatever. But of course, you have my phone number. You can always call me, or you can always text me. You can have my school number. You know, a bunch of teachers in America actually do not want to share their cell phone number. They actually have a bunch of schools have an app that they use that it would call from a school number instead of from the teacher's number. So, but anyways, but somehow you show that you are doing a follow-up. You're communicating well because the parent knows that you are looking into that and you solve it, and that's it. Okay. So you have the collaboration piece there, you reflected, is it working or not working? Your strategy there is to go back and collect evidence, from different witnesses. And then then that's going to help you with your knowledge of students in how you're going to know the student more through the, whatever the witnesses said, so and then how did it affect the child's, performance academically, for example. Okay. So sum it up then. Sum it up on what the other 25% that you missed, because you did a very good answer. And I told you that there are pieces missing. So how would you say the 25% missing? What were the things that you feel like I could add the next time I answer this question?
For example, McCullough is the name of the parent. So Miss McCullough, as a partner for your son's growth and learning here in school, I would like you to cooperate. May ask permission if I could take down notes from what you say. So you're free to express everything that you feel, how you feel, and may have the permission to write it down so that I would know how to resolve it. All right, after this talk. So then write it in bullet form, and every inch of detail should be written down. So highlight those things that matter or big deal, and then have it resolve it and make the parent feel that you are willing to cooperate in improving or resolving the problem.
And you actively, you're actively listening. Okay, yes. You say that you are actively listening, and you are interested in solving this problem together.
Yes, yeah. Lend a very good ears for them.
Very good, very good. They want to be heard. Sometimes they're just mad and want to be heard. Sometimes they just want to vent to you. Because this is not often in the Philippines happening, but in the US it's very often happening. We are a bunch of we have mommy bears here, daddy bears that want to go get this teacher because this one happened to my child. And a lot of times if you're a teacher that the child likes, children love you, you're not going to have issues like that. I taught this many years. I never had any issues like that because I love my kids and they know I love them. And we did a lot of fun things. And when they get in trouble, they knew that I will stick with the rules. This is what we're going to do. This is step one. You're going to get your name, you're going to get a warning. You're going to do this. We're going to write, I would follow the rules. And then and I communicate with the parents because I have my daily communication notebook. So we write every day on what's going on. So if there's something that they need to say to the parents, it's going to be written on the board. So that's that consistent and ongoing communication with parents really matter. Okay, so you could say that at the end of your answer. You say, but I believe in constant communication with parents. For example, our daily communication notebook or our weekly, journal or whatever that the students take home. That's my way of, or Friday folder, they call that sometimes. That's my way of communicating with the parents, and they know what's going on, and then they answer back to me. Make sure it's a two-way communication between the teacher and the parents. So you say that. So the importance of partnership with the parents, the importance of direct communication and two-way, not just one way and two-way. And then the last part is follow up and follow through. Okay. So you always check back. Okay. And then ask them, is it resolved now? Do you feel like we have solved the problem? So it's like, this is what you say with your partners, So what do you think? What do you think? Did we solve it? Oh yeah, we did. Okay. Well, thank you so much for your help. Thank you for cooperating with me or helping with me or partnering with me to solve this problem because, you are the parent at home. I'm kind of like like the parent, co-parent in school. And together we should be able to, to help our, your son or your daughter have a successful year this year. Okay. That's it. Okay. So
thank you very much.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot.
Yeah. They're going to be asking you, and they're going to be asking you things like how it happens if you cannot get along with your colleagues. Like if there's a colleague that just hard to get along, nobody likes this person. There's always a teacher that could not get along with anyone. How would you handle that? And this teacher act like like you.
Yes, we really can't please everyone. So that takes some time Yes. So I believe that maybe I may be a stranger for them at for the first time, but I don't need to please them. I just need to be professional, but I will really try as a Filipino who is very hospitable and very welcoming. So I have to bring that up when I arrive in the US. I have to be very warm and friendly. So
Very
I won't take it personally. We're just there to be professionals.
Very good. Yeah, I think that's a good answer. You could even add things like, well, sometimes, some folks will not because they don't know you. And that's what, but if I do some, make some effort to get to know that teacher, maybe I could win that teacher over and be able to professionally collaborate with that teacher. Because after all, it's all about kids. It's not all about us. It's about kids. Okay. And so very good answer about being professional. You might want to add things like, I could always bring her some adobo or something, some Philippine dish to share in order to win them over. Usually win people over by food in the cultural things. I found that in my way, because any school that I worked in, there's always somebody, one or two teachers that could not get along with anybody. And they turn out to be my best friends at the end because they just love me and I love them because that's what I do. I just kind of keep trying. I keep trying. They might not be as warm at first, but I'm warm. And I'm always just share, oh, did you know this? Do you know in the Philippines we do this? Thank you so much for whatever sharing with me. Or, you're really guiding me. You're really mentoring me. Those things like that. It's called kiss, whatever. But no, it's not really. It's really sharing with that person how you appreciate that person. If they helped you, thank them, be grateful, and just be true to yourself as well while being professional. Okay, but bringing food will not hurt. Bring your noodles or your lumpia or your adobo, because that's how I did. My mom is such a good cook. So I said, Mom, I need to share with these teachers that are eating with me. And one of them is somebody that I really need to win over. So mom would cook me some lumpia, some egg rolls, whatever. And boom, this teacher was like, oh, can we, have that again? In school, in one of the schools I worked in, even every Friday, my mom would cook for the teachers, but they would order from mom, because they have tasted it through my free cooking, right? And so they would order, and mama would have this menu thing and how much and their names, and I put this bank bag and their name on it where they just check off if they paid. It's honor system. They just put their money in or they check in. And so mama would bring their order, so they'd order like the day before. And then the next day, my husband would bring the food that mama had already packed with their names on them. And so they just find them and put their money in. And I never lost even a penny. They're so honest. Everybody paid. If they don't pay, they said, Merlina, I'll pay you tomorrow. They would write me a note. But yeah, so that I won them over. I mean, they just like, oh, Merlina, you're gonna leave us to another school. We're gonna miss your mom's cooking. And I'm like, thanks a lot. I love you too. You're not gonna miss me, but you miss my mom's cooking. But anyhow, yeah. So you just have that warm, like you said, about the warm hospitality, Filipino trait that we have to win them over. Because I just mentioned that it's not about us. It's actually about the kids. We need to have our heart in the right place where it's all about the kids. Okay? I think you're gonna handle this, girl.
Thank you.
Those are some really common question about kids misbehaving, about kids. And of course, when you're talking about misbehavior, how would you handle that? When you do misbehavior, a kid will just not behave in your classroom, just want to get the attention and will not listen to you and will make noises and, throw some paper wads at people and so on. What would you do?
Misbehavior. Actually, I don't encounter much. Misbehavior in US is in superlative degree. But I think if I encounter that, um, I will call the attention of that student, and then I'll talk to him. We'll talk later after this class. After my class, then I'll bring her in the office and have talk with him. Because with him or with her. That's
Okay.
I'll,
Yeah,
so
your comment about the misbehavior in the US is superlative. That might not be a good thing to say. You might say if it's based on the, since I've not taught there, I base all my information on movies I've seen, and they may not be accurate. But it looks like there's a difference between the behavior of kids in the classroom in the Philippines versus the US. It looks like from the movies I've seen. And you can even come up with a movie, you say Harry Potter or whatever it is that you want to, Harry Potter's in England. But anyway, but some other, some shows that you've watched or whatever, that it seems to be different. The difference is in the Philippines, we have very compliant kids. They are there. There is a cultural expectation that they have to be there to listen to the teacher, respect the teacher, and do not make any noises like that. That's just something that the parents, that as children, we believe that. We went to school knowing that you better not be, misbehave there, because if you're gonna get in trouble there, you're gonna get trouble at home, kind of type thing. So that's the expectation of the teachers, that on the parents, that we are gonna behave. There's very few misbehavior in the Philippines. Is that right? There's very few, and it is very few that when they do misbehave, we actually would take them straight to the principal's office. Well, in the US, we don't do that. You have to talk to the child. You say, for example, if the child is doing it and then you need to take care of it immediately, you need to go to the teacher next door and say, can you please watch my kids? Because I need to take care of the behavior. And you take this child right outside your classroom, just outside by the door, okay? And you talk to this child, whispering, you don't want the others to hear. And then you talk about what's going on. This is not normal for you. What's going on? Is there something that I need to know about what's going on at home or outside? Is there something you want to talk about? Because I miss my so-and-so, my hardworking John, my hardworking Maria, I miss that. So what's going on? Tell me. And if they don't feel like they can open up to you, because it might be something that's like, more serious, I could actually, talk to the counselor, because I always have this agreement with the counselor that if there's a problem that I really want you to help me with a child, is that okay if I just like, text you and ask you if you could see a child? Because some counselors actually have their own classes. You have to ask them, okay, what's the best time that I could send so and so in your classroom? And so once I've done that, then I want the child to know that I care about him or her, and I really want that behavior to change, but I want to know the root cause of it. So you're really looking at the root cause of it. And if it needs communication to the parents, really talking to the parents about it, and you tell the parents that, so-and-so, your child is normally so-and-so, and then this one is happening. Can you please help me? Is there something going on at home? Is there, a lot of times it might be, sometimes it could be because somebody's about to divorce, or maybe the mother, the dad is about to be sent to the military, or somebody died, or somebody had, some big major change in the family. And sometimes that's how the child is handling it. So you want to make sure you get to the root cause of it. So that's your point, is that, I need to know. So I need to know the child, what's going on with the child, and then think about your strategy, knowledge of your strategy, and maybe parent, maybe principal, maybe counselor, but of course, you want the child to know that this is about you. This is about me caring about you for your success. I want you to succeed as a student. And I always ask this child, what do you want to be when you grow up? Well, I want to be a doctor. And I said, well, what you did today, do you think that would help you become a good doctor someday? What do you think? I would say that. And I always would say, what's your plan? This is my favorite word to say. What is your plan? Tell me your plan. How do we solve this? This is an issue. This is becoming an issue because you're making noises and you're distracting your classmates. So what is your plan? If you're going to want to be a doctor someday and you want to be successful in order to get to your goal, so tell me your plan. What's your plan? So they were like looking at you like, oh my gosh, she's asking me about my plan. But whenever they see, whenever the student sees that you really do care, you really do want to know, and some they may say, okay, so if you don't feel comfortable like talking about it, why don't you write this down in your daily communication notebook, and I'll read about it, and then your parents can read about it or whatever. If you'd rather be comfortable writing it down, that's okay with me. You can do that. Choice is always good. You can do that. And or you can see the counselor and maybe talk to counselor so-and-so, because they're trained to, that's what they do. That's what they trained to do. They have more training than me on that. So if you feel like that's something that we can do, we can do that. But the goal is for you to really have to help your classmates, learn, because you're not there making noises or throwing paper wads or whatever it is that the child did, because they are all here to learn, and you're cheating them of the opportunity to learn because of what you did. So what's your plan? And so the plan will have to include, like, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that, So they have to tell you orally or in written form what their plan is. So I would actually tell this child, if it's big enough, 4th grade and up, I would actually say, okay, in the first paragraph, you tell me this. In the second paragraph, you tell me your plan. Third paragraph, I would actually give them a guidance on that, on how I put that on a sticky note. They have to answer that, because if they do not feel comfortable talking to me, then they can write it for me. So because they need to be heard. And the writing part is good, because then the parents can also read it. Because in my communication notebook, it's a 3-way communication. It's me and the student and the parents. So they do this every night. They would, at the last 15 minutes of my class, 10 minutes, whatever, sometimes 5 minutes, because we are doing something long, they have to reflect by writing in their journal. And that journal has to be done every day. So I cannot see every journal every day, but I do one group, like 4 people in a group on Monday, and the next group, and so on. So one group every day, and the rest of the time they would be checked by the leader, like, or put a stamp or put a sticker on it, that they see that that's been checked. They cannot read it, but it just sees that the date is there and there's some words there, all that. But then if I have kids that are really misbehaving, which I put in the 4 corners of my room anyway. So I look at theirs every day. I want to see, what they're writing every day, because I really want to help them. So if this child is one of my 4 children in the 4 corners of my room, because they're the honorary ones, they're the ones that need help with behaving, I'll be reading it every day anyway. So I would be able to actually see the progress of this child. Okay? Long answer, but how would you say that in your own way? How would you say that in your own way? If you ask, okay, how do you, Jovelyn, how will you handle a child that is misbehaving in your classroom? How would you handle that?
When one of my students is misbehaving, I'll be um, calling, I'll be talking to him or her right away. I'm not gonna wait for the class to finish before I talk to him or her. I need to um, talk to him or her heart to heart, so that I would know where is she or where is he coming from.
How about the other students? You gonna leave them alone, or you're gonna have somebody watch them?
I'll be asking my colleagues or the co-teachers to assist them or to watch over them while I am talking to my student who is misbehaving.
Privately, yeah, privately in the classroom, because I don't ever want to embarrass a child. Yeah, very good. Okay, so but you did not put the finish about you need to do the root analysis and see if they would need to go, if you need to talk to parents or counselors or whatever. You also need to go into that detail. Okay, that you're looking at the root cause of it, analyzing the cause and seeing solutions. Okay, so you need to make sure that the important part is you're not embarrassing a child. You're not screaming at that child in the classroom. You're not insulting that child in the classroom, and you're not fighting with that child by having verbal disagreement with that child. Don't ever put yourself as a teacher where you are having this verbal disagreement with kids at the, talking back to this kid. It's like going to the mud wrestling in the mud like pigs. You don't want to do that. You don't want to mud wrestle with them, because the only one that would lose is the teacher, because that respect is gone, because the other kids are like looking at you like, oh my gosh, you're going to the level of that student. You don't want that. You are the teacher. They're the student. You don't want to go to that. You don't want to go to that level down. Okay. So, and also you're modeling that you are respecting the child. You respect your children because you've earned that respect. You don't demand the respect, you earn it. And you earn it by respecting them. And that's part of respecting them, is not insulting them in front of others. Okay? And not being mean to them. So, because if you do that, you're going to make an enemy of this child, and this child will go home and would say bad things about you. Oh my gosh, my teacher is so mean. This teacher does not like me. This teacher from the Philippines, you know, they would say bad things like that. And you know what? That's when the parent will come to the school angry. Okay. So you really need to win that child. You know, you need to have them in your side, because you know this is a very, it's like family. I set up my classroom like a family, and we have a very strong learning community where we treat each other with kindness, and I model that. I'm kind to my students, and they see that I'm kind to them, to every one of them, and I model that because I expect them to be kind to each other. Okay, so that as a teacher, as a principal that observes teachers, I would always look for that. I would look for the respect that the teacher does for students, and I look for the student's respect to the teacher plus to with each other. Okay, because to me, when I go to the classroom and the kids are like insulting each other, hey, shut up, hey, you're doing all that, you know, just being mean to each other, that would reflect to me saying, okay, so is this the environment that the teacher has set? Did the teacher set a positive learning environment where we are here cheering on for each other? Like, yeah, let's give a round of applause, or let's give a cheer. Let's, you know, you are doing that kind of positive climate, you know, culture in your classroom. Then your children should not be doing what they're doing about saying shut up to each other or being mean to each other, because that is not something that you will tolerate. When you hear the word the student saying shut up, oh, what's the best way to say that if you want somebody to be quiet? Please be quiet. Please stop talking because I'm trying to do this. You know, you have to be kind. You know, it's okay that you ask them to stop, but you have to use the word please, or you have to use a kind tone, because that's what I use to you, with you. You know, students, I try to model that with you, and I expect you to do the same with your classmates. So yeah, that's what you do. Okay. Very long answer, but you got the gist. You got the gist that you always need to, because of what you know about kids, because I know that this child is normally good, but today this child did not. That's why I need to make sure I take care of it immediately and find a root cause. Okay. All right.
Thank you very much again.
Huh?
Thank you very much again.
Good, good. I hope the others learned that. I know they've heard some of them that have attended this forever. I'm a broken record, but that's I say the same thing. And if you answer it that way, you should have a good interview. You should not just do a generic thing like I would take care of this, period. How? Okay. So then you start doing the checklist. How you know about kids, what strategies you're going to use to address this, what data you're going to use for assessing this. And then of course you're reflecting, follow up, all that. And then collaborate. Who are the people that I need to bring in? Your collaboration. See, your 5 pieces are always there. Okay, those are the 5 core propositions of National Board. So if everybody uses that some way or another, then you should be acing your interview and should get a job. Because that what happens is, you're asking me about what happens next. After the interview, they're going to talk as a team. For example, if it's a panel of folks, they would talk, because I was in that side, you know, before as an administrator, we would talk about, okay, what do you think about, because a lot of time they have like a rubric, you know, they have like, okay, this is what, so this answer is this. For example, this question is this. And if the teacher did this and did this, then this is a 5. If the teacher just did this, this is a 4. This is a 3. This is a 2. This is a 1. So we have that rubric already. So we just circle what we see there. So we have this numerical thing there, and then we just add them up. And who has the top one will get it. But those are the school that are very, quantitative driven data folks. They would actually have the numbers to rank the people, and that's usually the big school. But some of them are just qualitative data. What do you think? What did you like? What did the teacher say that you really like? Why do you want to? Let's talk about who we want to, who we want to hire for this one. Or a lot of time, if it's a small school, a lot of time they would say they are picking 2 candidates, and they're gonna tell the superintendent the 2 candidates they like. Okay. And they would say sometimes, I really prefer A over B, but these are the 2 that you can choose from. And the superintendent feels like he had the power, and then they are gonna be recommending one person. And so they cannot even tell you that you're hired until the school board had met and approved you. So they would always say pending, pending the board meeting, because school board meeting is only once a month, and usually the second or third week of the month. And so then pending the board approval, they will say they want you, but that's not official until they say that you have been approved by the board. And you're approved by the board because the board is the one running the school, supposedly, along with the superintendent. So that they are the ones that make the decisions. But in really, really big school, like for example, here in Little Rock, where they have 123 elementary schools, really big. So they have their HR, their human resource, department. They're the ones doing the hiring. They are not, some schools, I don't know about Little Rock for sure, but some schools would just let their HR, like West Memphis, they just let Kendrick, the HR, to hire. And then he just talks to the principal and say, okay, what do you need? You need third grade. Okay, I'll look for you one, and all that. And so they already talk to him about what they're looking for. And so then he would just like tell them, okay, this teacher I hired for your school. Okay. But some of them would actually be collaborative and say, okay, the HR would actually be talking to the principal and say, okay, these are the 5 resumes that we like. I want you to look over them and see what do you think? So those are the collaborative style of leadership from the HR. But a lot of time HR wants to be efficient, and they just like, okay, we're going to find you the teacher and we're going to place it to you, and that's it. But some principals don't like that. This is my building. I need to do the hiring. Okay. And if that is a it is a school-based management, which means the principal really pretty much runs her building. And in a lot of cases, that's what happens. The principal actually makes that decision. If they are given that power, the principal makes the decision. But then if you have some smaller school, really small school, the superintendent is so hands-on, superintendent makes, like Brinkley. Brinkley does a lot of, Brenda, Dr. Poole has a lot of power on that, although she does collaborate with the principal, but she really has a lot to say, and what she says is weighs heavy. And because, this is your boss. This is the one that's going to be writing, signing your check kind of type thing. But so you have to respect what they say, right? But I also see conflicts between the principal and superintendent sometimes when they say, I want this, teacher A, and the superintendent want teacher B, and then see which power wins, okay? And so, so I would never believe it until I got the job offer letter, because they won't give you the job offer letter unless they have really, decided on you, and that they already gonna be pushing you for the board. Sometimes they would say on the letter pending board approval, like that's what Memphis said. And anyway, so sometimes they would say that they really are sure it's you, but it's going to be pending the approval of the board, But anyway, so that's what it is. Okay, really long. I'm making yours as a practice thing for everyone because you're very fluent. I figured you'll have a good answer. And you did. You did very well. I would hire you if I were an administrator. So yeah, I think you've got some good thinking there. And so what did you learn from this little short coaching?
Yes, this is indeed very short Zoom meeting, but it's very meaty. Everything that I need to learn for my anticipated interview, I got it from Miss McCullough. I really learned a lot from you, and of course from my my colleagues here in the Zoom.
Yeah.
Virtual colleagues for now.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you will be. Yeah, hopefully you'll end up in Arkansas or somewhere close by, so that way we could see each other. What I'm wanting to do is organize a trip or something where we could actually visit other teachers that's in another state. And so that's what, we have other plans. Like I'm thinking about a cruise, and I don't know, nobody had yet told me they're really going. And I want to go to Florida in Disney World in Orlando, and a field trip somewhere in another state. So I don't know. I have to talk to them and see what everybody's plans are, because, some of the teachers at schools are just now getting out. So like June 7th, were the last day of a bunch of schools. So people are just now really trying to take a deep breath and like, oh, hallelujah, this is summer, And so they've not really made plans. So, and it takes money. In the US, you drive everywhere. And so you have your own car. Of course, cars need gas. And so you go on a trip, you are, you're gonna have the expenses of the gas plus the food when you're traveling, and when you get there, the hotel, and then the food again. And then if you go to some like Orlando, for example, at Disney World, it might cost 120 per person per day. So if you're there for 3 days, that's 360 per person. So if you if you have your husband at 720 plus, so you're talking maybe $1,000, if you're doing it 3 days. So it's pretty expensive. But there are places like there is a museum in Arkansas that's free, and it's owned by the Walton Foundation, which is the like the Gaisano in the Philippines, Metro. And they have this big, nice museum, really nice art, and they provide it for free. And so all we have to do is go there and get our gas and all that. And we did that. I had a friend that owned a car lot, and he donated a van for us. And the van, we took it to that place, and we just like divided up the cost of the gas. And when we went out to eat, then we just like, ordered, and then we divided it among all of us. If there's 12 of us, then divided by 12. And so that's what we did. And it was pretty fun. I mean, I liked it, and I was able to get us some free room somewhere. So yeah. So I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing you here soon. Okay. So what is your area again? Your high school science. Okay. Your high school science, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So science and math. Science and math and special ed are the 3 areas that are really should get a job soon. So I want you to, what are you doing right now? Are you actively looking like schoolspring.com or doing anything like that?
Sending, directly applying through the websites that you have provided.
Yeah, that helps.
So,
it helps a lot. Yeah. So good luck on your interview. When is your first one?
On the 18th of June.
So
that would be
in 3 days.
Like pre-recorded.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, good luck on that. I know you feel more ready now, maybe. You think? I hope so. You have to let me know. You have to email me after your interview and see how you feel about it. Like, and think about the questions too, because you think about it. Well, we'll talk about it. So, because I want to know how you ask that. But the things that I was asking you were very common questions. In all probability, they're going to come up. And some of the other questions might be like, if I were a fly in your room, or what will I see? What will I see you do? So when they ask you to do that, if I were observing your classroom, what would I see? You need to say, you see a teacher that's being a guide on the side. I have, I use GRR, gradual release of responsibility, where I do it, and then we do it, and then they do it. And when they're doing it, I would go and, monitor and give feedback and so on, so you would see, them, you see the teacher using cooperative learning strategy, where they are in a group and they are assigned roles. There's a leader, there's a material manager, there's a presenter, whatever role that they say. And then they are actually presenting, after they're doing their product, they're actually presenting in the classroom, in the front. And then the audience will be like giving comments, written or verbal. And then, everybody in the group had to stand up, although sometimes it might just be one person presenting, but the rest of them need to be, to be backing up that person, supporting them. And then we clap when they get done, whatever, and then the rest of the groups would present, and then I debrief the whole thing. As a teacher, I would debrief. I would ask them, okay, what did you learn from whatever this group? What did you, so we will debrief the whole thing before I go on to another. So that's something that is very commonly seen in the way I teach, because I believe in hands-on. So sometimes you could see that I am in the outside teaching my kids, because we might be gathering rocks. We might be doing, looking for bugs and bringing our magnifying glass and observing them and so on. It could be, that. So those are the kind of answers that shows what you're doing, what the kids are doing, and what kind of noises should be. There should be, the noise level should be about 1, because level 0 is complete quiet. Level 1 would be whispering. So they're whispering to each other. And then of course, you're going to hear level 2 when they're talking regularly. And then level 3 is when they're presenting, you will hear the level 3 voice, So anyway, so you can talk about that, what they hear, what they see, And what they smell, well, they will only smell something unless you're doing some experiment in science that would have smell. Because you're not supposed to be tasting anything unless you're doing a lesson in culture and you're doing sample food. And then how do you feel? You should feel a positive vibe, very positive learning environment. Culture, kids are very excited about what they're learning, and they're very kind to each other, and they are complimenting each other, and they are, supporting each other, and so on. And in a classroom that's organized, and the students know where to get the materials and where to put the materials back. So think about the five senses, what they hear, what they see, whatever, and then the activities, and your role as a guide on the side, not a sage on stage. Okay, there's no drill and kill with worksheet. It's not sit and get. So it is going to be an active learning environment. That's what they see. Okay, so make sure you do that. Sometimes you would even say, well, the start of the lesson, I will be telling my kids the objectives. These are the icon statement. These are the things that they should be able to do at the end of the lesson. Okay, and I'm going to be telling them that, and then I'll do my activities, all that. But then right there at the end, I would wrap it up, and we will go back to the objective and check, did we meet these objectives? We had 3 objectives today. Did we meet number 1? Yes, check it off. Number 2, yes. Number 3, yes. And then you're going to talk about, okay, so for the next lesson, we're going to do this. This is what we're going to do. So you wrap it up, you debrief them, you wrap it up, and you check your objectives back, and you're done. Okay. So a lot of times my students would have an exit slip, 3, 2, 1, 3 things you learned, 2 things that you want to try, and then 1 thing you may have a question for me. You want to remember 2 things you want to remember, and then 1 thing that you want to ask a question for me. And so anyway, so you could have some kind of exit slip too, if you want. I always tell my students, okay, your ticket to get out of here is your 3, 2, 1 exit slip. And sometimes for high school, I may do a Google form with a 3, 2, 1 thing where they had to fill out. I send them a link to the Google Classroom, and they have to fill it out. And then I could see in my Google Classroom, see who has already done it. So if you already done it, then you can leave. But without that, that's your permission to go. But remember that the bell is not your teacher. When the bell rings, they should not be going just because the bell rings. The bell is not your teacher. I am the teacher. So if I have something else to say, I will finish up this class. You are not going to just leave and pick up your stuff just because the bell rang. Okay, that happens in America a lot, by the way, especially high school. So make sure you put that in your rules the beginning of the year, that the bell is not your teacher. Okay, and you have a bell-to-bell instruction. So you start when the school is, and you end. You don't give time there for them to misbehave. Okay, your transition is smooth. Okay, that's all I have. Lots of the words, but that's what. Okay, well, you have any last minute thing to say before I move on to number 9?
That would be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for letting me practice with you. Yeah, okay. All right, number 10.
Oh, we go to number 9, but before that, it was really meaty and loaded coaching, Dr. Merlina. Oh, thank you for that. Yeah.
Good.
And I before I call on number 9, I saw Mom Glorife Bueno raising her hand.
Okay, Glorife. Thank you for attending, girl. How
Good
are you
morning.
doing? How are you doing, Miss Texas girl?
I'm good. I'm doing good. I just want to share something regarding your coaching a while ago about how human resource HR and principals would do their
hiring
for new teachers. I just would like to share what I did with my interview in Houston, Texas.
Okay.
So I just want to share to everybody that what I used in my interview was all from Dr. Merlina McCullough, all the things that we did in the Zoom meeting. So that was my key to have my job offer in Houston, Texas.
That's so nice.
Yes.
What are the questions they asked you? What were the questions that they asked you?
Of course, Doc, the self-introduction. I've been polishing my self-introduction every time we have our Zoom meeting. So I've been using, I use that one when I have my interview with my principal in Aldine Independent School District in Houston, Texas. So by just doing the self-introduction, I was able to check one box from that. Okay. And then for the other way, like how I answer in terms of teaching strategies, my five core propositions, I actually used that one when I had my interview, the knowledge of student, the knowledge of content. Those were the questions asked by my principal. So by after that, the principal told me that, oh, you check all the boxes. So just right after that, doc, I had after an hour, I have my job offer from
Yep.
Houston, Texas.
It's very
So I
strong.
just would like to really say thank you, Dr. Marina. If you are really into our Zoom meeting, you will really learn a lot. And of course, rest assured you will ace your interview.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for that
Yes,
validation.
thank you,
That's
doc.
very nice. I hear that a lot, by the way, that they said that's the key to success is that they remember the lessons they learned from Zoom. And even when I was there, some of the schools would remember they would invite me to be there, and I'm over there like a proud mama, like, oh my God, this you had used some of the things in Zoom, and I noticed that you do use a lot of the things from the Zoom. I've noticed a lot of you used it, and I'm so glad that you have that because not very many people would have that. And if they don't have that coaching, they might just wonder, and just kind of hit and miss. But when then you are more confident because I'm gonna have this checklist in my head. I'm gonna be good, all that. But Glory Faye, I would have hired you anyway, wherever you would have applied, because you're so good at it. Even when
Yes,
you interview, yeah, when you talk to me, I'm like, this is a person that's not gonna stay long in the Philippines. She's gonna get hired. And yeah, and so
Thank
I
you,
have that,
doc.
yeah. So you're very fluent and you're so good at answering questions. So I'm not surprised that they said that. Yeah. But I think you gave me too much credit because I think it was you. It was you that
No,
did. Yeah.
no, no.
Confident. Yeah.
Actually, my notebook is here. So everything I've learned from Dr. Merlina we're all written here. So every time I have my interview, I always browse this. And then I always reminded with what should be the right answer to these questions.
Oh,
So
good.
Dr. Merlina will really tell you the exact thing that will happen during the interview, what would be the right answer to ace it. So thank you, Doc. This is really
You're
my
welcome. Thank you, Glory Faye. I appreciate that, girl. So it's always nice as a person that's coaching to get that feedback. And thank you to you and thank you to Myrna because I'm also improving myself. I'm like, how can I better help the teachers? And my goal is for you to get a job. And for you to get a job is to ace that interview, just like Glory Faye said, because once you do that, you're very fluent. You know what you're saying, you know what you're thinking, and you're a fast thinker because you're able to do all this. Then they know that you're gonna do well in the school, in the classroom with students, because at the whole time that we're listening to this teacher answering, we are already picturing you. Will you be a good fit in that classroom? I'm thinking about, I have a third grade, or a high school science position, and will this teacher do a good job in that? And that's what they're doing, is they're looking at you and saying, will you be a good fit for that? So if you give them all the right answers, you're going to be a good fit for that. Right? So did you give them some specific science? It's your science, right? So did you give them some
yes,
specific
Doc.
scientific answers? Did you give them that?
I've used, they asked me regarding the teaching strategies I use in my classroom. So I remember you keep on mentioning the hands-on experiments, the manipulatives, right, Doc, in our Zoom meeting. So I get to use that one in my answer. So looking back with all the things that I've done inside the classroom and then anchoring it with what you share with us in our Zoom meeting, then I was able to give nothing with the principal. So I was like, oh, I think I got it right.
They were doing the movements of
Yeah,
nodding and smiling
like
and all that,
yes,
right?
dog. They were having that kind of expression while I was having my answer. So I was like, oh, I got it right.
Funny. But some
Yeah,
of
I
them
was
are
just
pretty good at
happy.
bluffing. Like they would not show you expressions, but if you did so well, you could see a smile, you could see a nodding of the head and all that.
And
Yeah.
fortunately, doc, the principal, his place is in Arkansas.
Oh
But a
yeah.
very small world. So
Wow.
yes, and I was like, oh, you're from Arkansas. So I was
Wow.
like, oh, I think it's really meant
To help
for
you.
me.
Okay. Well, did
Yes.
you mention that you learned some things in Zoom here? Did you mention anything
Yes,
about
Doc.
it? Yeah.
I mentioned that I've been attending Zoom meetings with Dr. Merlina McCullough. He's an Arkansas coach, in Arkansas. So I owe her whatever I have here, what answers I have for you, and at the same time anchoring with what I have experienced in my classroom.
Yeah.
So matching it with the Philippine culture in terms of fashion setting and the US. So I've been able to I was able to have picture of what would be US education system is.
Job. Very good.
Yeah.
Girl, you're my success story. That's awesome. Hey, we have to see each other. Houston is not too far from me. So you
yes,
can
Dom, I want to
fly
visit
here, I'll
you
fly there.
soon.
Yeah, I would love to. And maybe we can visit you once you've settled. But if they ever need a coach, I encourage you to tell them about me because I would love
Yes,
to
Dom,
see you.
I'll share it to you to them.
Yeah, I would love to see you because especially if they have a lot of Filipino teachers, you know,
They
because
have they
yeah.
have so they really have a good impression rather of Filipino teachers because they already have two, and then I'm
Yeah.
the third one. So
Yeah.
these two teachers, they've been doing great. According to the principal, they're phenomenal. So
That's
they're
good.
expecting me to be
Yeah.
like them also. But
Yeah.
of course, we will do our best. We will raise our flag in Houston, Texas, of
Yeah.
course, under also the mentorship of Dr. Merlina.
Well, thank you. What happens is that if they reach out, it's good because then I get to see the teachers and support you, and that seemed to be the a great advantage for those with mentoring with mentors because they end up staying. You know, they do not leave because they feel supported. You know, it sounds like you have a very good supportive environment there, a principal that's going to support you, but in some cases they're not. So in some cases like that, they really need somebody like me to like observe you and give you feedback and then give them, you know, I share the feedback with you and then I share the feedback with them, with the teacher, with the principal and superintendent. So they know exactly what I saw and what we debrief because I debrief with you and talking about what you need. These are some glows. You are so good at this. You are so good at this. These are some growths. You may want to improve on this. And so these are the next steps that we're going to do. Okay, so the next time I visit, this is what I want to see. So anyway, so yeah, that's kind of the coaching that we do. And sometimes I might do a co-teaching with you. I might co-teach it with you. I'm like, okay, so may I add something? Very respectful. I'm like, may I add something to that? You know, and I would share with them some other things that, you know, that's not mentioned that could enhance this class. So it's a respectful thing. You are the teacher in the classroom. I'm just a guest, but I'm a visitor here. But if there's something I can do, if I have a permission to like share with your students without stepping on the teacher's toes. And that's a very big thing with coaches is that you do not want a teacher to feel like you took over the classroom. You should never have them feel that way. You are their guest. So you have to be a respectful guest. And that's what I try to always remember, you know, that these are their classrooms. So yeah. Okay. So thank you so much. And I will wish you the best. When are you coming in here? Do you already have your interview?
I'm still my visa sponsor still processing my visa documents for the DS 2019. So probably in my job offer I have to be there by July 30.
Okay. So you'll be able to, hey, call me. Okay. Once you get that now, your phone, you have, if you look at my email, the bottom is my cell phone. Yeah. Yeah. If you,
Thank you,
yeah. I would
See
love
you
to call you.
soon.
Yeah, it's so funny because that's my happy moment see when I see a number, it's in the US and it doesn't say spam or telemarketer. I said, oh, it might be one of my teachers. And so I pick it up and I'm like, I'm so excited. Oh, I'm in Florida. I'm in Colorado. And oh my God, I'm like so happy. So yeah, that would make my day. So make sure you call me or email me and say, I'm already here. You know, that you would be tired the first 3 days. You're going to be so dead tired, but you're going to be so excited because you want to know your play. Houston is a huge place, by the way. You're so lucky, but some places are dangerous. So be sure that you go with people that, you know, help you know which one are places that you should not be. But I always, you know, the last time we went in Houston, the time that the school sent us to Houston, I represented our school. And so I was with other school, you know, representatives. And so we were over there in downtown Houston. We were like looking around, whatever, you know, after the PD was finished. And they said, oh my gosh, we're going to try to experience being in a bus. Because these teachers have always had their cars, you know, they've never been in a bus because in our area, we don't have buses here. And so I said, okay. And so the others were saying, oh, it's going to be dangerous. And I'm like, well, guys, I'm going to just blend in because my color is like their color, because there's a lot of Spanish speaking people in Houston. There's a lot of Spanish. If you know your Spanish, you're going to do well because they're going to be speaking Spanish all over the place. And so I said, I'm just going to mingle. And who are you? I was like joking with them. These are all my white friends. And I'm like, so who are you? Yeah, I'm like the brown person that would just blend in the bus. But anyways, I was their guide. I was actually their guide because they were so scared, being like, I said, in the Philippines, we are in public transportation all the time. This is nothing to us. We're so used to this. And, oh my gosh, Merlina, you're so brave, And here I was maybe only 23, 24 years old at that time. And I was so brave in Houston. And I went to Houston one day. My sister lives in Dallas. And so I took another plane to go to Houston because the Philippine embassy is in Houston. So anytime you do anything, oh, my Philippine embassy is in Houston. So I actually had to fly there in order to get my dual citizenship. So I'm dual citizen now. Yeah, so I did that like last summer, 2 summers ago. Anyway, yeah, so I had to fly there. I was so proud of myself because I'm like, so I have to get an Uber and in Houston or Lyft, anyway, an Uber for the first time in Houston and to go to the embassy because it was so much cheaper, by the way, here in America, you guys. It's better to use Lyft or Uber than taxis because with the taxi driver, especially in Las Vegas, they would just take you to the long places where the traffic is because the meter is going to be going. Okay, well, Uber has a fixed price. So it's going to tell you it's going to be $10 or whatever to go there. And you're going to pick all these vehicles, whatever. I always pick the cheapest one. And then you get there, you know exactly what you're paying. It's going to be charged to your credit card. But with taxis, you could be like writing a blank check because it could cost you 3 times because they'll just go around and go into all the longer places because you don't know, right? So I always would recommend Uber or Lyft. And I'm sorry to the taxi drivers, but yeah, I'm sure there are some honest ones, but from my experience, I had more bad experience about that going to the different traffic things. So that's and you will have buses there. You don't have to worry about driving either because you live in a big city and oh my gosh, you have some Filipino restaurants. I think there is a Jollibee there. And I think there, yeah, Houston, yeah. And they pretty much Filipino restaurants there all over the place. So you're gonna feel like you're just in Cebu or you're just in, Manila or something.
Yeah, they were telling me I already have my apartment there with other Filipino teachers. They were telling me, oh, the weather here is also like in the Philippines. Don't worry, we have aircon. If it feels hot, we have aircon.
Yeah, you have aircon. So anyway, so sometimes when you have settled, I might go over there and visit you because I will go to Houston and shop.
I'll be going alone because I will not be bringing my family. I will have 1 year with just by myself. So it would be I will be very happy if I will be able to see you or the other Filipino teachers.
That'd be awesome. Yeah. I think I would love to do that because I love Houston is one of my favorite places. Yeah. I am a foodie. I like to try different food from different cultures.
Yeah, let's make some
time. Has that. Houston has cultural food everywhere. Like they would have food from South America, they would have food from Europe and everything. It's like a really beautiful place to go and eat and shop. There's a lot of places there that have really cheap stuff, like what do you call it in Manila? The Baclaran. It's like a Baclaran version.
Oh, they do have that.
But yeah, it's a designer designer things like Nike and all that. They have a lot of places like that in Houston, like an outlet thing. Yeah.
Thank you, Doc, for sharing that one to me. Because I already have an idea of what Houston be like when I'll be there.
Yeah, it's beautiful there. So congratulations, girl.
Thank
so
you,
proud
Doc.
of you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so hope to see you in person soon.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So
thank you, Ma'am Mirna.
Thank you. Yeah, Mirna,
Okay.
number 9.
Congrats, Glorife.
I know,
I'm
right?
so proud of you. I'm so proud of you.
We'll have to do a van trip. We have to do a trip in the van with Joel and everybody.
Yes,
yes.
Let's see each other.
We claim it. We claim it.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we proceed to the next one, Doc?
Yeah, because we
have Miss. Wait, shall we proceed to Miss Jean Carla Rabin?
Okay, Jean.
She's still here.
Yes. Hi, ma'am. Good morning, Dr. Merlina, and good evening to my co-educators in this platform. So, first of all, I would like to say thank you for this opportunity. So, let me introduce myself. my name is Jean Carla Rabin. I am from the Philippines. I graduated Bachelor of Elementary Education, and now I am a certified teacher here in the public school. I have 7 years of teaching experience in the elementary classroom setting. So my first assignment when I get hired is grade 3 and 4, grades 3 and 4, multi-grade. And then my second assignment is first grade until present. So throughout my teaching career, I had the opportunity to work with students with diverse population, different learning abilities and background. So I believe in fostering positive and inclusive environment where students feel safe and secure. So one of the best aspects, or one of the aspects that I love about teaching, is the ability to inspire and to motivate the learners to reach their full potential. So I strive to make my teaching interactive, and I use various teaching strategies and different technologies like PowerPoint presentation, video presentation, and hands-on activities. So I always wanted to have harmonious relationship with my students and with their parents or guardians and with my colleagues. So I'm a firm believer of collaboration and teamwork. So I wanted to teach in the US because of its strong commitment to academic excellence and a very supportive community. So that would be a great opportunity for me to be the best teacher that I can be for the benefit of my learners. And that would be all, ma'am.
Very good. What a smooth introduction, girl. Have you been practicing?
Yes, ma'am, while listening.
It shows. It shows. You are looking at me like you're just visiting with me. That's awesome. You're very fluent. You covered all the things that I asked you to do. You did not put in unessential components. You actually, everything that you shared are actually something that's specific. And I think you're gonna be ready to go. Okay, I put fluent here at the star, 2 stars actually. So yeah. So you have a question for me, because that's going to be the end. They always ask you if you have a question for me. What will be the question that you plan to ask them?
Oh, about the professional development. What are the opportunities for me to be a better teacher and to collaboration with my colleagues? What are the teaching and learning strategies that I may learn from the schools?
Okay. You can say something also about, like, if there's gonna be a go-to person, a person that would mentor you in the school. Yeah, especially that this is your first year in the US, you could ask something like that too. That's a good question to ask. Okay. So because if you ask about PD, that means that you professional development, that means that you want to grow, which is a good thing. Okay. So so far, have you been here since the beginning of the Zoom? Did you
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn anything so far?
Yes, ma'am. I learned a lot.
Which one? Tell me something.
Especially when you're coaching with Ma'am Jovelyn. Yeah, I learned a lot from the answers in the interview, because US classrooms is very different here in the Philippines.
Yep. Kids are gonna be so different. Okay, they are very independent. They're critical thinkers. They're encouraged by parents and by the culture, really, to ask questions. I told my kids this, my own kids, Stephanie and Jet, that always ask questions. Do not just believe what someone says, what the TV shows. Always critically think. Is this possible? Is this right? Is this true? Research it, so you just do not just take it, you have to really think critically about it and see if that is something that's going to be applicable to you, because sometimes the information somebody will give you is from their perspective. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be right in your own perspective, right, in your own context. So always question, always find out if this is something that's going to fit for me. So yeah, so that's what they're going to do. And you just have to put in the rules when you do your rules, routines, and procedures the beginning of the year, that you need to tell your students that I am a new teacher. I'm from the Philippines. I have, I don't ever tell them I only have 2 years of experience, even if you do. And you can use the word seasoned. I'm a seasoned teacher from the Philippines. And I have, if you have more than 20, have more than 20 years of experience, So you say that for the young teachers, they're going to want to know what your age is. You don't have to tell them that. With Maria, who's in her 20s, she was 22 or 23 when she came here. They always want to know, how old are you, Miss I? How old are you? And Maria said, no, I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but just know that I am, I've finished my degree and all this, and I know how to teach you, all this, and I've learned a lot. But anyway, so you don't have to know my age, because a lot of the high school kids, especially, they want to know how far their ages are from you, and that you kind of like, they want to treat you like a peer, like a friend, and you should never do that, because once you cross that line there, that's not good. That respect might be gone. They start putting their hands on your shoulder and all this stuff, and I'm like, no, you're not going to go there. And with short person, like I am only 4'10", and they try to do that, like, oh, Miss McCullough, you're so short. And I said, well, I love you too. I said, get that hand off. But you can let's do fist bump. I'd rather do fist bump. Fist bump is better than hug. Side hug sometimes, but a lot of times I would just like fist bump. COVID is still here. But yeah, they would do stuff like that, and to us that's never acceptable in the Philippines. But that's what they do here. They're very demonstrative of their feelings. They're gonna tell you, oh, I love you. They'll tell you. They'll tell you in your face. They're gonna be frank with you and open with you, and so you cannot be taking things personally, because a lot of times they're telling you the truth. A sad truth, but sometimes it's also a way for you to improve. If a student said this, you also need to examine yourself. As a strong teacher, you don't take it negatively. You take it like something that, okay, is this child right? Am I really doing this? So you actually have to reflect. If this is right, how can I fix this? You should never blame a child or students, because when I hear teachers blaming students, that means they're poor teachers or weak teachers. Because a strong teacher would say, okay, how can I improve myself? What can I do? What resources do I need? Who are the people that can help me in order for me to improve? Instead of saying, I'm good, but the kids are so awful. They're bad behavior. They're doing this, they're doing that. No, you need to also look at your part. What did you not do? What are the things that you could improve on? It's never just your kids. Never. A lot of time it's because you either not showing them that you care. You're just, so, or you're so mean, you're like acting like, you're out to get them, instead of having a kind spirit and treat them like your own kids. You're not going to treat your kids like that, then you don't need to do that in your classroom. And they know that. They know when you care about them. And that's why there's a saying that says, I don't care to learn until I learn that you care. Okay, so that's what you have to do, is that I care about you, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be abusing me by not following the rules. These are the 5 rules that we go by, post that in your classroom. And so if you, and in the beginning, like the first week, I would always go refer to that. The first day we actually role play those things. What are some examples of this rule number 1? What are the non-examples of rule number 1? So that they could see that this is something that you do not do and this is something you do. I make a big deal out of my rules, because if they do something, I'm like, okay, what rule did you break? Rule number 3. And I'm like, okay, so what can you do to fix that? So you have to, you have to have them know the rules, and you have to have them own that rule by having them understand what that means and what does it look like. Okay. And that's when you invest that in your classroom, the first week of school, you should not have that much problem at all. And you tell them that maybe my accent would be different because I'm from the Philippines, but you have to consider that what if you went to the Philippines and I expect you to speak Filipino, and then you start telling them about Filipino language. Okay, maayong hapon kaniyong tanan, whatever. Maayong buntag kaniyong tanan. Maayong mo din na. You just say that in front of them, and they were like, oh my gosh, that was breaking. They would say that because they think that's so cool that you speak a different language. I said, so that means that this demonstration means that I don't want you to expect that I would be as maybe fluent as you because you're native speakers. Because when you go to the Philippines, I would not expect you to talk like I did, like the Filipino language. So you have to give me time, but know that I went to school 4 years, just like everybody else in this school did. Okay, know that I have this much experience teaching kids. Know that I'm a mother of whatever, you know. So you kind of show yourself to them and who you are and what you are, so that they understand you. Because they're not going to share to you unless you have shared with them. Because there's a saying that says, invincibility breeds trust. So you're putting in you're feeling like you're invincible. That means that you are open and you are going to be vulnerable, and when you show that, then they will trust you. You know, you're not perfect. I'm a teacher that's not perfect. I will make mistakes, but when I do, you know, in my part, I would always say, I will give you a spy award from my teacher chest when you catch my mistake. But the trick is you have to say it nicely. You have to be respectful about it. I have a spy thing to share. I said, okay, what is it? Well, you know, okay, oh, thank you for that. You know, like, here's your spy award. Yeah, I even have a little certificate of spy award, whatever, with their name, and then they get a thing from them, because they, you know, if I have a mistake, I want them to catch it. You know, I want them to catch it and correct me, but in a nice way. You know, if it's really something personal, you might want to write it down for me. You know, I have a back burner jar thing that it's like a jar. It's like a, you know, like a little regular jar with a lid, and I have a little hole on it. And I have a little piece of paper that I would recycle, you know, the fourth of a paper. And they would write things that I need to take care of, that they need to tell me. So when they're doing something, activity by themselves, and I go look at my jar, what are the things that they're telling me? Oh, sometimes they would say me things like, I don't really feel well today, or my mom and dad just had a big fight and I'm really upset today. So, you know, I might not do well, you know, things like that. They would tell me things like that. So then it tells me that I need to have a special care about this child today. I might give them a break. I might say, hey, you know what? I want you to do, like, you know, there's 6 questions there. I want you to do 3 just to show me you know this. And when you're done with 3, I will send you to the counselor and you can talk to Miss So-and-so. Okay. Okay. Because sometimes you know that the child knows it without giving them a million questions. You know that skill is already checked. You don't have to give them, by the way, do not give 20 or 30 problems when you can do it in 5. They know what they are. You know, I'm so allergic to that. When I see a paperwork and said, my gosh, this teacher, math teacher especially, or even literacy teacher, would give them 20 questions of the same skill. Why would you need to do that? Just to punish the kids? You know, if you check off the standard that they know it, should not take more than 4 or 5, you know, right? 10 the most, if you really want to know. But do not go over that, because that will be overkill, and kids hate that. They will tell you that this class is so boring, you know, because I already know this stuff. Why am I doing it 19 more times? You know, so remember that part, because I had teachers that did that to us, and that was a miserable classroom. So yeah, don't make your classroom a boring one. You know, another saying that I have is like, your mind can only handle what your bottom can endure. So if their bottom is so hurting now because you have them sit down the whole time, they're not going to learn anymore because they're so tired. So sometimes I would say things, if you agree with me, I want you to stand up and hop like a rabbit. You know, for elementary, that works. Anyway, if you agree with me, you know, that I say this statement, if you agree with me, I want to stand up and touch your right hand to your left ear. You know, because that's a brain, you know, that's a brain gym thing, you know, where they have to cross over like that to wake up, especially after lunch. You know, I have them to stand up and respond to me on a formative evaluation instead of just like thumbs up or thumbs up or thumbs down, your thumb sideways if you're still confused. Have to stand up. If you agree with me, I want you to stand up. If you disagree with me, stay seated, and all that. And then, you know, always find an opportunity for them to get up. If you agree with me, I want you to go to the kindest person here. And it's so funny because they will know who's the kindest person here. You know, that would not work in high school. They would not want that. Or middle school, elementary, they love that. They say, okay, I want you, if you agree with me or disagree with me, I want you to go to the person that's wearing the most colorful shirt, you know, you know, things like that. So just to get them out of their seat. So find a way to get them out of their seat. I do a lot of 4 corners activity where there are 4 answers, and I tell them, if you answer A, you go to that corner. If you think B, that corner, C, and then D, you know, and that way then we start talking about, why did you choose C? See, folks, why did you choose that? Because you know, and then they can go back sitting down when they've answered me. So that way to get them up, okay? And if it's a yes or no question, you just divide up the room and put them down here. Okay, if you're a yes, you go to that side. If you're a no, you go to this side. And then you start talking about why. Why yes, why no, and then they can sit down. Okay, there's a lot of strategies where you can get them out of their class, out of their seat. Okay, so do not be, you need to be allergic to just people sitting down, because that's what I tell myself. And when I'm doing a PD, you're gonna be up. You're gonna be sharing. I'll use a lot of modeling clay or Play-Doh, and I want you to do a sculpture of what you learned from me. Do an avatar of yourself using this Play-Doh, or, and then share about yourself, 3 things about yourself, and put that in the avatar thing. So that they're able to use their hands. That's your kinesthetic visual learners. And then they share. Why did you, like if you're an animal, what animal would you be? And then use a Play-Doh to show that, and when I did that, I used like a combination of a sea animal, a land animal and a flying animal combination, because I want to be this, because I want to fly, I want to do, be creative like that, because they don't have to use regular animals. You can create your own imaginary animal. And that way you put the creativity there, the imagination. So, okay. That went on again on the different lesson, but any question for me?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, you feel ready? You're very fluent, so you're ready for the interview.
I think so. I hope so.
Have you been applying on schoolspring.com? Have you been applying?
Yes, ma'am. I am sending resume and some update track.
Some what?
Update track.
Yeah. There's a lot of them. Yeah. I think Marna or somebody, the 3 folks there that posted that's important right there. There are 50 states there that you have a link. Yeah.
Mom, Gertie posted in that.
Yeah, Girly, so make sure that you get that, because that's I have a lot of people saying they got a job through there. Okay, because what I did was I did 50 states in ABC order, and then I researched the top 20 in size so that I know they'll have openings. So I researched the top 20, and then sometimes just a top 10 if a small state. And then I put the link there for their job posting. So that's the hard job was, it took hours. So the job was done for you. I did that. Okay. All right, next.
Okay, me go to number 10, Miss Gimela Capulso.
Okay.
Miss Gimela,
hello, everyone.
Marna, how many do we have?
Yes, I'm here.
We have a total of 23.
Oh my gosh.
We are on the 10th.
Oh no. Okay, I'm not gonna talk as much now. Okay, Myrna, Myrna, will you please do a timing thing for us now? Okay, do time.
Okay,
time.
Just 2 minutes.
Everybody,
okay.
You need to watch that she's gonna use a T like this. That means it's time, okay? Because we don't want to interrupt you, but you need to watch that we're not putting T on like this, a symbol of a T. Myrna, show them how your T would look like. Yep, there you go, okay? So once she does that, that means you need to finish your sentence, but not your paragraph, okay? Yeah, and I tell that to students. You need to finish your sentence, but not your paragraph. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, good day, everyone. Yeah, Can you hear me, Miss Merlina?
Yes.
Yes. Good day, everyone. Miss Merlina, Miss Mirna, and to everyone here in the Zoom. Yes, good day. I am teacher Jamela, and I am a public school, senior high school teacher, and I have been teaching for more than 5 years. And my first experience was in 2018, where I taught in a private school. I taught English subjects like oral communication, 21st century literature, and creative writing. And then I became an ESL teacher for almost 2 years before I became a public school teacher in 2020. And right now I'm handling the same subjects, oral communication, 21st century literature, and creative writing. And also I am a part-time ESL teacher for ESL tutor for Japanese students. So I am a passionate teacher where I put more efforts in preparing my lessons, and I utilize technology during my class. I use Kahoot, show PowerPoint presentation, and also let my students watch video clips, because I believe that students can easily learn through looking at pictures and also videos. And also, I prepare differentiated activities and instructions to my students because I believe that students learn in different ways. So in my class, I let them group into maybe four. So there will be a group that will make a song, a group that will make a role play, group that will make a drawing, and I let them choose which group they would want to be. And then I will assist them and also give uh, a feedback to what things that are still needs to be improved and also give them praise to be motivated in my class. So the reason why I'm applying as a teacher in United States, it's because I was once an ESL tutor for Chinese students way back 2019. And I became interested during my discussion and training with them. They shared to me their lifestyles, their foods, their culture, and also in my Japanese students right now, it's still the same where I learn about Japan, the things, the places that they recommended me to visit.
Excuse me.
And
okay. Finish your sentence. Okay?
Yes. Yeah, so
thank you.
Through knowing their culture, I got interested. So now I'm also interested to learning the culture in United States and would also want to share the culture of the Philippines to the American students.
Very good. You just missed it by one sentence, so that's not bad at all. Yeah. So anyhow, yeah, you look like you're very confident. I can tell that you have been a teacher to an ESL because you don't struggle with what words to say. You have very I'm gonna put down here 3 stars here, because you have the confidence to do that. Make sure you put lipstick on the actual interview, okay? I'm terrible about
I actually did.
that doesn't show. Okay. Well, anyway, so
sorry.
I'm a visual learner, so you have to forgive me. I'm visual kinesthetic VK learner. So I always see these things. Your background is perfect, very plain background. That should be what you do, not busy. And if you have a busy background, you should do solid, and you're doing solid. So you got that perfect right there. But the meat and the content of your introduction was awesome. I love the way that you actually did the example of Kahoot, all that when you talk about technology. And when you talk about your experience, I love that you connected your ESL tutoring with Japanese students and how you use that knowledge of the culture in order to connect to why you want to come to the US. Perfect. Okay. So do you have any question for me?
Yeah, you have given me positive comments with my introduction, but I know there's still more that needs to be improved, and maybe you can share that to me.
Okay,
what are the other things? Yeah.
Yeah, you said about differentiated instruction, for example. You just mentioned it. So you may want to put, how do you do that? How does it look like? Do you differentiate your process, your product? How does it look like? So for example, if a special ed child would go join the group that does the role play or does the singing, what would be different for that child? So if you're creating, you might want to say something like that, for example. So how would you answer that? What example would you use?
Okay. Yeah, last semester I actually had blind students, and I forgot the term, the one they touched. Yeah, like that. So I let them do the braille, and sometimes also I let one of their classmates or me to dictate to them what the discussion was all about. And sometimes uh, after the class, I'm gonna ask him what are the things that he missed, and then I'll give one-on-one coaching to that student.
Very good. You need to say that example, okay? So because a differentiation in different classrooms look differently. So we want to see what you do differently. And that's a very good example you used, okay? Because when you use the word peer tutoring, that's one of the most powerful strategies because according to research, students actually learn more from each other than from us. You know, they learn despite of us. But if they're going to teach each other because they're using that kid language and they say it in a way where they are going to be better understood than our adult language. Okay. And sometimes they actually have a short way of teaching it. We do it the long way. And they actually would kind of synthesize their understanding and would teach it that way, on the way that they understood it. And so anyway, so peer tutoring is something I highly recommend. And I'm so glad you mentioned it. Okay. But other than that, you really need to come up with a question at the end, so ask about PD or whatever. And, anything you want to know. But the big thing is that when you have, I keep saying this, when you have an interview, you have to research that school, go to their website. Every school is required to have a website. So you're going to know their salary schedule, how much you're going to be paid. So you don't have to ask that question. And they usually have a salary schedule that shows how many years of experience and so on, how much you should be getting. And then their handbooks. And I would even read like the board agenda in the minutes every month. That tells you a picture of that school, because it tells about what's going on at school, what are the things that's going on. And it kind of gives you a little picture and a little kind of temperature of the school. Like what kind of school is this? If you see a lot of like, oh, we have a lawsuit from this one, we have a second lawsuit, we have a third lawsuit, you might want to say, oh, okay. Why is this school having a lot of lawsuits, And then you can Google that school and see if there are any big things that are going on in that school, whatever. So that will give you the temperature of that school or district. Is this something that I want? Is there somewhere that I want to live in? Like if you Google the United States, there are 10 different cities that are dangerous, that they call dangerous. And sadly, my Little Rock is in there. Because at night, you should not be in the middle of Little Rock. And I live in Little Rock, and there are places there that said, you do not go there because there's some gangs there. And if you wear a certain color, you could be like, they think that you are in that gang, for example, red against blue, for example. So you have to know those, you have to Google those. And I think New York City made that list, and Detroit, Michigan made that list, and Memphis, Tennessee made that list. But anyway, but do not be scared just because they're on the list, because there's going to be always a good place and a bad place in any community. Even the small community like mine, there is a street in town that I do not want my kids to go. This is a very small community with 1,500 people. And there's still a place there that I don't want them to go in that side of the neighborhood, because that's where I saw some, bunch of drug addicts or, some people hanging out or hanging out there that I do not want my kid to hang out with, So just like think about in the Philippines, we have the same thing. We have places there that, there's drug addicts there, and you don't want to go there, right? So think of it in the US like that, okay? Because your visa sponsor also will actually know not to place you in some places. There were some places in Arkansas, I will not mention their name, but that a teacher was actually asking me, and my answer to her is that I will never tell you how to decide, but I will tell you that if I tell my husband I want to move there, he's not going to let me. Okay, that is a good test, that I will not live there because my husband won't let me live there, because he would think that I would be in danger. So that's just my personal thing, but I should not influence you. This is what my situation is, okay? Because if you ever ask me to make a decision for you, that is your life, I will not do it. But I will give you some information that will help you decide. Okay?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing, Miss Merlina.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the comments. Yeah, and the opportunity to be interviewed by you. This is just a short interview, but it's very helpful. From the other interviews as well earlier, I've learned a lot.
Good. I'm so glad. Good luck. Okay, keep applying. Yeah, keep applying.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, 10 a day or something. There's somebody said, I did 10 a day. And I said, that's a good thing. www.schoolspring.com would have a different job postings every single day. So you check that place, okay? All right, next.
Okay,
yeah, we have number 11, but before that, maybe we can ask some words of inspiration from Leslie. She's here.
Oh, look at Leslie, my favorite person in the whole world. Leslie, thank you again for coming.
Okay, I did not know that we have a Zoom meeting today. Really reminded me. I woke up 10 in the morning.
You did. Hey, you deserve it. It's now summer.
Yeah.
I have done 12 o'clock before. Yeah.
And because last night we have like, we were watching movies and we slept around 12 midnight. We really like make the most of our vacation time. So
I did 3 o'clock. So my Korean shows, I'm Vincenzo right now. I'm like, okay, I have to go to sleep.
So I woke up at 10 and I'm like, oh my God. So girly, since she sent me a message and she's like, are you not attending the Zoom meeting? We have a Zoom meeting today. I'm like, oh, there's one. Let me just, let me fix myself and I'll attend the Zoom meeting. But good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Marina. Thank you, Ma'am Mirna. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that Ma'am Mirna is hosting the meeting right
I
now.
know, right? Well, Mike didn't show up, so I'm like, yeah.
Sir Mike and family are in New York right now. He's
Ah,
enjoying it.
you told me that. I
Yeah.
forgot. Yeah. So I
Yeah.
always pick the one of the 13 from West Memphis because they need practice on
I
leadership.
know, and Mirna is doing a great job of
Doing an awesome job.
hosting.
For sure.
Thank you,
For sure.
Mirna, and
A plus.
good morning, Dr. Marlena, and good evening to everyone who is in the Philippines right now. I'm for those who are new, I'm Leslie Cabuenas. I'm one of the few, the first teachers, second batch of teachers who were helped by Dr. Merlina McCullough, and I would always say that. I came this far because of Dr. Merlina. I remembered I started, attending her Zoom meetings. I think I'm one of your few babies. First batch of the one who attended your Zoom meetings.
Regular.
And regular. And the first time I attended the Zoom meeting, I think there were only 4 of us in the room.
Now
And even if there were only 4 of us, I think we started the meeting at around 8 in the evening and we finished at 12 midnight.
I know, we just visited. They asked me
Yeah.
anything. You learned a lot, I think, because you had
I
whatever
know.
was in your mind. Yeah.
Yeah, because there were only 4 of us. So I can ask freely of the things that I need to know. And that's where I started my journey. I applied. I did not apply really a lot of schools. And I think that time because I was really new and I did not know that I was trying to get to the US, but I'm not really like that, persistent. Because I'm like, if God will, give this to me, I will really grab it. But if not, maybe I'll take my time and do it next year, do it the next school year. So you gave that the same list that you're giving to them, you gave me a list of, schools and the superintendents, the contact number, the emails. And so I sent, because you're in Arkansas, so I was like thinking I need to go to Arkansas to work in Arkansas, not in the other state of America, because I want to meet you. So I did not send any applications to other places in the US. I sent it in Arkansas, in the Delta part especially, because that's what you sent me, because they're like hiring a lot of teachers. So I sent three applications, Barton, Lee County, and Brinkley. That's the only schools those are the only schools that I applied. And so I got an invitation for interview from Barton School District and Lee County. And I remembered I answered all of the questions that they were asking about, because I remembered, there was like a previous teacher who was interviewed at Barton. That was my first interview, and there was a previous teacher who was interviewed, and that teacher told me that there were like 3 questions only. So the next day I was like, okay, it's fine. I will be asked 3 questions only. All I have to do is introduce myself and then answer these 2 questions. I could not even remember what were the 2 questions, but I was like, I'm ready for it. There are only 3 questions. But when they visited, when I attended a Zoom meeting for the interview, they the interview lasted for 30 minutes.
They were so interested.
The interview lasted for 30 minutes, and I'm like, I did not know if I was able to answer all the questions, but I'm like, I gave it to God, and I'm like, it's up to you, Lord. And I know that I have been attending your Zoom meetings, so I know that I have a lot of ideas already, but I didn't know if I did well or not. But at the end of the interview, they were like, well, Leslie, we're so glad that you came with, you came here today. You attended the Zoom meeting, you attended the interview. You were amazing. But I was like, I was telling myself, maybe they were telling these words due to
Everybody.
other, to everybody. So I will not, my hopes were not really that high. So, and then I did not hear from, Barton School District. So Lee County sent me also an invitation for interviews. So I also grabbed that opportunity because I'm not sure if Barton will hire me. So I also attended the Zoom meeting with Lee County School District. And I remember I'm from Cebu, and I went to Mindanao that time, to my mom's, hometown. And there was like a typhoon, I guess, and the internet connection was really bad. So I got disconnected 3 times.
Oh,
But
no.
I was really honest. I told them, my internet connection is really bad. I'm not in my, at home right now. I'm visiting some of my relatives here in Mindanao. And it was so funny because my mom's relatives were there, her aunts, her grandparents, and they were like surrounding me, and they wanted to listen to my interview because it was their first time to hear somebody, being interviewed from America. So I have like an audience in front of me, and I cannot concentrate because they
That's
were
funny.
like doing this. My husband was there. um 2 of my mom's aunt were there, and I have like 5 cousins who were there listening to me while I was being interviewed. But I was
Everybody.
being, yeah, but back to the topic, I was being honest that, my internet connection, Philippines, we don't have that good internet connection. And they're like, it's fine, it happens. It also happens here in America, so you don't have to worry about it. So I got disconnected, and they told me, if you get disconnected again, just get back again, and we will continue the interview. So there were 7 of them who were interviewing me, and each one of them, they have like questions that were throwing at me. So I did not know what I was just like, because I was attending your Zoom meetings all the time. No, it wasn't because. Yeah, it was really because of the Zoom meetings. I was really, honed by those experiences that I have with you. And I was able to answer all of the questions. But I know that they were like, okay, we will stop the interview because we will be interviewing another one after you. So I was like, oh, I'm not gonna be hard. I got disconnected 3 times.
Yeah.
So I did not expect from, both of the schools to give me a job offer, but I was fine with it because I was like, I'm just gonna continue attending the Zoom meeting, so I will learn a lot of things, and maybe next year I will be very ready, and I'll not be having a hard time because I wasn't really confident. I'm like, what did I answer to that question? And I was evaluating myself, and I'm like, that was not the right thing to say, but well, I said it, so I cannot, I cannot get it back. So, and so, like three, no, um, I was when I was interviewed at Lee County, it was like 3 weeks after, my interview at Barton. So, um, I got an email from Barton School District that they want they will offer me a job offer, and if I'm fine with it, if I can reply yes or no. So I'm like, yes, of course. And so I said yes. And then the next day after, Lee County sent me a job offer too. So the two schools, so I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. But I really believe that when it rains, it pours. So
that was nice blessing. Yeah. Because
it
you're
was
so
really
good, Leslie. Oh my God. You always underestimate yourself. You are so good. You're so fluent. You're like a native speaker, and you have a lot of knowledge. And I have
Yes.
seen her, observed her every month now for a year. So I know exactly how amazing a teacher you are. So
But I know, if the participants here will look at our first video together, first Zoom meeting together, they will know why I'm talking this way. I mean, I'm not really that good right now, but when I first started a Zoom meeting, I looked at it on YouTube, because you said that, Leslie, our videos are up on YouTube right now. You can look at it, and I looked at it. I'm like, oh my God, I cannot imagine. Did I answer this way to the principals that interviewed me? But I was like, no, maybe not, because this is my first time, but I was attending like for like more than 10 sessions already when they interviewed me. So I was really happy. And so,
Because we were
yeah, and
doing it weekly back then. Remember, we were doing it weekly back then.
we were doing it weekly, and there were like a few of us in the room, and we can like really ask questions, and we can always speak. And that's where I mastered my English language skills, because I was teaching elementary in the Philippines, and I was using mother tongue Bisaya as my medium of instruction, because that's what we were required to do that. And so I really think, and I want to thank you for doing that with us every week. Because if not, I am not sure if I'm gonna be hired, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna be here right now.
No,
And
you would have been, Leslie. Somebody else would have grabbed you, because your daughter, Ixora, that you have trained at home taking English, is like a native speaker when she came here.
yeah, and now I cannot understand her anymore.
She's such a slang speaker now.
And sometimes I would say, but we will always talk Bisaya at home. Like right now, I would always talk to her in Bisaya, because I don't want her to forget her roots.
Yeah. Because I told you this. My two kids are blaming me, Mom. Why did you not make us bilingual, Mom? You're a teacher, Mom. And I'm like, at that time they think that it will confuse you. And then later on they say, oh, it's good for them, to learn two tongues or more. And so they blaming me every time. Stephanie said, Mom, she's a psychologist in Hawaii, and she said, Mom, do you know my patients are mostly Filipinos? Yeah, they look at her like, okay, she should be speaking. They speak Filipino to her, and she doesn't know. Because she was born in Arkansas, right? Yeah. So
that's what. Well, Ixora is the same thing. She's like, what's the Bisaya of this and that? I'm like, you cannot forget Bisaya, because that's where we came from. That's our roots, so we cannot forget the language. But yeah, I'm so happy, and I'm so glad that you helped us. I mean, not just me. I mean, all of the teachers that are here. I just want to let everybody know that I'm not the only teacher that Dr. Merlina has helped. I mean, there are more than 30 teachers
in that area. Yeah, in that area.
In the area.
And a lot in different.
She has gone above and beyond for everybody. If you only knew. I mean, I cannot tell you everything that she has done for us, but she's doing the same thing for everybody, and she's very, very neutral. I know you love me, but you're very neutral to everybody. I mean, and everyone is equal. That's what I want to say. Like, she doesn't have favorites. I know I'm your favorite because I would always invite you to dinner, but you are not the type. Yeah, you are not the type of person that you would only listen to one side. You would always listen to everybody, and then all.
The dinner part, I have to explain that, okay? I'm not having Leslie pay for it or anything. She's on chicken soup. My favorite is chicken soup, and she makes the best chicken soup. So when I come to that area, she was like, "Can you come for chicken soup?" So I'm like, "Let me buy some chicken and all these things." Because I feel so bad about her cooking for me. But yeah.
No, but every time we go to your place, we don't have to buy, and because if you go to Dr. Merlina's place, she has 2 freezers
full of stuff.
I'm embarrassed. So I'm like, so she will ask us, can you help me, get rid of some things in here, because there's just a lot, but we don't have to buy anything, because she would always, she's a very good host. And I just want to, I mean, you having dinner at my home like once a month, it's not really enough for what you've done for every one of us.
Yeah, but when you all come, they are the best guests too, because I would just smell this beautiful smell of the filleted dried fish that they cook outside in my grill, and then they put like Abby does this, put like a bunch of tomatoes on top.
Yeah,
that's my favorite. And I would smell. I don't know. Did you ever have to wake me up, or usually I just wake up and they're already in the kitchen cooking, doing all this fried rice and all this stuff, and they're just comfortable, which is good.
Most of the time, you will wake up yourself because you would smell the buwan and everything. But sometimes we would wake you up, and Ixora's, the one who is assigned to do that, because she doesn't startle you like everybody else.
Yeah.
When she wakes you up. But yeah, thank you so much. I would just like to thank you for doing everything, like for going above and beyond for everybody. And I know that most of the teachers, some of the teachers are do not have the same experience as mine. I mean, I was just lucky because maybe they did not, they did not find anybody else. But for those who are still trying their best because you've been interviewed a lot of times and you still did not get, a job offer or whatever. No, I mean, if it's for you, if it's for you. If it's for you, it's for you. I mean, God will align all the stars for you if it's your time already.
I think
And
so.
I truly believe in that.
Yeah.
I mean, no, because sometimes we would wonder. I have attended a lot of Zoom meetings. I have practiced all the time. I face the mirror. My background is really great. I'm fluent and I've recorded myself. I know some of you would say that, and why I still did not get the job offer or whatever. I would truly believe that if it's, if God has, planned something for you, it will really happen.
Right.
And
Yeah.
and all you have to do is to pray and also at the same time listen, because Dr. Merlina, well, she has a way with words. If she, if she corrects you, whatever, I did not know, because the first time she came into my room, I listed 15 things that I need to improve. But I wasn't hurt at all because Dr. Merlina has a way with words. She knows what to say. And I think that's her gift. That's a gift because she knows what to say and she knows how to say it in a way that, you will get inspired to do the things that you need to improve and not worry about it.
Such
Yeah.
kind words, Leslie. You are the humblest and grateful and very kind words. Thank you so much. Actually, I have to correct. I don't want to hurt Maria's feelings because Maria and you are my two favorites that I would always say to people, because Maria is my very first one that I brought here, and then you and I are always doing something together because she's always busy now with C. So but you and I have always like shared things, and I come and see you. And so, but Maria's always gonna be my first baby here,
Yes,
in here.
definitely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So anyhow, but yeah, I don't want to hurt people's feelings, but I do love everyone. And Leslie and Mike, you have both like leaders there in the community. You have organized things where you are having a party, you hosted, and your look like your house now is pretty much a party place. Karaoke place. She has like all kinds of tables there, and so on, like 2 or 3 different table setting. Her house is big, and I'm like, this is looking like a party place, Leslie.
Yes, because like I think that was like last Friday. They sent me a message and they're like, "We're gonna eat dinner at your house," and I'm like, "I did not prepare anything," and they're like, "We're gonna bring some food," and
Yeah.
they came. And they just want to be together. We did not, we did not drink or whatever. We just, they're like, we just want to talk with everybody because it's so exhausting because they have the Helena people, they have like, summer classes and all that. So
Oh.
they did not, get the time to relax just like what I'm doing right now. So they're like, we just want to talk with, with you and with the rest of the group. And like, yeah, you're all welcome. Just come here.
Way to
So
relax. Yeah, share their pains
yes.
and pleasures. Yeah. You do karaoke and you all are so good.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Leslie's a good singer. She's such a
No,
good
no.
singer. I'm like, oh my gosh, Leslie, you have to really, and I don't drink, right? But if you
Yes.
ever want me to sing, I will have to have a bottle because I would I could not do it. I'm sorry. That's not my strength. And I know my weaknesses, and that's one of them. Dancing and singing, no. But chess, yes. Teaching.
Yes. Yes. And I'm hoping that I can, visit you one of these days. Um yeah, we'll be there.
Tuesday and Thursday, we have a chess club here in the
Yeah.
afternoon. So do come and bring Ixora. I would love for her to either learn chess or play with others if she already knows it. So
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And
you're
thank you so much,
welcome.
Dr. Maria. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mamirna. And
thank
thank
you.
you,
Yeah,
everybody.
always a good
Thank
visit.
you.
Leslie's a favorite. Yeah, a regular. So thank you.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
so here and another one talking about like chess, for example, this is a lesson for everyone here. Try to find something that you're good at, you like, and sponsor something. Like I was a chess sponsor. I had like 70 something students. 72 students at the highest number. And I had K-12, and I asked parents to help me. And so I took the cafeteria tables, and I did like my daughter was taking karate at that time. So the first table was like the white belt, which is the white folder. And the very last one was the black folder. So that's the black belt. And so I kind of did it that way. So when they do tournaments and they do so many points, they get promoted to the next table and so on. And I have parent, every table. So they have somebody that's helping them, and I just go, do a presentation or demonstration at first. I was teaching them something, and then I want them to practice what I just taught in their practice at little mini tournaments that we did. And that's how we got the point. The folders have their point system, and, if they have a win or they have a win, it's 1 point. If they have a loss, it's 0. But if it's a draw, it's half a point. So that's kind of how we did it. And so he's pretty much like self-managing, because they know that they reach certain point, they get promoted, and they get prizes. And then I went to the community and got donations to buy the chess sets, to buy the snacks, to even pay for the driver and the gas in order for us to go to tournaments. And we even bought shirts, and that they designed the t-shirt. And then so all of my kids were wearing these black shirts. So it's very easy for me to like, okay, where are my players? I just look at all this black shirt kid with all our design, and that's how very easy for me to see that, we need to get back, we need to eat lunch, and all this. So yeah. So I encourage you to use your strengths. Like, for example, if you're good at singing or dancing, form a club. In the US, you are encouraged to do that. And the more that you do that, the better your score is on the observations from your principal, because one of the standards is about your extracurricular stuff. Your professionalism includes your relationship with the parents and how you communicate with them, and your involvement in the community. And hosting something that your strength is, like Erwin is a good dancer. You have to find him in TikTok. Anyway, so if he's good at that and he wants to form a dance club, and certain grades, then you just have to check with the principal. Is that okay if I do this? And so some of the times, if you need some equipment, you need to say, do you have budget for this? This is what I need. So you have to be ready, plan on what you need. And is there a venue that we could use? Is there a classroom we can use? Or can we use the gym or whatever? So you have to plan and talk to the principal. A lot of time you have to start with the principal or assistant principal, whatever the matter is, in order for you to get okay. And once it's okay, then you just do it. Okay. And some people, I know that I know some folks that actually, like art teachers, for example, they could actually do some art, like a little mini art school thing, as an extracurricular in the community. They can teach adults and kids and whatever. You should share your talent, what it is. Okay. All right. So 11.
We're supposed to have Ma'am Marian, Doc. Thank you, Ma'am Leslie, for again motivating us. We're supposed to have Ma'am Marian, but it seems that she's no longer in the link.
Okay, number
I tried
12.
searching for her name. Then we go to Ma'am Liwayway Romero. She's still in.
Okay, Romero. So I'm sorry
Good
about
morning.
the
Good morning, Ma'am Merlina. Good evening to my others in our Zoom meeting. I am Liwayway Romero, and I'm a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English. I'm also had my master's degree, major in Educational Management, and currently pursuing also a master's in Special Education. I had my experience in high school teaching English and also in the elementary, both in private for 4 years. But right now, I am handling grade 4 students in the public school. I also handled grade 1 to 3 students. But right now, I'm teaching science and EPP or Edukasyong Pantahanan at Pangkabuhayan. I'm also a coordinator of that subject. And my teaching philosophy is about the passion and dedication in teaching, because I believe if we have that passion and dedication, everything will follow. You will have that creativity, you will have that being studious in whatever thing that you do in order to pursue your goal. And also, I want to teach in the US so as to widen my horizon in different areas of learning. And I'm also thrilled if I can have students who can speak in Spanish, because I'm also a beginner in Spanish. And therefore, maybe I can have also a fun way of speaking with them. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, very good. She did it on time, huh, Myrna? Okay, yeah, you can tell you're an English teacher. That's good. You have a little shyness on you, though. You kind of, do you feel nervous? Do you feel a little nervous today?
Yes, yes, ma'am. I feel a little nervous.
Why?
But
Bisaya
thanks
na po,
God.
day. Tagadaan, mga taga saan ka? Where are you from?
I'm from Mahayhay, Laguna,
That's
but
Tagalog.
currently I'm teaching in Muntinlupa City.
Okay, so that's Tagalog. Okay. You don't
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Filipino. I came here, I was 19 years old. So I'm very Filipino. I could understand it, but I want you to practice English. That's why we're speaking English here, because it's a good
Yes.
practice for you. Yeah, but I still, so don't feel like you intimidated, because I'm the least intimidating person in the world. You know, I'm here to support you. And I'm never here to get you, okay? To get you, like, try to, find your faults. Okay. You are what I worry about yours is alignment. Looks like you got your degree in high school's English, but you're teaching in elementary, and that's the
Yes,
alignment
ma'am.
issue. So how many years of high school English have you had?
I thought 1 year only. The
Okay.
rest is elementary level.
Okay. That's going to be an issue, because you need to have at least 2 years in your area within the last 10 years. So
Okay.
what year did you teach your 1 year in high school?
I thought year 1992,
Oh,
after my
no.
graduation.
Okay, so that's definitely, if I were you, I would start talking to the administrator and see if you're really serious about coming here, you need to have at least 2 years in your area. Okay, so 2 years in high school English, because if your visa will not be approved. It's a misalignment.
Can I have the elementary in special education, ma'am?
If you have finished it, in special ed, it's very important that you have to have completed a degree before you could even teach. So you have to have, if you're going to do special ed, you have to have 2 years of special ed. So either way, you can have your experience in English or the high school English, or you can have your experience in SPED, in special ed. So either way, you can work around the 2 years that you need, okay? So right now, I don't think any sponsors would approve you right now, as far as I know.
Okay.
So yeah, and I'm sorry,
Thank
I'm
you,
very
ma'am.
frank about that, because alignment is number one for them. Okay, that you have to be
Thank
aligned.
you, ma'am.
Okay, well, good luck, and continue. Do not give up. Okay, do not give up,
Thank
because
you.
yeah. All right. See you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Shall we proceed to the next, Doc Marlena?
Yes. Yeah, Miss Lee, why
Okay,
make sure you send me your resume and cover letter, though, because I want to put you in a loop in case, while you're doing your 2 years. I don't want to forget about you. So put your cover letter and resume to me, Merlina@gmail. And in that way, I'll put you in my hold. I have a hold folder, and I'll check with you whenever in 2 years to check and see if you're still interested. Okay. But do
Thank you
continue
very much, ma'am.
and learn. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Thank
Maybe
you.
if they'll count that one, you just need one more. If they count
Okay,
the
ma'am.
other one. Yeah. So that's not too bad.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Bye.
Okay,
Bye,
next
ma'am.
we have is Miss Resi Joy De Paz the same as Mendoza? Because a while ago it was listed as Resi Joy M De Paz. Okay, anyway, she's here.
Okay, thank you, Miss Myrna.
Can I proceed, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Good day, ma'am. Good day, everyone, especially to Dr. Merlina and the rest of the team. Thank you for the opportunity to let me join this Zoom meeting. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ratujoy Amdapat. I am a licensed professional teacher here in the Philippines. I am currently teaching in public school, handling grade 3 pupils, and I have 10 years teaching experience, specifically 7 years in public school, and the rest I served in local school board and private school. In my experience, I handled kindergarten through grade 6 learners. With this extensive teaching experience, I can say that it develops a lot my teaching skills, knowledge, classroom management, and instructional
utilization of instructional materials that make me well equipped so I can provide an effective teaching approach for my pupils and conducive learning for them. And I have bachelor's degree, that is Bachelor of Elementary Education, major in Early Childhood Education, and master's degree, that is Master of Arts in Education, major in Educational Administration and Supervision. I am currently the school ICT coordinator here in my current school. So I am not only incorporate technology in my class, but I am also giving technical assistance to my colleagues in utilizing and integrating technology to their class. So my teaching philosophy is emphasizes the statement, every child is special, because I believe each of my students is unique with their individual differences, needs, potentials, and skills for growth. And it helps me to recognize and respect my pupils' diversity, uh, promotes inclusivity, and provides personalized support for for the success of my pupils through their phase of learning. And I have various reasons why I want to teach in the America. First, I want to experience the advanced educational system as a teacher and learn from various resources or the educational resources. Secondly, I have a passionate in cultural exchange. Sorry, ma'am. Thank you.
Very good. Looks like she made it on time too, huh? Okay. That's so good that you did mention that you were ICT coordinator, technology. You could add some things like, for example, I taught, I shared with the teacher this particular Kahoot or, whatever that you would have shared with them. You could say that, you could show that as an example in your actual introduction. And then I love that your philosophy is every child is special and unique. That's good. And I circle here fluent. I want you to pronounce GROWTH. How do you? Okay, you need to say growth. Growth. Yeah, you need to make the O. Okay, because in the Philippines we just say growth, and you need to say growth. Okay, growth. Oh, yeah. So that's the only thing, and I think that's not just you. That's a bunch of us. So everybody that's still here, say growth.
Growth.
Okay. Yeah.
Growth.
Right. That's right. It's colleagues and it's growth.
Colleagues.
Colleagues. Colleague and colleague. Okay. So any question for me? Because I think you're fluent. You're ready to go, Reese. I don't. Have you sent me your paperwork, your cover letter or resume? Because I don't remember.
I already sent to you, Doctor.
Okay.
And also, this is my second attend in Zoom meeting. The first meeting that I attended, I wasn't able to do this introduction because of the time.
Yeah.
Of the
I'm so
cutoff.
glad that you got in today. But you seem ready, so that's good. So you've been practicing? Even if you have a cheat sheet, it's not obvious. You just look like, that's what you should do. It's like visiting with me. So you may have a guide there, but one word and you say it in your own way, and because it's more natural. But if you start memorizing sentences, then it's not going to be natural because you're over there trying to think about the sentence. So do keyword, okay? Keyword in a big marker, just put the keyword, education, experience, all that. So no question for me? You don't have any specific question?
Nothing, Doc, because some of my colleagues in this online platform asked some questions about professional growth.
Growth, right?
And that's
professional growth.
Okay. And that is my question also.
Okay, good job. Yeah, just make sure you say growth though, huh?
Growth.
Yep, growth. The TH there and an O there. Okay, yeah, OW. So, okay, next. Thank you. Awesome job. Okay, 14.
Okay, we have now Ma'am Criselda Hermogeano. Okay. She's still here. Ma'am Criselda.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. Okay, I'm ready now, ma'am. Hi, I am Criselda Hermogeano, a teacher of Arbistondo National High School, and I've been teaching I've been in the academy for 17 years now. And I graduated Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in TLE. And I also had my master's degree, major in administration. I am currently teaching grade 7, wherein I see to it that my class is interesting, interactive, and of course, I see to it that it is also informative. I can play volleyball. As a matter of fact, I serve as a volleyball coach in our school. My teaching philosophy centers around fostering a supportive and engaging learning environment. I believe in a student-centered approach that encourages critical thinking and active participation. I strive to make my classroom a place where students feel valued and motivated to reach their full potential. That would be all, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Why did you want to come to the U.S.?
For professional growth, of
Oh,
course,
yeah, you
ma'am.
said that. You said that. And anyway, I did get your paperwork. I remembered thinking that I wonder if she would say homogeno or homogeno. You know, I was thinking, yeah.
No, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. So that I remembered your name. That's why when you said that, okay, yeah, I do have your, and Griselda. You know, do you know that there was a research that said females that have 3 syllables or more, like Merlina or Griselda, were supposed to tend to be more successful than the less. I don't know how true that is. And then and on the men, it's supposed to be 1 syllable. So my kids' names are Stephanie and Jet. I don't know how biased that study is, but I heard a study before I named my kids, and that's why I named my kids with that number of syllables. So yeah, Griselda, there you go. You're double lucky. You know, you're Griselda and you're Himojino, so that's like, you know, multi-syllable for both. So you should be double lucky. Okay. So I hope you have that luck as you look for your job here. I want you to be serious about applying on www.schoolspring.com and do at least 8 to 10 times a day. Apply something. And now that you've talked to me and you continue to attend, you can put me as your you have permission to put my name in there. I have talked to you. If you have sent me your paperwork, you have my contact info and my signature on the bottom of my email. Okay. Feel free to use that. And then if you mention that, they will call me or they will send me a survey. And when I do that, I usually tell you like, hey, I got a survey from this school. You may be getting an interview. We'll see. They just getting that reference survey doesn't mean you're going to get the interview, but that's a possibility that you are in the list to be interviewed possibly. Okay. Yeah. All right. So
something, ma'am, for a while.
You have a question?
Can I ask you something, ma'am?
Go ahead.
Can I write you as my character reference?
Yeah. I just finished saying that. Yeah. I
thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. You've talked to me.
Bless.
Yeah. And we have communicated a lot more than this. So yeah, go ahead. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. God.
Yeah. Okay. Next.
Okay, thank you for that. And don't you know, Doc Merlina, that because of that 1 syllable name, a guy here is so happy because his colleagues would call him Joel. Instead of Joel, he's called Joel. Now I'm thinking on how to lengthen my name now to make it 3, at least 4 syllables.
Maria Myrna.
Yeah, I was thinking also. Okay, anyway, the next in line is Mr. Jet Emerson, but when I search his name, it's no longer in the link.
I'm
so
sorry.
Maybe we can proceed to Miss Etalyn Acibes.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm sure we put them to sleep because we talked too long. We have 4 hours and a half down already, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ma'am Etalyn, you're muted, ma'am. We cannot hear you, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, there you go.
Okay, good morning now. It's already 12:30 here in the Philippines.
I'm so sorry. But good thing it's a Saturday though. Anyway.
Okay, I supposed to leave, but I think it's almost my time to present, so I have to stay for a while. Okay, thank you, Dr. Melina, for this opportunity. It really helped us a lot. Okay, attending like this Zoom meeting, it's my first time, but I learned so much. from my previous colleagues. Okay, to start with, I am Etaline Acibes. I am a graduate of Bachelor of Elementary Education, and now I am a public school teacher for 26 years. And I have experience handling grade 2, grade 3, and grade 4. And I'm handling all the subjects like English, math, science, social studies, and values education. I I can describe myself as I am positive, energetic, knowledgeable, and of course, industrious teacher. My philosophy of teaching is based on the theories of Piaget and Vygotsky, which is every child is unique. So being a teacher, I have to make my teaching style flexible in order to cater the needs and abilities of the students. I make sure that every student in my classroom will be given an equal opportunity in regardless of the race, color, religion, status in life. There is fair in the classroom. I have to cater their each needs. Now, my reason for applying a teaching position in the US is I know it's already a great opportunity for us to be for better benefits, of course, and of course, to provide us an opportunity to develop professionally, to experience those teaching wherein all students have gadgets, unlike here in the Philippines that only teacher has the laptop using the smart TV. And lastly, I would say that whenever I am hired, I will support the school in all times. I will uphold their school values in my methods of teaching. Thank you.
Very good. Awesome job, girl. Yeah, it's you're very fluent with 2 stars here. They when you say Pia Jet, it's Pia J. Pia Jet.
Sorry.
Yeah, you don't say the T. Yeah, it's silent. So here, I don't know if in the Philippines they say Pia Jet, but
Jet, yeah.
no, it's Pia J. Yeah.
Okay, Pia J. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, no T. You said you want a classroom, you want fair in the classroom. You might say you want fairness in the classroom.
Meaning they are given equal opportunities, ma'am.
That's right,
Yes.
because fairness doesn't usually means equal. Fairness doesn't mean equal sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Because if like, for example, my example is, so if somebody's having a heart attack and you need a defibrillator, are you gonna give everybody a defibrillator? No, because they don't need it.
No.
Okay?
Yes.
So that's why
Yes,
you
I
have
got
to
it.
you have to go with the needs of the kids.
Okay.
Fairness doesn't
Catered.
always mean equal. Yeah.
Okay,
Because they're not having the heart attack, they don't need the defibrillator, right?
Yes.
You can use that as your example too.
Okay,
Anyway, I think I love that you mentioned Vygotsky and Piaget. We use Vygotsky with its own proximal development. That's really good to use because he believes that students should be teaching in the level that they are developmentally appropriate for them. So that is Vygotsky. You're very knowledgeable. I really like the words that you used, and I can tell that you might not want to say 26 years. I would just say 20 plus years.
Okay.
Because they will figure out your age that way. You need
Yeah.
to say, I have more than 20 years of experience.
More than 20
That's what I would
years.
say, because that way you're not giving away your age, because you don't want them to have biases, we want somebody younger or whatever.
Yeah.
But the 20 years, pretty solid, pretty powerful number. But 26, okay, let me do the number. Okay, 26 plus whatever age. She's in her late 40s, Whatever. Yeah. So you don't want that at all. So I would say after 20, you just say more than 20 years. Some people put it 30, more than 30 years. But that's what I would say. Because there's two sets of biases going to be about the age. Oh, there's one way of looking at it, you're very seasoned, you know what you're doing, right? Another way of looking at it, like, oh, she graduated this long ago. Does she know technology? Is she up to date with her technology? So if you are a seasoned teacher like you are, make sure you mention about, I do use technology, I know Kahoot, I know this, I know that. You need to mention Google Classroom if you use it, because that will create that, that will cancel that bias about, oh, she's an older teacher, she might not know technology. Okay. I have more than 30 years of experience, but I continue to be updated with the emerging technology. That's what I always say, because that could be said. No matter what your education is, if you've not been updating yourself with the technology that emerges all the time, then that's no good. Okay. So yeah, and I'm open to learning. I have a growth mindset. I want to learn new things. So kind of those are some things that would help somebody that's a seasoned teacher, is to say those, because to cancel the biases of some people, because you never know who they are in the panel. So any question for me?
Actually, Miss Merlina, oh no, Doc Merlina, we are already hired in IL Texas.
Oh my God,
But
you are?
yeah, but because of last May 23, we were called by Miss Carrie that there is a problem, salary cut or budget crisis.
So now
Yeah,
they rescinded the offer?
we are 50 Filipino teachers
no, that's horrible.
disappointed.
Okay, well, I wanted to try Houston, Texas, and Dallas, Texas is a bunch of needs. So you need to try their, Google them, Dallas School District and in quotation mark, and then go to Houston School District in quotation mark. They have more than 100 openings usually. So
is there still a chance for now, even it's
oh
already
yes,
June?
there are new if you have schools that would allow you to come later, they will hire substitute to cover you.
Yeah.
Some schools are actually doing that, because if they're desperate, they're going to work with you. They're going to put in a sub. Sometimes they're combining classes until you get there. So yeah.
That's why I sent you email already after that event that they said that unfortunately we cannot hire you for now. You're in the wait list. Oh my. Yes, and we already have 5 virtual meetings. We have already an assignment. We have to do this. Our bank statement is already ready.
Oh dear. So that's so West Memphis 13. You're not alone. This look like there's 50 in there.
Yes, no.
Yep. So they're 50. Oh, sorry. So don't be discouraged though. If I want you to scroll back on the chat and get that job postings from the 50 states. Keep trying.
Yes, mom. Yes, mom. I sent a Springfield.
Yeah.
I even sent in Arkansas like that.
You put in your cover letter. Put in your cover letter that all your papers are ready to go. So if you find a visa sponsor, you get hired, you might still be able to make it if your papers are ready to go. We were hired at the Texas School District that rescinded the offer because of budget cuts. So my papers are ready. So you can say that that's a really good selling point, because they don't have to start from zero with you. You already are in the 9.
Yes, we're already waiting for the job offer already.
Yeah, put that on the cover letter that I'm
TNC. We're already waiting for the TNC.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, mom.
Yeah, continue to do it. Yeah.
You boosted my.
Thank you. Yeah. You can do it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ma'am Marna, for hosting this.
Yeah, I said, God, I'll do my best. You can do the rest, right? And if we plan, God laughs. He's laughing because you think you're planning yourself. He is doing the planning. He's doing the plan for you. So that must not be meant for you, okay? So something else will. But you know, I can tell you, I'm not surprised you got hired. You're very fluent. Looks like you have already taught here. So good job.
Yes, IL Texas has very tough screening. We have demonstration, we have written test. They have to look at our penmanship.
Yeah.
There is, we have
I would like get a job there. My penmanship is horrendous.
Yes, they will give us an easy question and you have to write it handwriting.
Oh, whoa. Yes. Yeah, they're very old-fashioned, sounds like.
So very tough. The screening is very tough, but praise the Lord, we were hired, but unluckily.
Yeah, not very many schools would actually do that because they don't go to all that trouble. But Texas obviously, do this all the time. They're so used to this. So they already got their eggs together. So yeah, they already know. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Throughout the year, if you go to schoolspring.com, throughout the year, there's always people having babies. There are always people, having all kinds of needs. And they even if they put you as a long-term sub, it's still a full-time job and it's still paying the same.
Okay,
But
okay.
as long as it's a full-time job, that's what your visa sponsor is going to be worried about. It needs to be a full-time job. And you have to be a lead teacher. You cannot be an assistant of a teacher or something. It has to be a lead.
Yeah, what comes to my mind is, okay, maybe my luck is next year, not this year.
You can do that too, but there's still opportunities for this year, all through the year. Yeah, because some people in the past have come in December, in January, in the second semester. I have some people that arrived there at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Maria did not arrive till October or November. So yeah, there are schools that are very willing to wait for you. So yeah, you just have to be, you just have to be open and saying that, you know what, I don't know if you're aware, especially if they're first time, in hiring international teachers. I don't know if you're aware that it's going to take about 2 months to do the process, or 1.5 months. So I may be late coming on. But see, in Arkansas, most of our PDs are going to be online anyway. Once you get your social security number, then you have access to the portal of PDs. So you can catch up pretty quickly here. But I do not know about other states. I figure they may have the same thing. But we have Arkansas Ideas, which is a portal for all the public school teachers and private to get their PDs online. And so you can easily catch up,
Okay.
But it's just a matter of, will they be willing to do that, So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Number 17 is still up or no?
Number 17, yeah, she's still here, Doc. Ma'am Eteline, I like her voice.
Okay.
Yeah, Miss Rodeline is the next.
Thank you, Ma'am
sorry, Rodina Kubalan. Miss Rodina.
And I know Eteline has a very wholesome voice, right? Like it should be a radio station.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Myrna, for saying that, because I thought that.
It's not obvious that it's already 12:30 in the Philippines. It's not obvious that it's already 12:30 because her aura is still like Erwin's.
Yeah. Eteline, go ahead.
Oh.
Miss Rodina,
I'm sorry. Eteline, you already done. Rodina, see, we're praising you and I wrote your name again. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Rodina. There you go. Rodina Kubalan. Yeah, I think I remembered your paperwork. Yeah. Because I remember the word Cuba. Okay. Rodina, go ahead. We're down to 27 people from 49. So 22 of us went down to sleep. I don't blame them either. But you guys, you don't have to feel like you stay, because it's recorded and I will post this on YouTube. So, you feel, it would not hurt my feelings if you go to bed, I promise. But if you really want to talk, of course you stay. Okay, go ahead, Rodina. Yeah. Are we having technical issues with Rodina?
Yeah, maybe we'll go back to Miss Rodina later on. Maybe Dr. Merlina, right?
Circle back to Miss Rodina, okay? Yeah. Number 18.
Now we have Miss Jennifer Alvarado.
Okay, Jennifer.
Because number 18 is no longer in the Zoom link. So
okay, so
I'll go to Miss Jennifer Alvarado.
Okay, number 19. Okay. Is Jennifer still here?
Yeah, she's still here, Doc.
Okay.
Miss Jennifer, we cannot hear you. You're not muted, but the audio is not that clear.
I am. Did somebody come in? It was 27. Now it's back to 28. Anyway, go ahead. What's happening? Jennifer?
She's fixing her audio.
Audio, okay. There's Erwin waving.
Doc, hello, Doc. I'm answering the question of Miss Jennifer because we cannot hear her.
Okay.
We cannot still hear you, Ma'am Jennifer.
it always helps when you come on and you tell us who told you about us. You know, I
Hello.
love it when somebody said I was a, you know, I was a teacher under somebody. Was it Glory Faith? Anyway. So yeah. Jennifer, yeah, you come on.
Yes, can you hear
Welcome.
me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning there, Ma'am Dr. Merlina, Ma'am
Morning.
Yarna, and Sir Erwin. So, and to everybody here. So, it's already almost morning here,
I know
12:40.
my stomach tells me that because I've not had breakfast. I have lunch.
Okay, so thank you for this Zoom meeting, for this opportunity. And I am I will introduce myself. I am Jennifer Alvarado. I am from the Philippines. I um I graduated Bachelor of Elementary Education with area of concentration in mathematics, and I also graduate of Master of Arts in Education with a major of Educational Management, and I also have 9 units in Doctor of Philosophy. In my teaching career, I have been teaching for 27 years in the public schools, and uh, in these 27 years, I almost handled all grade levels except grade 6. From 1 to 5, I already handled that. And my philosophy of teaching is um learner centered, because every student is unique and they must have educational environment that they can learn and grow physically, mentally, emotionally, and mentally. So I love this philosophy because during my teaching, every time I teach, every time I give lessons to them, I want them to learn on that specific topic. And before I end, so I will check them that if they are already learned my topic or that certain concept. And then currently I am handling grade 4 students. And the reason why I applied to teach in the US because this program, the G1 visa program, is unique opportunity for me to expand my teaching horizon in a diverse and dynamic educational landscape in the US. And that's why I want to learn more to enhance my being a teacher here for 27 years. I want to learn and experience more out there, out in the Philippines, which is in the US. So that's all.
Okay. You can say experience life abroad. You can say that.
Yeah.
And you're very fluent. I even thought that you already finished with your doctorate. So good job on that. I mean, good luck on that. That's not easy to get.
Yes, but it's only 9 units. But for me, I think I will not continue that. I will continue learning in the US na lang.
Yeah. But you have to remember the tuition here is about 10 times. So yeah, so it's very expensive here. I paid a lot for my graduating 4 times. But yeah, it's worth it though. I would never give, you know, if somebody asked me, I will do it again. So yeah. There are some teachers that are from the Philippines and are continuing their education through online through UP or, you know, some other university where they do a full 100% online. You can do that. That would be a cheaper way to do that instead of going to university in here because it's very expensive here. You know, you're a lot for just one class. So 10 times what you would in the Philippines. So whatever you're paying there, times it by 10, that's what you're paying here. So
no, maybe I will not pursue my doctorate there, only to experience the life of the students or teaching there and the life of the students in the US.
Yeah, because you think of your goal. Why did you do that to start with? You know, you think about how can I use my doctorate for? And so a lot of times most schools would give you an extra $3,000-$4,000, maybe more for a doctorate. So maybe another 2,000 for a master's.
Maybe if God's permits to continue there, well, why not?
Yeah. But remember, you did not hear me when I said that if you have more than 20 years of experience,
Yeah.
you say I have more than 20 years of experience. Do not say I have
Or
20. Just say more
okay.
than 20 years. Yeah.
More than 20 years
Yeah.
of experience.
And you said something about when you're teaching something, you always want to check if they learn. That's good. You're going to have your formative assessment and so on. But it's important to also know that when you're talking about assessment, it's not just done after. Assessment should come before, during, and after. Okay, so it should be on all three phases. Okay, before you teach something, you may use KWL in order to know what you know what the kids already know. And then
Yeah.
during the teaching, you want to know, formative assessment things that, thumbs up, thumbs down, whatever, in order to know if they're really learning. And at the end, you could do something like paperwork or another performance evaluation. But you have to emphasize that assessment should not just happen after. It should happen before, during, and after.
After. Okay.
Yeah, that might be a good answer for you if you're getting asked about assessment and data. Yeah, that there are
Yes.
certain kinds, different data, and informal assessment like observation, like, those are also data. What you
Okay.
observe while the kids are doing, those are also assessments, but informal assessment.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure you know this.
Okay.
So I'm preaching to the choir, but
Yes.
just want to remind you with that. You are very fluent. Good job on that, and you should do well on the interview, I think.
Yes.
And I love what you said about you like the J1 visa program, and
Yeah.
it's showing that you are growth mindset. You want to learn more and so on, and
More.
you want to come out like that. If they
Yes.
ask you have a question for me, always ask about what are the things that you want to learn to help you become an even better teacher.
Yes.
Do you have a person assigned to you as your mentor? What kind of program do they have to retain teachers and, to orientation of some kind in order for you to know more about, their school or whatever. Okay.
Yes.
So you ask those
Thank you,
questions.
Doc.
Yeah. You're
Yes. Thank
welcome.
you, Doc.
You're
Thank you, Doc.
welcome. Okay. Do we need to go back to Rodina?
Miss Rodina, are you okay now? Thank you, Mama Jennifer.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you, Ma'am Erna.
Actually, Doc, we only have 3 remaining, so we'll
Good.
go
We'll
back
finish
to...
them and we need to be done because that's a long
Yes,
time.
yes. So, Ma'am Rodina.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. My
Okay. Go ahead.
is back already.
I keep saying we need to be done in 3 hours and we're going work.
Hi, ma'am.
Okay.
We're going fast.
My name
Nice. 4. Yeah, go ahead. Rodina.
is
You're frozen.
okay.
You're frozen. I don't know if I'm sure that's from your end. Oh, it's not from my end. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's from your end because everybody else is okay here with me. She must have an unstable internet. We have places in the Philippines. I wonder where Rodina is from. There are places in the Philippines that's not very good at all on their internet. And what I recommend is that if you actually have an actual interview and you're going to have an unstable, internet at home, be sure that you find somebody that would have a stable one because, that's so important. Yeah, I know Leslie said something about, being cut off 3 times. Some schools may not be as patient. So, yeah. So you want to have a stable one. So, Rodina, are we getting her back or are we just going on?
My
You're back?
name is Dina Ikabalan. And experience and
internet.
She's frozen.
That's
Ma'am
I have a
Rodina,
problem with
I
my
think
internet.
the internet connection is not that
Can you hear me,
stable.
ma'am? A doc?
Okay, now.
Yeah.
No,
but we don't see you.
She's here.
Okay.
She has her camera on though.
Okay.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
There you go. Yeah, I can hear you, but you're still frozen. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We hear you. Okay, go ahead and introduce yourself, Rodina.
Okay. I'm from Negosita. Hi, I'm Rodina A. Kubalan, and experienced and enthusiastic educator
So you're breaking up.
Internet.
Yeah, internet is so bad. Rodina, I'll have to invite you for the next in 2 weeks. 29. On June 29th is your day because right now, and please go to a stable internet. We're hearing one for every 5 words.
Dedicated service.
Yep, very bad internet service. So you want
service.
Yeah, very bad service. So I want you to come back on the 29th. That's our next Zoom because it's every other week. So we skip next week, we'll go the next week. So come back. Myrna, remind me, she needs to be number 1 next time.
Yeah, she will be the priority. The success of Manhuyud Central Elementary School here in the Philippines. Armed with a bachelor's degree in elementary education and a master's degree. Okay, ma'am. Okay, Doc. Oh my God.
That's okay, Rodina. That's okay. That was a good little practice for you. So try again next week. You'll be okay.
We have unstable. Yes.
Yep, very
I'm so
unstable.
sorry. Thank you.
No
I'm so
problem.
sorry.
You cannot help that. That's beyond your control. So next time you need to find a spot that has a strong one. Okay, you can do it. Yeah.
Yes, Doc.
All right. So we'll talk
Thank
to
you
you
for
in 2
understanding,
weeks.
Doc.
Yeah, no problem. I understand. Next.
Okay, we have Ma'am Christy Taharan. After Ma'am Christy, we will have Mr. Ronald Manalo. Ma'am Christy
Taharan.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Doc. Good morning, Ma'am Merna. I am Christian Tahanan, a licensed professional teacher here in the Philippines. I graduated my degree of Bachelor of Elementary Education. I do have 2 master's degree, my Master of Arts in Education, major in Educational Management, and Master of Arts in Education, major in Special Education. As to my experiences, I've been teaching in a private school, and when I get a chance to pass the board exam, I had the opportunity to transfer in a public school, and now in 19 years of service since 2005. Those experiences I had helps me a lot to hold my abilities to do more for my profession. My everyday routine is full of motivation and passion to see my class. I want to teach in the US because I want to offer myself the best of my teaching style and my teaching technique and let my American learners to feel and experience to have a Filipino teacher and mark to their mind that they had once a Filipino teacher and who have touched their heart and mind, and I can share positivity to their studies that can be their guide as they go over their education journey. I also want, I am also amazed to the classroom facilities of and scenario of the US that they have just 25 students, and they are very innovative way. Finally, I want to integrate myself into well-equipped and expert and skilled educators that somehow I can gain knowledge from them, and those knowledge I can get from them I can bring those knowledge in my classroom and apply to my learners for a better learning of my students. My philosophy in education is I address my insight in philosophy of education is I address to my learners, I address more to my learners that as a teacher, we should not be focusing more on how smart, how intelligent is our student, and how they excels academically. But I always put on their mind that classroom is a family, and I'm there to scaffold them and their struggle, supporting them with motivation and encouragement and advices. The first one, believing in them and set an expectation for them to mostly believe in themselves It is true that I believe that 65 or 75% of shaping their personality came from the teachers, especially those who came from the broken family. And our influence as a teacher is strong enough for them to face the challenges and becoming a successful one in the future.
Okay. What's your first name again? Christy. Hi, Christy. Yes. Have you practiced in front of the mirror? Have you practiced your introduction in front of the mirror or in front of somebody?
Yes, ma'am.
You have? You have practiced?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You might need more practice because
yes,
yeah, like past the middle, you were reading it and nobody wants to see just somebody read it. Okay. So I'm not saying don't use a cheat sheet, but I would rather have you use a one word cheat sheet like education and talk about it. Talk to me about it. Next one, experience. Then talk to me about your experience. Just do a keyword. And then that way you won't be reading whole sentences because you lose your audience otherwise because your eyes went to your cheat sheet. Okay. And you want to just visit like we are visiting now, talking to you. That should be how a very good interview goes like. It's not going to be what you say in the long sentences that you wrote. It's going to be on the sentences that you come from your heart that you are saying to me. I really believe, my philosophy of teaching is that it's very important for children to do this whenever. For example, in my classroom, then you can do that. So you're actually just talking to me instead of using big words and long sentences that might not go as well. I know Erwin is nodding his head. What other explanation can I or comment can I say, Erwin? I mean, I don't mean to hurt your feelings or anything, Christy, but you have a lot of great things that you said too that I really like. And and congratulations on 2 master's degree. My gosh, you're amazing. And so anyway, Erwin.
Actually, ma'am, I was interviewed last night by Pinecrest Academy, Four Corners of Claremont, Florida. But I think it is their first time to hire an international teacher. So just in introduction and telling myself, then she already discussed the assistant to the principal, Ma'am Laura Ward. Then after that, she already said that process of your visa.
Okay, so they may be hiring you. Well, you need to get.
Oh, ma'am, she said that if you can have your visa sponsor, go for that. But I do not have yet receiving my JO.
You need to
last night, January 13th, when I mentioned that I have my 2 master's degree, she's just say, okay, process your visa. Can you come here by August 1? I feel like hanging.
Yeah. So you need what you need to do in that case, give them my contact information.
Sorry, ma'am. She said that I have to process my certificate of teaching certificate of Florida.
Yeah, you can.
I am confused if I am really hired or what.
Some of the schools, especially if they don't know what they're doing yet, because you're the first one, they don't know that you cannot just tell applicants to process your papers. They need to, hook you up with a visa sponsor. So if you give them my information, my contact information, I can guide them. Tell them that Dr. McCullough does not charge for this service, but she can help you, guide you through the process. Because what I'll do is I'll introduce her to a visa sponsor that they can hook up that way. And then that way they'll ask you what to, job offer is going to be step 1.
Yes, ma'am. I was telling that my co-teachers advised me that you have to ask for your JO if ever I was really passed or I was really hired, because that JO is the major requirement of the visa sponsor.
Yeah.
So I am now working for my fingerprinting to submit in Florida, and I will be taking the FTCE, FELE test for my teaching license. So I am waiting for the JO, ma'am. So thank you for...
Yeah, just tell them step
Actually,
one.
ma'am, I am not new here. I have already attended last few months, but
Okay. All right.
because
Well,
of my class in master's degree, I sometimes forget to attend.
yeah,
Your
no problem. No problem. Just
But
make
it is
sure
a
that
big help.
yeah, you just tell them that I can help guide them on the process and it will not cost them anything. They just need to email me. If they email me,
Thank you, ma'am.
and I will help them, okay? Because I will tell them the steps. So step one is JO.
Ma'am Laura said that we really need teachers. We badly need teachers, she said. And can you be here by August 1? I said, I confirmed, yes, yes, ma'am. But until now, I'm not yet receiving my JO.
Well, the answer to, are you gonna...
Ma'am, sorry, ma'am, is it okay if I will be asking my JO with them?
You what?
If I am hired?
You need to ask them if am I hired and can you send me a job offer letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then the
thank
job offer letter had a lot of parts to it. Okay, the job offer letter has to have a date on it. And Erwin, you can help me on this. And then, of course, your name has to be in there and what position you're holding, what grade you'll be teaching, what building it is, and then how much you're going to be paid, when the start and end of that is. And then, of course, in the bottom of it, I make sure it also said something about that you're going to be a full-time. It's going to be a full-time teaching position. And then on the very bottom, it has to show the name of that person, that principal or whatever, and their title and their contact information. So once you have all that, then you'll be okay. But if they have missing pieces from that, then they're gonna, this J1 sponsor is gonna ask you to redo it. So you need to make sure that you want to watch this video later and look at the parts that need to be there. Okay, because we learned that from at two schools I was helping. Erwin was in there, and they had to redo it, which is kind of very much trouble. But Erwin, what'd you say?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
In terms of the job offer, ma'am, just make sure that all the information is there. The information that the visa sponsor is needing.
Yeah.
It's like all the details that you have just told us just a while ago. And then that's it. Just make sure, Ma'am Christy, that if
Yes.
you are really hired, you have to receive a job offer. Now, if you are confused whether you are hired or not, it is, it's easy to ask them, make an email, and if they would give you the feedback whether you are hired or not, at least you know why, instead of waiting for sometimes.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, be
Thank you, Sir
proactive.
Erwin.
Yeah, be proactive and ask them, okay? Because they're not gonna bite your head for it. They're just gonna answer you, okay? Because I'm telling
Thank
you,
you, Sir Erwin. Thank you,
yeah.
Doc.
Well, yeah, you're welcome. There's a misconception there that all you have to do is tell the teacher to get their visa. Well, they can't get their visa without a JO, with a job offer. So that's the key to it, is the job offer letter, okay? All right, next.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sir
welcome.
Erwin.
You're welcome. So
You're
next,
welcome, ma'am.
good job. Thank you, Erwin. Is there any more, or did we cover all of them?
What do you mean, Doc? The
We have everybody already?
applicants?
Yeah, are we done?
Yeah, we have the last one. Mr. Ronald Manalo. Mr. Ronald, thank you for patiently waiting.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me this opportunity to be in this meeting today. I do not like to lose this opportunity since I really wanted to learn more. By the way, I am Dr. Ronald Manalo. I am a graduate of Bachelor in Secondary Education, major in Mathematics. I have also my degree in Master's in Education, major in Mathematics, as well as my doctorate degree in educational administration and supervision.
Okay.
With my experience in teaching, I have more than 20 years in teaching experience. I've been teaching grade 7, grade 8 to grade 10 mathematics. Last school year, I also have the opportunity to teach in the senior high school for grade 11. I'm teaching calculus in grade 11. As a seasoned teacher, I have the opportunity to have technical assistance, to render technical assistance with my colleagues, since I am the instructional leader or a master teacher in our school. I have I've been awarded as most outstanding teacher way back in 2018, 2022, and last year, 2023. I do also coaching students in Mathematics Olympiad, and recently, last April, we won grade 7 champion in our division. And it so happened that I am proud to say that one of the contestant was my son. He was in grade 7. So if I can bring this to my son, I can also bring this to the students in the United States. So with my philosophy in teaching, I firmly believe that the power of change in life of the students lies on the hands of the teachers. So I have to inspire, to guide, and to shape the minds of my learners so that they will become responsible citizens in the community. With regards to my interest in teaching in United States, I would like to expand my horizon in teaching because I believe that USA can provide quality educational systems, like they are advanced in technology. They also have this quality teaching methods that I can also learn from them, as well as I would like also to should I say, I would like also to study the culture of different people in United States, that I could also bring the culture of Filipino tradition, especially in our country. I can cook, I can also dance, I can sing Filipino songs to introduce to some of the students in United States. That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Sounds like a very multi-talented teacher. Well, congratulations on your doctorate degree. You're one of the most educated people that I've talked to. So
actually, ma'am, I was given the opportunity to be interviewed in the facility school, but I was not fortunate to be hired. I think it was Sir Erwin Angelo who was given the position.
I'm sorry, Erwin, you stole his position.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Doc.
It's
Doc,
okay. I believe that it's really God's plan. It's really God's plan.
You're really an inspiration, Sir Ronald.
Yeah.
Your authenticity, I can see it from your sincerity. Aside from the big credentials that you have,
Actually, I
I'm
have
really
one
wowed.
colleague here, Ma'am Maria Lovely. Congrats, ma'am. You already have your job.
Yeah, she's gonna be with Erwin.
She's one of my colleague when she started in our school, Vitali National High School.
Well, I think Erwin charmed Miss Paulette. No, the answers were good. It made her laugh, And anytime you make somebody laugh, they'll remember you. Just like our students would remember if we make them laugh or you make them shocked. That's one way to have them remember something. And that's how his interview became very memorable, because he was funny.
But when I chatted you, ma'am, that I was interviewed by Miss Paulette, you said to me, Dr. Merlina, that Miss Paulette is so impressed with me during the interview. But it's so lucky that Sir Erwin got the position. Congratulations,
I'm so sorry, Sir Ronald.
I think what happened was, he was in the and then she has to keep cutting them and cutting them in order to go to the final number. And I'm sorry you got cut. So I guess he just have a little edge over you a little bit, because you got cut instead of him, because she had to choose. You know, she can only do one per subject area. And so she had to choose between you and Erwin. And Erwin, she remembered more, I guess, because he was being goofy. No,
Well, Doc,
yeah.
I'm looking forward to see Sir Ronald in Arkansas also, because
I hope
I can see sincerity really.
Yeah, I think it will be good.
The way he talks.
Yeah,
The
but
authenticity.
I was also
Yeah.
thinking, Erwin, that maybe I wonder if, I don't really know what she's thinking, but I know that she thinks you're a good fit for it. And I wonder if it's because also that's a facility that's like it's almost like they have dorms, they stay there. And I don't know what she saw in you that she thought you would be a good fit or better fit. And so anyway, but I think, yeah, you're right. I remember thinking that you had a very good interview too, so Ronald. So yeah, I do hope that you will find a good school here. I have a question on your are you like either sweating or are you just putting oil in your face? Because that's how I look like when I'm really sweaty, huh?
I always sweat, ma'am, even it's raining. I have actually fan beside me, but
You still do that.
yes.
Yeah. I can empathize with you. I have this thing here that I have to, because I was like sweating like
I
crazy.
forgot to prepare my handkerchief.
Get your handkerchief ready, because you look like you're about to be a lechon that get oil. But anyway, you might want to do that, because that's my first impression, was like, what did he do? Did he like go out there and put oil on his face? That's my first impression with you, and I'm very honest about this. But it's just that it's just better, like how women, we try to put like pressed powder or whatever. I don't know what men do, but yeah, just kind of make it look more natural. I don't know if I'm alone on this one. Maybe I'm just being too visual kinesthetic here. But see, who's another man here? Is Erwin the only guy here? So Erwin, do you agree with me that I think that he should maybe bring his handkerchief before camera?
Yeah. I do appreciate that, ma'am.
I think I don't have the right to answer the question. Anyway,
yeah.
What I have observed to Sir Ronald, just what I said. Aside from that, Sir Ronald, do not look outside the screen. Just look on the camera, because I focus myself. I want to see your eyes, whether it's moving around. I can see it. It's moving upward, like you're thinking your thoughts, like it seems to be above the ceiling. You just have to focus on the camera. And they said the eyes are the soul of our it's the soul of what we are.
Yeah,
So
window of our
you
soul.
have to catch that up. Yeah.
The window of our soul.
You just have to catch up the attention of the interviewee.
Yeah.
That's
I think that's a good point.
that's the thing that I can give to you.
Yeah, I remembered, because
Thank you, sir, for that
when you look
suggestion.
one side, it's like you're lying, and when you look another side, you're telling the truth. So if you make up something, you're gonna look, I don't know, left side somewhere. Anyway, one of the sides is like you're just making something up, and you just look at the eyes like this, or talking to me. Okay, don't be looking up, don't be looking, one direction. So yeah, just do that. And that's all. I really hesitated saying that comment, but I really want you to succeed in your interview. Okay. And people, a lot of us are women interviewers, and so they may notice the same thing I do. Men may just like, oh, what are you talking about? But yeah, I will notice it, and the others may too. But it could be just a Merlina thing. But yeah, but you will do an awesome job, because I've seen you. I've heard you, answer the questions. You're very knowledgeable, and that's going to help you a long, long ways. You might even intimidate some of them because of the education you have. I find that personally, I have experienced that personally, that instead of actually doing an interview with me, they're actually spending time proving themselves to me. Like, I don't care if you did that. They're very much like trying to prove that they are smarter than me. And that's not what I came here for. But that I experienced that a few times. That's almost like what, like, oh, I'm smarter than you. And I'm like, then, why are you doing interviewing me if you're not, if you're going to just, that's all you do is proving yourself that you're going to be, it's like, I guess it's an insecurity. Like, here's a woman with this and this, and here I am with not the education she has, not the experience she has, not the national board yet. It's almost like that. It's almost like a comparison. So be aware of that. That if they act like they're going to try to prove themselves, that they're telling you that what they have accomplished, then that's kind of an intimidation thing about your degree. And that is something that, that is going to happen, because I was so surprised that it happened more often to me. And so when I hear that, I'm just like, oh, I start praising them. I'm like, oh my gosh, I would observe what are the things that they're posting on oh, you have this certificate on this, you have this award on this. I turn the table. Really, okay, if you're gonna want to be praised, because you're praising, this is what you get, because those kinds of individuals are going to be pretty narcissistic. It's all about them. And so if they see your education, you look so good on paper, they're going to think, okay, I'm not as good as this person. And so, just be aware of that. You will notice it because that's why I want to bring it to your awareness that does happen. I don't know, maybe because you're a man, it might not happen, but I know as a woman, a minority woman, it happens to me. Okay. You have any question? No question.
No question.
Okay. Good luck. I want you to continue to apply, okay? Because you look very good on papers. So, and then you do well on your answers. So there's no point of not getting it. Joplin, Missouri right now is up hiring a lot. And
actually, I am waiting for one of the principal interview to be scheduled on Monday, and one of the instructional leader told me that she's going to endorse me to the principal, and probably will give me the LOI sooner.
Yay. Oh, good. Letter of intent. Okay. Yes. Good luck on that. You let me know.
It's in Midland Independent School District.
In Texas?
One of the school. Yes.
Yeah. And Midland, that's a good one. Midland is a good one. It's not as big as Dallas and Houston, but that's still a pretty big city, because I remembered hearing it or maybe passing by it. But Texas is a land of huge. Okay, everything in Texas is big. So the steaks are really big. Everything's big in Texas. That's a very common thing that you hear. Everything's big in Texas. So go to a restaurant there, all the servings really big. So anyway, okay, so that's all that I have. I really did not mean for us to be this long, but hopefully by the time we get everybody in and we're just going to be just a few people that are new, then we can actually get into some meaty things. I think we were able to some today, but I wanted that in. I wanted that little coaching in, because there's several of you that are new and they need to know about, what will help you in the interview, So who wants to finish up? Myrna, any of you want to last words so we could say bye-bye? Exit slip. 3 things you learned, 2 things you don't, you want to use, and 1 thing you still have a question on. Let's just do 1 thing you learned. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So again, for tonight's session, I'm glad, I am flattered that I'm given the chance to host the meeting.
You did an awesome job.
Apart from that, yeah, really. But being the host in this Zoom meeting made me focus also on what Dr. Merlina is discussing to us. It's always going back to the ABCs of teaching. It's always going back to the ABCs of learning. So again, when we encounter students who seems to be demotivated, the thing is that we really need to know the cause. So the root cause of that, know the students.
Yep.
Okay, know the strategies that is suited for these students. Collaborate with parents, with whoever is responsible for in the school. It could be the guidance counselor, the advisor, the principal, and then after that, follow up and follow through. Yeah. So follow up and follow through is really true. That will make our teaching effective.
Yeah, let's give a round of applause, guys, to Myrna. You have an A+ on the summary and you have an A+ on hosting. So co-hosting with me. So
because
thank
I
you.
am pressured by these people, you know, but Dr. Merlina, if you will only see the thread in our GC, oh my God, I am pressured.
They're giving you a hard time.
Not, but you know, you should visit again our group, Miss Merlina, and you know that will somehow distress you, or you know, it's really fun in the group. It's fun in the group.
Yeah. All right. Well, guys, I don't want to stay longer because I know you have to go to bed. But thank you. So I'm hungry. I have not had any breakfast. So so goodbye, and I will send you the link to the YouTube video. So I hope you do watch it. If you have not entered or joined our Facebook group, you search it under International Teacher Support in America, or ITSA. Do the same with YouTube. Put my name in and put ITSA and you'll find our channel. We have all the videos. This is number 76. So if you want to review some and just kind of fast play it, you can see some things there that you might, you might learn some strategies. So, okay. So I'm going to say bye-bye.
Dr. Merlina, can we borrow
Thank you, Doc Marlena, and
can
the
we
rest
borrow
of
3
the
minutes of
team,
this link?
What
and
is
the
it? I'm sorry.
participants too.
Myrna, what is it?
Can we borrow 3 minutes of this link? Just, you know, these people, the Westman piece.
Oh, you want
just 3 minutes?
to stay? Okay. All right.
Yeah,
So
just
everybody
for
else
3
leave.
minutes.
Everybody leave except the group that's Memphis 13. Leslie, you can stay if you want since your sister's
Yeah, Mom
here.
Leslie, you stay with us.
Yeah, you stay. And
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
here. Yeah. So anyway, all right, everybody leave. And you can do this, by the way, as a host. You can remove them if you want. But we'll have them go right now. So
Permission to leave.
Pinky, if you want to stay, you're the original one, you can. Of course, Glory Faye. And so
bye, Sir Ronald.
Bye, Mr. Ronald, Dr. Ronald.
Bye, Dr. Ronald.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye,
Doctor.
Hi, Doc.
Jefferson Gising.
Bye. Bye.
Ma'am Alone, thank you po.
Thank
Jeff
you.
Gising.
Yeah. Are we all in?
Sir
Is
Jeff.
all of us now?
Sir Jeff.
Yes.
Gising na.
Okay.
Naka-on yung recording.
Who's missing then?
Naka-record pa daw.
Marlin is missing, right? Marlin? Is Marlin here?
Marlin is not
internet
here.
connection.
Marlin is not
Yes.
here.
Internet connection problem.
Doc,
Okay.
it is still recording.
Okay.
Doc,
So
it's
what
still
are
recording.
what are the chat groups saying now about what were you saying?
Hi, Doc.
Wait,
It's about
naka-record pa
you're
tayo.
about the job
This is Sir
offer.
Erwin.
You know, Doc Merlina.
Yes.
Because it's like this. Yeah. With respect to Dr. Ronald, he's really good. My God, his credentials is loaded.
Hang on. Do you want me to stop the
Wait, it's still
recording?
recording.
Stop the
Stop the
recording. Hang on.
recording.
Okay, hang on. Stop the recording. Okay.